have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoi.
it is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruiser Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rumble.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity. and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, Ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Annie, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
Great to be back. Can't wait to get PGC started again this year in Malaysia. I am so excited for it.
So as you said, we're here to talk about PGC2 in 2024. Before moving into the PGS 2024, let's wrap up how PUBG Esports was in 2024 so far. And the first global event, PGS3, was held in Shanghai. And finally, the APEC champion arrives, Cerberus Esports. In the PGS4, Twisted Minds finally leave their trophy in the global event.
And then, of course, after that, we had the Esports World Cup for the first time in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where the Sonics took home the trophy. And then we moved back to South Korea for PUBG Nations Cup, where Korea was able to win back-to-back championships in front of the home crowd.
And the next event was PGS 5 and 6, and here we witnessed a very surprising thing, that Twisted Minds have won 2 consecutive championship. So having all these stories in 2024 so far, I'm really excited to move on to PGC 2024, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so let's move on to the PGC 2024 in details. So PUBG Global Championship 2024 will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia from December 9th to December 22nd. And 24 teams have secured their tickets to PGC 2024 based on PGC points and PGS points. And they will be competing for 1.5 million prize pool and the PGC 2024 trophy. PGC 2024 will be based on Super Rule Set with map Erangel, Miramar, Tego, and Rondo. But we do have a special system called Circuit System before the Grand Finals.
So the circuit system is pretty intriguing. We're going to break it into 3 different circuits, and each circuit is going to be broken down into 3 different days. So the first day is 16 teams. The 15 teams that qualified through PGC points, and then the 1 team from the host country, in this case SGD from Malaysia. So then on day 2, it's going to be the 12 teams from the previous day plus the 5th to 8th place teams in PGS points throughout the year. Those teams are going to battle it out. Then the top 12 teams move on to the circuit finals. That's going to be day 3, where the top 4 teams will be automatically seeded from PGS points to face off. And this is the day where you can make your points to qualify for the grand finals.
Then how will circuit 2 and 3 look like?
They'll look very similar, actually. So you're going to take the bottom 16 teams from the previous week, put them onto day 1, and then we just kind of rinse and repeat.
So let's move on to the details about 24 teams participating in PUBG Global Championship 2024. So let's first talk about the PGS points. Teams have accumulated points based on their performances in PGS 3, 4, 5, 6, and the Esports World Cup. And the first place went to Twisted Minds with no surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the best team in the world right now. They've won back-to-back-to-back titles in PGS. This is a team that has tremendous firepower, big brains, obviously it goes along with their name. Example's the best player in the world right now. He can do everything well, whether it's rifling, his sniping, everything about his game is top tier. This is going to be the favorite coming into this event.
I've always mentioned that Twisted Minds this squad have been most consistent in PUBG esports scene, and winning back-to-back championship have never happened in PUBG esports history. So second place is Sonics. I'm sure that this team is a big game hunter.
This is a team that always shows up when it matters most. They show up when the prize pool is the biggest. That's just the truth. They've won PGIS, they won PGS2 last year, they won EWC this year. They're a very consistent team when they want to be. You already had Shrimsy and Tiggleton, who have been absolutely lights out at times for this squad. H1's always been a really solid IGL, and Kickstart just gives that extra oomph that the Sonics needs to continue to be a force at global events, and they are absolutely going to be a threat at PGC.
So PG's top 3 team was Severus Esports from Vietnam.
So this used to be an underdog region in APAC, right? And then Cerberus at the beginning of this year really showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. They can win events, and they did that. They win PGS3. Hemos is absolutely one of the best players in the world right now. They always play crazy. He's got enormous potential as an individual player. He can clutch out moments that very few other players can. So I think this team can absolutely still win PGC.
The top 4 goes to 17 Gaming from China, and this team I think has the most second places in PUBG esports.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a good team. This core won a PGS last year. They won PGS 1. There's still so much potential, getting 2 seconds in Thailand, but we know the potential of this team. We know how well they can frag out. Top to bottom, this team is very well balanced. They're all really strong individual players, so I still have a lot of hope that they can win a title.
So top 5 is TSM. They have not been performing well in PGS 3, but after, they have been performing very consistently throughout the events, and Sparking even won MVP in WC.
Yeah, this is a team that is really starting to come together, find their form. We know that Alo, Luke 12, and Sparking are all tremendous individually talented players. Sparking, one of the best mechanical players in the world. It would be really awesome to see TSM get that PGC trophy.
Next is Navi.
For me, this is like the wild card team here, because we've seen that at their peak, they can be one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, in their plays, they have shown, especially from Hakatoi's clutch and everything, they do have a really big potential. So let's see if Navi can show their peak performance in PGC 2024. So next, top 7 is Patrico Road from China.
So this is a team that's had some ups and downs regionally and internationally. This team is very capable, but you need to find ways to enable Left, get your star player firing on all cylinders, and come out, getting a ton of kills.
So looking at the PGC 2024 roster, maybe Summer will be IGLing again, we don't know, but let's see how they can come back in PGC 2024. Last but not least is FaceClan. FaceClan already got their ticket to PGC based on PGC points in EMEA, but to be in the better spot in the circuit system of PGC 2024, they had to accumulate points, PGS points. They actually came in as a PGS point seed.
Look, this is one of the most veteran teams we have right now. All of these players have been around the block. Good play of players like Jeems, like Vex, Corexy. All these guys are incredible.
So we've talked about top 8 teams from PGS points, and let's move on to the rest 16 teams who have accumulated their PGC points in the regional series. And let's start with the EMEA region first.
So the first team I think we should look at is Eternal Fire. They've been relatively consistent when they make it to the global events. They got 6 at EWC. They had that really explosive game at PGS5 where they got 20 kills and a chicken dinner. You expect to see them at the very least in the grand finals.
BB team is also new team. The name is new, but the players are quite familiar.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically the core of the old question mark team, led by a doozy. They're a very, very strong team. Now they're bringing in Spyro from Twisted Minds, and he is a very, very strong fragger too. So certainly BB team they're going to be scary.
So last was Virtus Pro. Actually, they couldn't make it to the PGC before PGS6 started, but thanks to FaZe Clan, they had the last spot, EMEA region.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ibiza is a very long-time player, one of the most popular players in PUBG Esports, just due to who he is as a streamer and also as a player. Getting to see him back at an international event is super cool.
So next is Americas region. Here we have 2 teams.
I think Falcons is a team that everybody thinks should be doing better than they are. There is a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of experience that if they can find their right form, they can do a lot of damage. Luna Galaxy, this Brazilian team, the old Legacy squad, well, the core of it mostly. Z-Kraken has looked really good at times this year. He's had some strong performances, but we haven't seen a lot of consistency. They struggle in the early part of the game. What can this Luna Galaxy team do to recover and have better performances at PGC 2024?
Next is China, and the first team is Tianba.
Yeah, Tianba is a really solid team. They have shown really good performances at times internationally. Lin Shu, a great IGL, great fragger. Can he, with the addition of CC108, really bring this team to greater heights?
So next is NH Esports, which we call New Happy. So New Happy not only performed well in PCL, but also shown impressive performances in recent PGSs. I think they're still a good team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you still have Ming Ming there, who's absolutely cracked, one of the best mechanical players in the world. But with Xiaozi and AZ coming into this squad, are they going to be able to continue to improve on those performances we saw?
Next is Weibo Gaming. We have Shen in this team.
Yeah, Shen is cracked. There's no other way to put it. He is a really, really talented player. ZYY also a very good player. So that team has a lot of potential. They could really, really surprise at PGC.
Next, 4 Angry Men, our old beloved team from China. And I saw that Godfrey is coming in the roster for PGC 2024.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble with Godfrey. World champions on this team, quite literally, former NH players. So are they going to be able to use that experience, find some cohesion? But it has been a rough year for them, to be honest.
So China is the region where teams with PGS points and PGC points are quite divided. So let's see these teams who have performed well in their region also plays well in the global level. Next is Korea, which is the region with the previous PGC 2023 champion. But this year, they only have 3 teams based on PGC points, not having a single team advancing with the PGS points.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. There's been a lot of roster changes throughout Korea. The Kwangdong Freaks probably have been the most consistent for Korea throughout 2024, but it still hasn't been great. Yes, you've got great fraggers on that team. Salute is the first one that comes to your mind. He was on Danawa last year, has a trophy, and he's been good. The whole team's been good, but they haven't been great. So we need to see some, better performances from them on the international stage.
Next, T1. T1 was out of PUBG's esports scene for a while, but they have created a team this year and participated in PUBG Esports.
Yeah, so it's the old BSG roster, plus you bring in Type. He's fragging very well for them. They're still seemingly trying to get all on the same page and trying to adapt to the international lobbies.
So last could be Gen G with top 3 in the player PGC points. They were struggling a little bit in this year, but they did show a great performance in the last event, PGS6.
Yeah, so it finally started to come together towards the end of the year here. The beginning of the year as well, they looked really, really strong in PWS. You have Barpo, who was one of the best fraggers in PWS in 2023. Adder, a veteran player. So Rex as well, those two have played together. But it hasn't been consistent. And the real question is what we saw at the end of PGS6, is that going to be the Gen G that shows up at PGC?
Last but not least is APAC region.
I want to start with the Expendables. They're the team that kind of ended 17's hopes of winning PGS5. Who knows what they're going to do at their peak? They could be really, really good.
Next is Daytrade Gaming. This Thailand team have been in the top, but recently they seem to struggle a bit, but in PGS6 they have shown.
They finally found their confidence. I mean, I think they just needed to start taking good fights, finding their opportunities. Hopefully they can really push the envelope and show us like a top 8 finish or even better.
So next coming up is Bleed Esports from Indonesia.
They're solid players. A lot of them have been around for quite some time in PUBG Esports, but they haven't really blown the doors off of us this year. So seeing if maybe they can improve on some of that, come into PGC with some new strategies, some new ideas, and who knows, maybe they're going to make grand finals. There's enough talent there for sure.
Who had qualified as a wild card, Holt City Seed, our Malaysian team, Schweiger Dui.
If you ever watched PCS Asia, you're going to be familiar with a lot of these players. You have MML, who used to be Tian Tian, who was on Tianba. You have Mings, who was also on Tianba and Petrichor Road at one point. Then you have Jervis and Payne used to be Sophia. That's a player that a lot of people know. I mean, they're pretty stacked.
So we've looked through all the 24 teams participating in PGC 2024. And we also have to focus on each player. Who do you think have a potential to win the MVP?
I think everybody's going to think of Example first. Guy is absolutely insane. In particular, his DMR has been really, really on point this year. He's got a well-balanced play style as well. He can get it done. So he has everything you could want out of a star player.
Next MVP candidate, I think it could be a Cerberus Esports Himas.
Him and Example are number 1 and 2 in the world right now. There is no question about that. Everybody thinks that. They are amazing. But there's a little bit different. Himas is probably a little bit better with assault rifles. He's really good in those clutch situations, in those 1vx scenarios. So that's probably where you'd maybe give him a little bit of an edge, but it's hard to compare because they're both so darn good. Shrimzy from Sonics, he kind of plays more of a backline role. He's so good with the AUG, so he could be your MVP. Sparking is another one of those just amazing all-around players. Great mechanics in every regard, DMR or AR. And he's also got just great reactions. It's hard to pick with 17 because there's so many good players on that team. Lil Go, Xiao Wu, Xiao Bei, any 3 of those guys could actually win an MVP. However, I think we should look at Petrichor Road. They do have a really good performance this year at EWC, and Akesleft is a big part of that. So if they pop off at PGC, it could actually be Akesleft.
Today we have been talking about the participating teams, things to watch for in the PGC 2024. I want to explain more about some action and activities that we can enjoy for PGC 2024. First is always Pick'em Challenge. PGC 2024 item is out. How do you think?
I love it. It's got this like futuristic soldier feel. It's quite different from some of the other skins we've had for previous events. So I think these are really, really cool.
Yeah, so if you buy this PGC 2024 items, you can get a voting coupons and participate in Pick the Winner Pick'em Challenge. You can vote until December 20th, 5 p.m. KST. Look at the circuit stage. So don't forget to watch the full circuit system and guess the winner and get this cool EP items too. Also, they have a free challenge, Team Face Off, so please check in game. And this is our pick for the Pick'em Challenge.
And of course, we also have the Twire Fantasy. It really makes watching PUBG Esports a lot more fun.
We also have a drops event. You can earn items by watching live stream of PGC 2024 based on your watch time.
And I also heard that there's another exciting thing to look forward to at PGC 2024. There's going to be a pre-event match before the official event starts.
Yes, we're gonna have a pre-event match on December 8th in 1 p.m. Malaysian time in the brand new Sanok where things are destructible. So I think it's gonna be really exciting pre-event match. But here 48 players will be participating, so 2 players from each team. And there will be 4 matches and there will also be 10,000 prize pool. So don't miss out this pre-event match too. From the beginning, we have been talking about everything we have to know to better enjoy PUBG Global Championship 2024. How was it today?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm really excited for PGC again. I can't wait to go back to Malaysia. It's a beautiful country. Really amazing stuff that we're going to see from these players and these teams there as always. So I can't wait for it to start.
We'll have an audience in the grand finals, so you can enjoy the grand final and a lot of offline activities. Please check out the ticket information that will be announced in the PUBGESports.com. And not only that, please enjoy our online activities too. So stay tuned for PUBG Global Championship 2024, which is kicking off in Malaysia on December 9th. And check out which team will be lifting the trophy at the end. We'll meet you in Malaysia. Bye-bye.
That's right, we are back. We are here for PGC 2024. We have got an opportunity for one of these teams to go from undeniable to eternal here and become the world champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kuala, joining you as the host for today. Alongside me to break things down, good old Toffees. We're back, baby, together. We've not been together for a while, but we're back, baby.
They split us. They've been making us work separately, but they gave us the desk today, and I'm excited because, as you said, this is where legends are made, and I am excited. The teams have been preparing for this all year, and I can't wait to see, does the Twisted era continue, or do we see a new challenger?
It's a good point. It is a good point. Obviously, they are the one that you would always bring up first when it comes to what we've seen throughout 2024, how they've been performing, and looking a cut above the rest. However, there is such a strong field. This is the strongest field for a PGC we've ever had.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at Sonics came out at EWC. They played very, very well. So you argue maybe they only make the moves when the money's on the line. You've got a team like TSM, which is blowing my mind that I'm saying this, that have been so ridiculously consistent that they actually have a shot at doing this thing. You got other teams like Freaks, like, man, if they show up in Freak form, they could go the distance and surprise everybody with a top 3. So I'm excited about what we're going to see.
And of course, we have along for the journey all of our partners that are joining us. So first and foremost, we have OP.GG. You can overpower your game, and they are the main partner of PUBG Esports. So thank you to them for joining us along for the ride. We also have the Tropicana Garden Mall, who is our official venue partner. We are inside the mall right now, in the heart of the mall.
The heart of the mall.
Yes, and we will have the heart of them joining us here for PGC. We have also got ourselves TT Racing joining us as the official gaming furniture partner, providing all the chairs for all of these teams to lock in and get good to go, get themselves the wins on the board. So thank you to TT Racing. And finally, we have Okupa, a new addition to the roster as well, joining us as our official hand warmer partner in all of this. Actually specifically designed for people that are esports lovers to make sure you're able to stave off those chilly hands and keep you good to go.
Those long games.
Got 'em.
Yeah, it's not bad. I'm warming up to them. I've never been a hand warmer kind of guy, but I like it. They're easy to move. They get warm real fast. They're great between games.
I'm going to tell you, as someone who lives in Poland, when it's snowing all the time right now, I appreciate them.
You know, no, my wife just got me a heating blanket because I was complaining about being cold downstairs. This is probably a cooler way to stay warm than a heating blanket.
And a cool way to potentially get a chunk of 2 million G-Coin on the board. Scan this code. Basically, what it's going to ask you to do throughout the tournament is to predict the winning team's points by the end of the tournament. Oh, sorry, in that grand final stage. And then if you win, if you get the right points, you will get a chunk of that 2 million G-Coin. That's a lot of G-Coin.
So it's like a lottery. You got to share with the winners, but the chances you got to guess right. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so exciting stuff here for you guys to be involved. And also, scan this code as well, and you can check out the Knee Media icon lights. So it's like a, I'm going to call it a trophy almost. Like a PUBG Battlegrounds trophy that you can put on your desk and it lights up and it's cool and things like that. So check that out as well.
Instead of just labeling your stream as PUBG, you can have it on your desk showing everybody who's watching.
Let's talk about everything that is going to go down here for PGC 2024, though, as we have the circuit format into the grand finals. So we will have 3 of these circuit trophies across the next few weeks, and via the finals, you then qualify into the grand finals for your chance at that top 16.
Yeah, there's no short circuits here. You got to come out. You got to play every single week. The first one is seeded because of your performance. After that, when we get to circuit 2, it's all about how you do here at PGC. So really, the whole year set you up for this first circuit, and then from then on, it's kind of clean slate.
Yeah, that's where the true advantage of doing well for the PGS points will come into play for that first 3 days. If you are 5th through 8th in the PGS points, you get to start on day 2. If you are 1st through 4th, we know those names. The likes of Twisted Mind, Sonics are up there as well. If they are going to be able to start in that final day. From then on, circuits 2 and 3, it's based off the previous circuit's rankings. So easy peasy to figure out. Only points from the circuit final will count towards getting through into that PGC Grand Final.
Make it the easiest it can for you guys. Don't be in the bottom 4 day 1 and
Don't
day
be
2.
rubbish.
Yeah, and then get to the finals, and that's where you get your points. They accrue, so you got to be in the last day if you're going to go the distance. You got to get those points. The points are exactly what we're used to. It's the same as what we're used to seeing. This is the super. 10 points for first, 1 point per kill. But again, remember, the slate wipes every single day outside that last day. So what you do today really doesn't benefit you tomorrow. You got to keep that mindset going.
And if you want the lion's share of the prize pool, if you want $500,000 plus crowdfunding, of course, you'll need to crown yourself as champion. But every team does not walk away empty-handed.
Right.
You've got yourself all the way down to 24th. You're still getting yourself 10,000 for just being here. But of course, everyone's looking at least that top 16, at least trying to challenge for that left-hand side of the board, I would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, the jump on cash when you move out of that top 6 is huge, right? Like, it's a consolation prize to be down at the bottom. You make the biggest show in the world, you don't want to walk away with $10,000. There's no bragging rights to that. Let's take a look at the teams that are coming out here in day 1, though.
Definitely so. All right, well, we've got a strong lineup across the board here, Toffees. I mean, yeah, of course, when we get to day 2 in the final, yeah, some of the big dogs there. But you've literally got PGC champions starting things in day 1, Toffees.
You know, but part of that is because it's been such a wild ride the last couple of years for some of our PGC champions. But we also have like our host team, SGD, right? What are they going to do? I have no idea. I think we're going to have a lot of fun at the beginning here on day 1 as we see what are some of these long shot teams going to do to get into the finals.
Yeah, Shrekadui really is a true wild card for me, right? Like,
deeply.
I don't know how they are going to fare in, I guess, what is currently international waters. So their players aren't unfamiliar with international waters. However, going up against some of these teams, I think, might be difficult for them, considering the power that they do hold to bear. You've got your PGS points contenders as well down there. 1st through 8th, as you can see, that is in the order of rankings as well. So as previously mentioned, you've got your Twisted Minds through 17 Gaming. They're starting on day 3. TSM through FaZe Clan starting on day 2 here. And as you mentioned before, the only thing you need to do in day 1 is don't be bottom 4, which does bring the idea and notion that you could be changing your play style from day 1 to day 2 to day 3.
So we talked about Shrekadui. This is a great example of that. Because 17 is a top 4 team, they're not dropping into Pachinki Picado for 2 days. They've claimed it for themselves. They're going to get a great 2 days off the back of that and probably make adjustments on the 3rd. So I expect to see as we go into this, maybe a split. Some teams playing more passive, looking for that average 4 or 5 points per game to make sure they're not in the bottom 4. And then some of our APAC teams probably going out there and just punching everyone in the face.
They like to do that.
They sure do.
They're really good at that.
Yeah, they are.
But we've even got a few teams that have been able to participate throughout the years. The lineage of organizations has proliferated through PUBG Esports as a whole. Those two, FaZe Clan and Genji, been at every single PGC. All I need to do is cast my mind back to PGC 2019, and FaZe Clan's name is synonymous with that tournament. Not for the most amazing reasons initially, but it was destiny, Toffees.
It was destiny. It was destiny for some of these other players. This is what I love. PGC is not just about winning the biggest tournament of the year. It's about becoming part of a cemented legacy. And these are these are players who have been able to, from the 2019 on, be at every single PGC. And I love that up there, Shrimsy and H-Win have done it pretty much together the whole way.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. James has gotten older.
That's okay.
It's funny, actually, because I went back and watched, what did I watch? I watched Berlin, our global invitational, way back when we played the TPP and the FPP, and James looked like a kid.
They all, I mean, if you go to the Wikipedia right now, Flood still has his Athletico picture up on the wiki. It is crazy how much younger these guys look.
And of course, we have our new challenges to a degree in terms of, I guess, organizations, right? Because within these rosters are players we have seen a lot internationally. You think about where BB Team has come from, right? You think about Question Mark and how they've been able to perform internationally prior. So for a lot of these players, they are familiar with international waters.
They are, but again, when we talk about PGC, we have been here long enough that now brands are something that are, you know,
oh, yeah, of course.
Who you play for is a very big deal. And so that's what we're kind of seeing when we go back to the PGC history. Old rivals, Genji, New Happy. These are not the same rosters that have faced off when we talk about 2019, 2021. But you know that those organizations are looking for players constantly to continue their legacy. And so this is what they've sort of hung their hat on here as we look at these two head-to-head.
Oh, there's a reason there's stars on their jerseys.
Exactly.
And for a team like New Happy, of course, we remember their PGC victory. Likewise, Genji, a very different roster. Ada is really the constant as a whole there. Despite, you know, bouncing around a little bit here and there from other teams to other teams, but Genji is where his heart lies and the home lies here for him. So they really started things off for PGC, and we will see if Ada can kind of continue that here. The competition is fierce though, but let's take a look backstage to see what's going on in the player area.
당구대, 그다음에 이 편안한 의자, 이게 진짜 푹신푹신하거든요. 이런 게 이번에 펍지에서 진짜 준비 잘해 주셔가지고 선수들한테 되게 편안한 장소와 편안한 쉼터 같은 느낌을 주고 있어서 너무 마음에 들고요.
ทุกอย่างที่นี่นะครับดีหมดเลยนะครับเพราะว่าเทคแคร์นักกีฬาได้ดีมากๆแล้วก็ทำให้เรามีโฟกัส ในการแข่ง PGC 2024 เต็มที่เลยครับ
And of course, we have our co-streamers joining us as well for PGC. We have so many days of excellent competition coming at you, and you can not only join us here, you can have us open, you can have the map open, you can have your favorite co-streamer open as well. Join in on the festivities of PGC 2024 because there is so much to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is the event of the year, so you're gonna have plenty of ways to come. And if you want, you got a week here to get a ticket. Come and watch the show with us. We got a fan zone set up here at the stadium, so it's gonna be a great time. I think that's what I love most about PGC. It is an event as much for the fans as it is for the players, and I'm excited to watch this whole thing.
Yeah, there's not only that, I mean, obviously we spoke about the potential of you getting a chunk of 2 million G-Coin before, but you can also get involved in the Fantasy League as well. It gets you so invested in every single fight that goes down, every single kill that goes down, even every single rotation that a player on your team is going for, because you're like, oh, suddenly somebody's in danger. So head on over to Twire once again, I think, as it will be our final Twire Fantasy, I believe.
Perhaps. All I know about Fantasy League is that it is a great way not only to sort of fill yourself in the game, but also to learn some new teams, to meet some new players. Because that's part of it. It's like, I'm a fan of a couple of teams, right? But I can't always afford those players. So I start to learn some new players, see some new names, and you watch them like a hawk, I assure you, once they're on that list. Plus, you can win a bunch of great stuff. First place is a mega with weapons and emotes. It goes on down from there. They're giving away prizes for the top 400 performers.
That's great.
Why didn't they do that at PGS 5? I would have gotten some cool stuff. They really let me down there.
Well, you were only like top 20 or
only
something,
top 20,
right?
I know.
Out of 10,000. But anyway, with a pick'em challenge that is currently in game as well.
What?
Now, we have 65% for Twisted Minds. I wonder if that's been influenced by 2024. Now, what is interesting about this topic is that I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the first time it's not been China at #1.
Absolutely. I mean, somehow they convinced 55% of the Chinese fans who normally would be voting for 17 to show up for them. But how can you not? When you watch, like, you know, I think Batulin told you, I want to be called the back-to-back-to-back, right? Like, I mean, but they deserve that. These guys are impossible not to vote for right now.
Yeah, they're terrifying.
I said the same thing at EWC, and they let me down.
Well, you just let's blame All Gamers Global and Tycon for a little bit of that.
Perfect.
Just maybe. Anyway, regardless of the fact, we have 6 games coming at you today, and we will have 4 battlegrounds to be able to cover. It's Erangel, then we go to the wild cards of Tego and Ronda, and finally Dusty Dunes of Miramar to round out day #1. So, plenty of action to come, plenty of fast-paced action to come here. The question for me is, which teams are you looking at here?
Okay, so there's a couple of teams I want to look at. First, I'm going to start with my region. I'm very comfortable with these guys.
Of course.
Luna Galaxy. This is a team that keeps showing up at these events, but their performances just aren't turning out. And I think this is a team that would hate to be called an also-ran, but it's starting to feel like that. It's just a regional team. So I'd like to see them come out and do big things on day 1.
Well, of course, I got word that we are almost ready for the start here. So we can talk about all the teams throughout the day. It is time to get PGC 2024 underway. We have excellent action, wall-to-wall. Who is going to be our world champion?
Welcome to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. A year of PUBG Esports has led up to this very moment. The finale, the PUBG Global Championship. Over the course of its illustrious history, only 4 teams have been able to raise the trophy. Now here in 2024, though, the throne lays bare. We are in the Twisted era, and Twisted Minds has already staked their claim, having already chosen to win themselves 3 PGSs in a row in 2024. They are the uncrowned kings. However, in the wings lays 23 usurpers who will fight to the very last man in order to be able to etch their names in history and claim themselves a world championship. Over the course of the next few weeks, we will have 3 grueling circuit stages. You get to the final of a circuit stage, and then you gain enough points to qualify through into the PGC Grand Finals for the opportunity to strike out at the lion's share of $1.5 million plus crowdfunding prize pool and the chance to call yourselves world champion. Well, without further ado, let's get PGC 2024 started. Good luck, have fun to all the teams. You're gonna need it.
Once again. With 3v1, him as direction, but the first one to the MK Peaks on board. Can't gonna give anyone.
Cerberus Esports. North Rex with the FAMAS. We'll get 1, we'll get 2.
They have played lights out and they do it.
To where Falcons have set up with the folded shields, but perfecting.
That's the championship mentality. Base, good peak shot. Oh no, but he's got a Saiga.
What an amazing play! That was so intelligent.
Twisted Minds back to back.
Nothing! Get wiped out. Perhaps he's on time. He's gonna find a green. Good second spray. Oh!
We are living in the Twisted era. Who is going to become the champion?
Introducing your PUBG Global Championship 2024 competitors. Qualifying as the highest finishing Malaysian team of the year, we have Shrougadui. Now qualifying through regional performance with PGC points, starting with APAC, the Expendables. Next up, Day Trade Gaming. From the future. From EMEA, we have Eternal Fire. BB team. Virtus Pro. From China, we start with Tiamba Esports. PGC 2021 champions, NH Esports. Weibo Gaming. From the Americas, Team Falcons. Luna Galaxy. From South Korea, Kwangdong Freaks. T1. PGC 2019 champions, Gen G. And qualifying on from PGS points, our 8th seed, it's FaZe Clan. Our 7th seed, Petrichor Road. Sixth seed and PGC 2022 champions, it's Na'Vi. Our 5th seed, it's TSM. Fourth seed and the might of China, it's 17 Gaming. Third seed and PGS3 champions, Cerberus Esports. Our 2nd seed and the Esports World Cup champions, Sonics. First seed and 3 times PGS champion, Twisted Minds. Introducing once again your PGC contenders. Now let's get into the action and get PGC 2024 underway.
제가 데뷔를 한 지 얼마 안 됐을 때는 제 꿈이었고 그리고 중간쯤 됐을 때는 희망이었고 그리고 지금 와서는 증명을 하는 자리라고 생각합니다. PC의 첫 챔피언, 저희가 잃어버린 왕관을 다시 되찾고 한국이 세계 최고임을 증명하겠습니다.
I mean, it feels really good. Obviously, we qualified because of another team's performance, but that's just how it is, and we're going to make the best out of it. We haven't been in the spotlight, we've been in the shadows. Underestimate us at your own risk, and we're coming for the top.
สำหรับผม PSC เป็นทัวร์ที่ใหญ่ที่สุดเลยครับแล้วก็เราทำมาทั้งปีเพื่อรายการนี้นะครับถ้าฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราค่อนข้างดีก็มีสิทธิ์ที่จะเป็นแชมป์สูงครับแล้วก็ถ้าเห็นว่าธนดลขึ้นหมดคิวเมื่อไหร่ก็เจอกันครับแชมเปี้ยน
PEC 对我的意义就是也算是个梦想吧，就刚打这个游戏开始到现在一直都想要拿到一个成绩，每一次挫折都让我们更坚定，我要在 PGC 里留下我们的印记，无怨无悔，只有不懈追求。
PGC means a lot to us this year. We need to end it strong and show to our fans that we belong on the top. Like we are an inconsistent team, but on our day we can easily beat these teams.
我还是蛮有信心的，毕竟就是5、6之后就是休息了也蛮长一段时间了嘛，然后我觉得我们调整的还是可以的。有的时候我感觉我们打短赛制的那种赛程就可能没发挥的就记了，但是如果就是让我们找到状态，其实我们还是很有竞争力的。
Ніяк не вплинули результати PH6. Ми повернулися до старих стратегій, змінили споти на старі, та я вважаю, що ми виступимо гарніше, ніж на PH6. Ціль – це виграти всі турніри за рік і виграти 3 глобали підряд.
작년 2023년 PGC는 진짜 경험을 떠나서 제 삶에 잊지 못한 짜릿함이었던 것 같고 이번 연도에도 그런 경험을 좀 겪을 수 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각이 드는 것 같습니다.
A lot of the community, they like to talk about this thing called the Sonics money buff, where the bigger the prize pool is, usually the better we play. That hasn't been true exactly for PGCs recently because of a plethora of reasons, but this PGC we're looking to change that. PGC to me feels like the last infinity stone on my gauntlet, a PGS, an Esports World Cup, a PGIS, regionals. It's time to win a PGC.
I think this team and in general is performing best right now, and I'm just happy to be on this team. Honestly, I think it's the most talented roster with the addition of Sparking. Obviously, there's definitely new heights that are reachable for us. It means more. It might mean more to other teams or to fans, but trophy's a trophy for me, and I just want to lift one.
PGC là giải đấu cuối cùng của năm và đó chính là nó khá là ý nghĩa với em vì đây là giải đấu cuối năm rồi nên là tụi em sẽ dốc sức hết mình để giành lấy chức vô địch để cuối năm ăn Tết cho tụi mình. Đến đây là chiến thắng và các team còn lại hãy cẩn thận đội môn mình về bọn mình sẽ lấy hết tất cả các mũ của các team còn lại.
我觉得今年 PGC 我们实习最有竞争力，其他都不行。我们知道我们可以，我们拿过成绩。Twist 是一个很强大的对手，但是我觉得我们比他们更强。
I can call this year pretty successful. We won 3 PGS tournaments. I expect all of the teams to be our opponents. It's Twisted Minds against the whole world.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans, and welcome to PGC 2024, kicking off Circuit Number 1. Match on paper thin, going to be taking you through the action today as we have a whole new way to qualify for the grand finals at PGC, and this is going to be a really fun way to kick off everything as we're going to have pretty much a competition to not end up in the bottom 4.
Yeah, that's really all you're looking to do here for these first couple days of the circuit is to get top 12, move on to that final day of the Circuit 3, and that's where you can get your points to get yourself into the grand final. So here for today, it's all about survival. It's all about getting that, maybe just that one big game or averaging 3 or 4 points per game. That's probably all you're going to need to do to get to the top 12.
And this is really interesting because we've never really seen this group of teams competing against each other. Sometimes we'll see it in the last chance qualifiers, but as we see these bottom 4 teams drop off, they're going to have a new set of the 4 next strongest teams enter. And this is going to happen 3 different days for this first circuit, and then we're going to reset it all yet again. So this is going to be a really interesting way to see how this is all going to match up. We don't know how this is going to kick off. There's a chance for a couple of hot drops. We're going to have locations that are normally claimed by some of the strongest teams in the world now going to be open at least on the first day. And that means that we're going to see a lot of really spicy different interactions that we don't normally get a chance to see.
Yeah, I think for me today is going to be potentially very wild. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a few hot drops happening. I've been kind of getting out there amongst the players and talking to them about it, and it seems pretty likely that there's going to be a few squads that are going to dust up early on this one. It's about your only chance to really, and you got to be real careful because we've seen this with teams where if they opt to go for the hot drops, that they just plummet down the leaderboards, and you really just, you know, it seems easy to get that, you know, that 12th or above. It doesn't seem like that should be that hard, but if you're hot dropping every game or, you know, 4 out of the 6 games, it could be really challenging.
Well, there's a lot of different ways that we can look at what's going to be going on, right? If you get in, this is a very much a momentum series as well. So if you start off and you get a really good game 1, you could really start setting some tempo and try to really mess with the other teams that are towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Maybe try to gatekeep out a couple of squads, because really not making it into the grand finals of one series is survivable. Not making it to the second circuit and the grand finals there, that's going to make it a lot more complicated, but we are getting ready to go. It looks like we've got our plane path up and ready. Paper, it's about time to be making our way into Erangel in just a few seconds.
I can't wait to get into this, Matt. This is going to be so fun to see some of these teams that maybe we haven't got to see a lot this year at the global level, right? You think back to, you know, VP, who had a really good PGS3 and then kind of fell off a bit from the rest of the year. You get to see SGD. These are players that I'm very familiar with. I saw them a lot in PCS Asia's. Some of those names are going to be pretty familiar to anybody who is tuning into those events back in the day. You've got Jervis, you've got Payne, who used to go by Sophia, long standards of this SGD squad. Then you have a couple players from the old Tiamba team who are coming in to join them as well. So this is really exciting.
I love the start right here. Is like doing the path through the museum, seeing everything that's led to this across the years. But plane's up, and man, this plane path is right over the channel there.
Yeah, it's a gross plane path for sure. So actually, what's kind of funny is some of the hot drops that we were maybe expecting there, you can see Gen G and the Expendables were potentially going to dust up. That might not happen. Now, Weibo and T1, there's potential as well for that to be a point of contention over the shelter area by the Esports Hall of Fame as well. But I'm kind of curious to see what is going to go on the western side of the map. That's the one I'm a little more curious about. You got 2 really good teams there with the Expendables from Vietnam and Gen G from Korea. Are they going to just kind of go their separate ways and let this one go for now?
Looks like T1 has got the first line into Gen G's position. We've got From the Future also going to be landing pretty close to the Falcons, but probably going to be making their way over into Milton Minor is what it looks going to look like. So everything's pretty clear so far. I think that this is just a quick modification. Everybody wants to come in and kind of set a decent tempo at the start, so you don't want to take too many early casualties, as a little bit complicated here for 4 a.m., but nothing that's going to be too big of a detriment. Should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking over towards the center of the circle, Weibo was left alone there over the shelter area. T1 opting to drop towards Novo instead. So they're going to have to make a bit of a move at some point. I don't expect a team like the Falcons to necessarily bridge camp, but some of the other teams absolutely. Oh, we are going to dust up here, Matt. Both teams have showed up to Gatka. They want to rumble.
Oh, Expendable is going to be taking some shots over. Barpo is going to spot him out, but it's going to be a quick collapse. Everybody going to be fighting over Gatka of all places. This is the new hotspot, and it is going to be one of the focus areas you had your eyes set on. We still do end up getting it, but look at Gen G. Already making the push around, and they're going to be moving right into Gloria's position, but he's got a nade prepped and ready to drop right down that stairwell.
Yeah, good ears here for Gen G. They heard that coming before the grenade was out, so they just decided to back off a little bit. Have to be really careful of those angles outside of the building. Some more nades being thrown downstairs to just keep Gen G at bay. Try and get some reinforcements, get some nades in to try to protect Clories. He's got an M4 as well upstairs, so can lock it down pretty nicely. Gen G's got some dangerous up close and personal weaponry as well. Able to knock Doan off that roof. That roof a really powerful point here in Gatka. You can control a lot of space from up there, so Gen G able to at least clear it for now.
Duck Juice hasn't managed to regroup with the rest of the squad yet, but it is going to be Gen G holding the northern section of Gatka. Duck Juice can come in from the south, maybe kind of regroup along that pathing, but it's kind of stalled out right now. You can see just due to weapons and the way everything's set up, Gen.G doesn't have the tools that they really want to like execute up. I mean, you know, rocking a VSS to make a push up a stairwell is not necessarily what you want to do.
Yeah, you know what? You say that. You could put the VSS in full auto, but yeah, it's not as good as some guns for sure. And look at Duckjuice down at the bottom of the map there. He is slowly creeping in to try to find a flank onto Gen.G. Barpo playing anchor, but are they going to be aware? Delwyn holding this angle might have an opportunity if Barpo goes up on that roof.
I mean, this is big if they can take out anybody going over there, but it's going to be Adder that does go down. Duckjuice does reveal himself back behind. Rex tries to spin back around. Caloris is going to find Tosia as well. Now Rex trying to fend up. Lots of damage. He's going to go down. Gen.G in trouble. Barpo just having to run and leave his teammates behind.
Yeah, this is a tough fight for Gen.G. The Expendables are so talented. When it comes to scrappy fights, there is no team, I thought, this year at the PGSs that scrapped more than them. I mean, they just love to fight. You know, we saw that wild finish in PGS 5. Barpo all alone trying to find that angle. Doesn't really do much there. Has that Panzer. Could be devastating if TE kind of overcommits.
Listening for the footsteps right now, waiting to see if anybody's going to make the approach. You can see he's trying to figure out which way he should be looking first. If he can get a knock, maybe at least get a point, get something back, maybe go for the flush. Every single point in this qualification series is going to be so vital. Stepping in, can hear it. They know that they're dancing right around the outside. Goes for the peek around, does not spot it. Got baited by the footsteps, and it is slow and steady. TE has no big need to go for a step in, but big shot going to come out. Gets the knock, but does not get the kill.
Yeah, that was really well played there by the Expendables at the end, being extremely cautious, clearing space with grenades, kind of by process of elimination had a pretty good idea of where Barpo was. And even though, yeah, sure, Barpo's got a Panzer, they don't give him anything other than the knock. Just ran right in there. And really nice maneuver by them. T1, in the meanwhile, did make the move over the bridge. So they're going to be heading up towards that shelter area. Haven't quite got there just yet. Going to have to take their time. Kind of curious to see how deep they want to go. A lot of teams already trying to center up as close to they can toward that shelter, sort of esports Hall of Fame area.
Tiamba setting up, I guess, a loose bridge camp. I don't know if this is a firm committal, but Pal Pal is just going to be right there underneath of the bridge. Looks like 4 Angry Men maybe seeing if they can vaunt their way in. But there's a bit of a log jam down here, as we do have VP that's just going to be the west of this. Luna Galaxy is just going to be the south. And Tiamba kind of separated out in between a lot of this, so no firm commitment into this defense. But, I mean, I think that they're just trying to get whatever they can here, or at least hunker down and try to dodge what's going on with 4 Angry Men.
林树要发财了，这个雷过来先出枪，但是对方是433，这个雷一雷双响，右边就有一个来了，就是你连打带补有机会吗？没机会，还要再打一个。
投掷手雷往这个厕所里一炸，直接双响。
哎呦，这个林树这个位置掏的真的好，直接打2个侧身，林树。这里肯定要先补掉了。来了，我要做那个左右胜负的男人。
哇，直接2个人全打，
一雷4响。
Oh, Pal Pal making some big plays there. Finally does get knocked. It's going to be HS realizing what's going on back behind him. 4 Angry Men having to deal with 1 member down right now, but looks like they have managed to navigate as the rest of the members for 4 Angry Men are going to be making their way south down the bridge.
Pal Pal had a really good opportunity there, but he canceled his reload. Bumped into an object, and it canceled the reload animation, so he wasn't able to get the bullets back into that ump in time. Had to try to prone to save himself, but there's a lot of teams. This is something I've been really keen on the map with, is there's about 4 teams in this vicinity around the easternmost bridge, and with 1 player already down, you know, a lot of those other teams are going to be trying to find some value out of this situation. Kill confirmed for HS and 4AM, so 1 point in the bag for them, and now they have firm control over this bridge. The rest of Tiamba is stuck on the outside looking in. Luna trying to find some kind of angle, and let's see if they can get it, but Bobo pretty well aware right now. They're going to have players out on their their eastern flank, hitting some pretty good shots.
Luna making this play over here has made it more complicated for Virtus Pro. They've got 2 members that are just to the south. You can see trying to dodge away from Tiamba, but they have 2 other members that are all the way across on the main island itself, due north of this position, all the way across the water. So that's why we see VP not really getting too committed in. They might go for some shots at the tail end of this, see maybe they can pick up a 3-point, and yep, that's going to be 7-7 going down. And so it's just a chaos effect kind of situation where we saw Tiamba kind of start this off, 4 Angry Men. That led to VP getting a kill out of it. Now, Luna, what are you going to do? 4 Angry Men has spot out what's going on with VP and taking some shots at them. They have to try to retreat from this position.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff, though, overall from VP. You know, a veteran team, a lot of really good players who've been around since day one. I mean, you think about Ibiza. He was at, you know, the very first PGC You know, it's been 5 now, Matt. 5 PGCs. This is the 5th one. You and I have been together for 5. Yeah. Nice to see Ibiza back. Some really good players on this squad. Beamy, Lukarux, Nixie. You know, these guys are veterans. They know what's up. They played well at PGS3. And this is a good way to start. Just get that easy kill. Lurk around the edge. Don't overcommit to anything. You already have a player on the other side of the coast as well. So you've got some options. 2 players, in fact. And so you've got some options here for VP to try to hedge your bets. Get at least, you know, the 3 or 4 points that you really need. Talking to Scoom before this, the coach for VP, about they kind of know how to play in this because they played in a lot of tournaments where you just needed to get top 8 to get through to advance to the next level. So they understand this kind of slow, steady, methodical play that's necessary.
Oh, VP. Veteran pros, you could say, is now HS. Knows the fact that there's going to be an opponent near him, but let's see as we're getting the glider action starting to come out. Doing a bit of scouting. That's going to be Day Trade at just a bit to the west of this position, but are going to spout out New Happy, I believe. So Lukarux just going to be kind of hunkered down for right now. I like the fact that he's keeping an eye on what's going on in the ferry back behind him. Here comes a bit more of a push coming up from 4 Angry Men, as it looks like they do want to make a committed, concerted effort together and playing along this coast. That could be bad for VP, because remember, they still have those other 2 members to the south, but at least with some type of vision, they might be able to provide some cover from there, but it's going to be really hard to hit shots from that distance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very long across that river, so you could try to cover a bit. The real question is how aware is 4 AM that somebody's right over there? Lukarux hears those shots. Now, I think those are those long-range shots you were just alluding to. Lukarux tries to go for the ace spray over the hill, and there's one knock from Beamy. Gets stunned, gets knocked back a bit, but not a bad little piece of action there for VP.
That's Beamy all the way across, still on the military base island. Nixie's also going to put in some work as well. 4 Angry Men managed to ride the gauntlet, but now it is all coming apart, finally getting across the bridge. But it is going to be VP finding them yet again and making it problematic.
I mean, those long-range shots from Beamy across the river are actually connecting. Great shooting there. For Virtus Pro. Yeah, hard shift up north. HS, though, going to respond. Gets Nixie down. Can VP stabilize? Can they keep 4 AM off? Well, they're going to lose a couple players, so Virtus Pro, they do some damage, but now they're only going to be down to 2 players.
Lukarux and Nixie going down has just made it to where the other 2 can't do too much more. Luna should be able to hear this. Are they going to get involved? I mean, Luna Galaxy will probably keep an eye on this. We know that their play style tends to be more passive at the start, but we're already finding a pretty decent amount of kills at the kickoff of this game. But mostly I feel that's going to be due to the plane path into these northern shifts on these circles, just kind of forcing teams to have to fight along this bridge that really were hoping they didn't have to. Absolutely.
You know, and every team seemed to have the same idea that was on this island. Go for this eastern bridge. I don't think I saw any make a western wrap.
It's going to be VP now with just their 2 members. That's it.
Yeah, they have to. They have no other choice. This bridge is still a logjam, so there's no getting through. Might as well tank a little bit of blue. Got a couple more phases to deal with. Weibo, it's been a quiet start. They started dead center, but next circle shifted a little bit further north, so now they have to kind of reassess their situation. Small compound available for them to take for now. Still got that glider of Thanadol in the background, just zooming around. Some people taking some shots. Really like that some of the teams have really started to adopt using that glider in the early to mid game to get information, to kind of scout things out, maybe find that extra compound that somebody didn't take or something like that. Got to be careful. The pros are quite good, and that glider is pretty flimsy as well, so the lifespan on it typically not super long, and Thanadol,
especially if you crash into buildings, right?
Yeah, that doesn't help.
It tends to mess with it a bit, but I mean, the glider gives you so much information in this circle specifically because we've had these hard shifts set off in a row in a pretty open field on top of that. So Day Trade's going to have a ton of information to work around, and really one of the most northern teams right now. Nobody really up in that Yasnaya area. Just going to be the Expendables Delwyn, pretty close over there next to gas station. Tiamba trying to make their rotation, but guess what? It's going to be a Duck Juice that's going to spot him out. CC's going to try to see if he can reiterate back into this one. Nade's going to come out, roll down the hill. Might be a bit more complicated, but are we going to see the spray come out? Nah, yeah, go ahead. CC's going to pick that one up. Should be pretty clean from here on out.
Yeah, that's a good piece of work by CC. Not ideal in that situation, but you get caught flat-footed like that, you're going to lose a player pretty much no matter what at that range at this level. And for CC to kind of throw that grenade to back the player off, knowing he's got him at a disadvantageous angle, take him down. Nice shooting there from ZP on 4AM. Still trying to get out of there. Is he cracking right behind him? He's just done.
Walks up, takes that one for near on free, and now that is going to be a big problem for 4 Angry Men. They're caught out here. They're pretty much surrounded at this stage. SF, he has nowhere to go, man. HS is just in trouble. He's going to go ahead and go down. Luna picking up a couple of early kills, and I guess being the tail end of the mess around the bridge going to be a really big benefit for Luna.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you see a lot in PUBG Esports, where if there's going to be a point where 3 or 4 or 5 teams are going to want to contest this space, you see it a lot on Everest over in South George, where you actually want to be the last one of the party and just kind of clean up whatever is going on. Just wait until you know there's only one team or maybe a team and a half that are left in the battle, and then you can find your opportunity to strike. And that's what Luna did. They went out to that eastern side of the bridge on on Sosnovka Island, just waited it out a little bit, and came through and profited quite nicely. Okay, no more northern hard shifts. Now it's a little east.
This is going to be pretty interesting. Most notably, it's going to be the Freaks in a great position. They're going to have to try to regroup, but just also notice that we have Eternal Fire as well as Falcons in good gatekeeping positions. New Happy is going to be having to navigate a pretty, easy area that they can kind of squeeze in here, but they have to be careful of the death funnel that's going to be over to the west, as we have a ton of squads that are kind of caught up over here where we see SGD at, and this is going to be, pretty hard to navigate. Really, it's going to be Day Trade that's going to be making the first run into it all.
Let's check out T1 and see some of their highlights from this year.
지금 중위권 팀들에게 기회가 열렸고요. 아제라 펜타그램도.
네. 아니 근데 이거는 예감할 수 있어요, 다들. 그냥 어택제로가
들어가나요?
왼쪽에 소파 뒤에 있지 않나요?
잡아냈고. 들어가서 하나 지금
네, 소파 뒤에.
자, 드레이드 총리. 네.
T1 has quite a bit of safety right now. Not many teams that I can see really angling to try to contest that mansion area. They've got pretty firm control of it. The team I'm actually kind of curious about that's still holding a pretty big split is the Freaks. They're holding what I call the Sky Garden, which most people call heaven, but the split between there and in the center of the map. So that could be difficult. You'll see this a lot. We saw this at PGS's where teams were very happy to contest that heaven spot. And right now with only 2 players there, the Freaks may have a contender at some point. Let's see if they can hold on to it, or if anybody even tries to challenge them.
I'm just curious on how BB is going to choose to approach this, because they have Falcons directly in front of them. They do have Phil First that's got a foothold in, but they know that that's not going to be comfortable, and that playing right along the edge there is going to be problematic. Just to the north of them, they've got Weibo that's going to be taking some shots, really from TE, who kind of got caught up in what was happening with 4 Angry Men we saw just a moment ago. So they're kind of on the tail end of all of this. Let's not forget that we also have VP. The last 2 members are also going to be trying to approach, as well as Tiamba CC, that are still all outside in the blue and going to be trying to make their way into a pretty compressed area in this western section of the circle.
Yeah, there really isn't a ton here for BB. They're probably going to have to fight for this edge. They've got a bit of a ridge line to work with this dirt path right in front of them, but Weibo knows it as well, that there just isn't a lot that's going to be available in this circle. The center of this circle is very flat, very wide open. There's a lot of high ground around it, so it's a bit of a bowl in the middle. A little bit of a dance there between CC and a player from BB, but so far, well, it is actually going to be CC who goes down to a doozy, returning to PGC yet again. Haven took some damage, able to get that first aid off. Another grenade, close, but not going to be close enough.
Got to be careful over here, as this is going to be the more wide open area, pretty close to prison. They've got that hillside that's going to provide some cover for right now, but with just 3 members, they've got to be pretty cautious. Getting that knock early is going to provide some capabilities for them to work with, but they don't want to overstep. They're aware of the fact that they might open up their sight line, and there's going to be New Happy that is just to the west of it, so they don't want to push too hard onto it. They just want to pick up every single knock as they can, slow creep over on this eastern side of that hill, buy a bit more space. Meanwhile, we talked about BB a second ago. You can see that they're having some problems. Rainbow Gaming is going to go down, but it has come at a bit of a cost. This is going to slow down BB by quite a bit.
Yeah, this was a difficult position for both these teams. You're kind of understanding the situation here where you have to fight on the edge and you have to play for kills at this point. So Weibo made the right move, in my opinion, to try to take this fight, but just really couldn't get it successfully done. New Happy, in the meantime, has cut ahead of Luna. Luna having a really solid start, 5 kills already in the bag, but a formidable opponent, former PGC's champions themselves, NH Esports, doing what they can, but Luna's just going to try to skirt by him. Decent timing, taking some damage as Posa, but they're going to get through the first part of this. The question is, can they hold up through the edge here?
Yeah, but I mean, where are you going to even go? There are these solos that are kind of scattered everywhere. Yeah, you've got this section, but this isn't inside the circle yet. It's at least a good stop off to buy some information. but then you're going to be walking into the near on open fields where T1's going to have some vision. You have to fight your way through it, and that's exactly what Scrack is going to do. Going for some shots and does not get the knock. Zenith's going to be holding the angle to try to protect End right now, does get the damage in, but remember, Luna is not inside the circle. Using the distraction, New Happy is just going to creep right by this, thanking Luna for the distraction inside of it, going to roll through, pick up member inside of Happy, and going to find themselves a little bit of a dip to play for now.
Yeah, this is a really nice timing maneuver here by NH, really waiting for their moment to strike. Luna had to commit a bit to that fight against T1, tried to use Haven on a flanking maneuver because they recognized that EN was on his own. They're able to flush him out. Now they're going to have to find some space on the edge of that circle.
All right, here we go. We've got the Freaks that are trying to hold back Day Trade while they've got Beamy that's going to be back behind them for VP. Let's not forget just to the south of that, that's going to be SGD. BB trying to creep in while Falcons are going to be defending right next to that. There is no cover to really be had over in this area, so you're just going to have to fight your way in. It's going to be if you can line up the shots, get the angle, and just really brute force your way into this circle.
You're absolutely right. It is going to be, you know, who is kind of on point with their mechanics. And you still have Falcons as well, kind of setting up a bit of a concave around that potential fight as well. Day Trade going to be the ones to try to take Guangdong Freaks out of the Sky Garden, but Salute has a P90 and some grenades. Gets a spot onto one, throws it down, it bounces right next to Nurens. Really nicely thrown there.
This was almost dangerous. Salute the only one with angle in, but it's going to be off to the side. The rest of the Freaks are going to start finding it, slowly repositioning around it. It's just going to be a couple of vehicle cover pieces buying all the space, but Salute is just dropping a red zone right on top of Day Trade. They knew that this was going to be hazardous, but there's just no options. Back behind that, you can see it's going to be SGD trying to hold back BB, but it's just a bloodbath over here.
Salute just wiped Day Trade by himself. A couple grenades and a P90. Absolutely decimating that Thai squad. Over towards Vestalok, trying to keep SGD pinned down behind their vehicles. They've already got some knocks. You can see Mings in the background there.
And a new competitor approaches as it's going to be Falcons being shot by Eternal Fire. They're getting right up here next to SGD. We do still have the two members of VP and Beamy and Ibiza in between everything that's going to be going on. This is just T1. What is going on to Luna there?
Just the flare gets shot at SGD there. Ibiza finds a knock, takes down Roth. So Falcons thought maybe the rest of this western edge would be clear, but VP, because of their early losses and their wide wrap, strikes and gets some more kills.
5 kills and buying themselves into placement points is a great job for VP, given the way that this all started off. Freaks, though, they find themselves outside the circle. They're going to have to make a move in just 1 second, and I'm going to be really curious to see how we navigate this. This circle's just got nothing in it, dude.
You're right. There's a few hills here and there to work with, but you can see nobody's in the middle really, other than EF, who has the compound. That's the only thing that's really safe. So, you know, you have to decide. You know, as the Freaks, you're probably going to sweep west to south, try to clear that angle. I think our observers are absolutely right that I'm expecting T1 to maybe try to sweep the other direction, to try to find the low ground. The hill kind of slopes ever so slowly from north to south in terms of elevation. Just see what they want to do. A couple Dragonovs in the hands of Guangdong Freaks, and Heaven with his mini is going to find Beamy out on the edge, and that should be another point here for the Freaks, coming out hot.
All right, we've got about 21 left alive right now and no cover. That means it's going to be a lot about kill hunting, playing edge if you can buy it. Falcons have themselves a bit of a foothold inside the circle, but not a lot to work with. T1 with their eyes a bit more to the south. Looks like they're going to take some harassment coming out from the Falcons at the time, but it's going to be the Freaks with some pretty good vision into what's going to be going on with T1 doing that harassment. Really, the only thing that's stopping Freaks from just hunting down T1 right now are going to be the Falcons, but let's not forget Bet Boom is right back behind them. T1 trying to navigate this the best that they can, but there's just not a lot of options. It's just going to be a slow creep around as, yes, the Falcons do find some space, a rock, and a couple of pieces of cover to work with their car, but that's about it.
Well, this is one of those circles where having those cars in the late game is so valuable, providing that extra cover. Nice work there by Tanvu. The Expendables, after a hot drop at Gatka, has 7 kills and a top 6 finish. I mean, that's a hell of a game.
I mean, right now they are presently in first place. They only have 1 member, and they've got to creep their way in and just drew a bit of attention to themselves is the only downside to that. We're starting to get a bit messy over here into the east as T1 still hasn't found their approach into the circle, as it's going to be New Happy to the south that are holding them out, as well as the Freaks up to the northwest of them. And looks like they're starting to send a couple ideas. Raining was trying to see if maybe he could creep over there, but there's just no good sight lines. On top of that, Falcons, with how flat this is, just has a straight line into T1 as well. They're just trapped right up against that zone wall.
Yeah, so T1 has just enough space on this edge that they can keep this hill between them and the Freaks. But the Freaks kind of have a better angle of it if there is going to be a fight that occurs. But still a few vehicles left for T1, so that's the nice part. You get to keep it. EF going to be thanking their lucky stars on this one. Still get to keep that compound. So everybody else on the edge, you know, you're just looking for those kill points. You're looking for those extra few points that you might need to make sure you're going to get top 12. Just try to maximize efficiency here. Ming opens it up, gets the knock onto EN. T1 stuck between a rock and a hard place.
All right, do you vie for the circle if you're new happy? It looks like they've got their eyes a bit more into that north. They know that there's a potential brewing that's going to be happening with Freaks. Freaks have also turned their attention a bit more over into the Falcons. This kind of stalled them out. So while this is going on, T1's just trying to reset, but no big piece coming out from New Happy just quite yet. T1, Zenith doing a good job on at least buying a bit more space, not letting Freaks make that last couple of steps to get close enough to really just drop nades right on top of them.
Yeah, and because EF has control of a compound, it's basically forcing everyone to fight on these edges. We talked about it earlier. There's so much open space in this circle. Makes it really hard to do much inside of this current circle. So again, all these teams know the situation. They know what's up, and they want to fight on these edges. They want to find those moments where you're going to catch your opponents in a worse situation in terms of angles, in terms of kind of opportunities, guns that are available to bear down on them. T1 did get their res, and now they got to make a move.
Ooh, everybody with eyes on the idea of getting a couple more kills, way better than trying to run into a dangerous spot inside the circle. T1 trying to creep forward, but they're not even inside the circle yet. Freaks step away. They've got their eyes right in the center of the northern section of this circle, and that's going to kind of keep out Falcons, the position that they were trying to play from. But now everybody's starting to move into Eternal Fire's sight lines. So Freaks do manage to make it inside the circle right now with just having Beam back behind him. T1 trying to use that opportunity to creep forward. New Happy looks like they might be trying to exploit that. They're trying to wrap in. It looks like they just might be rolling into the north a bit. Looks like they sent at least one member up there. T1 is just entirely gate kept out, but that also means that New Happy can't make any moves.
It is kind of mutually assured destruction, but again, you got to look for those points. You got to look for those kills as best as you can. T1, still a few smokes in the bag. The benefit of being able to hang out on that eastern edge with some compounds available to you is that you're going to have a little bit extra utility. That's going to be Rurn taking that kill from Salute. Fumine actually going to get Flood. Falcons eliminated. They do get some points, but it's just placement points for them.
Absolutely crazy start to this game, but we've got a 4-man strong squad all the way across all 4 teams. So Eternal Fire, yes, they do have the compound to work with right now, but they still have a couple circles to work with, so we'll have to see if they keep getting that circle love or not. T1 has had no circle love, and they're getting no love except from everybody inside this circle. Everybody's just going to donate a couple of bullets over there. T1 drop them right on top of their heads for them. New Happy getting closer and closer by the second, but T1 cannot find any space to work with. That's going to be T1 eliminated, and it's going to go all over to New Happy, who have now revealed themselves to Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire now having to deal with problem. Salute has gotten so close to them.
Do they know? Do they know there's just enough of a hill in the way? He's looking for the finish. Ming's got Code Barco down as well, so it's a crossfire here.
Freaks!
Oh!
They're sending it in. They're just jumping in vehicles. They're just going to go ahead and harass this down. Rolling straight in. Rorn's going to go for a couple of shots. Do manage to get the knock onto him, but look, it's Freaks finding multiple angles of approach. Eternal Fire goes down!
Heaven swings in and sends EF out of this lobby. Unbelievable stuff, but now New Happy has a great opportunity to win this game.
Creeps back over. How are they going to play around this one? It's going to be full-on fortified cover right now for the Freaks to work with, but they did lose Salute for the problem. Now, that means that man advantage is going to go over to New Happy as they're going to be approaching in. Right now, they've got themselves a couple of cover pieces to play from, do have themselves a crate as well. It's one of their cover pieces to play. But notice that they've gone into a 2-1-1 split with New Happy. They are just trying to contain Freaks, and Freaks have to bring that magic back that they just brought a second ago and get a couple of knocks if they want to have a chance here.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, they've got a Dragonov in the mix. That is definitely a gun that can be a game changer in situations like this. That one-tap headshot make all difference in the world, except there's some level 3 helmets floating around. Ming's got one, and he's going to try to find that flank angle. So it's just going to be a collapse onto this compound, a surround of the position that the Freaks are trying to maintain. A little bit of damage done on Ming. That was dangerously close. That level 3 gear worth its weight in gold.
Evanson on 5 kills right now, had the opportunity, but just couldn't get that last couple of shots in. Meanwhile, New Happy, with the containment angles that they've got, everything seems to be coming up their way. Circle is collapsing in, but the pacing, slowing back down. Alamo position is very, very hard to take. We saw a second ago, Freaks made it look easy, but it is difficult. Nobody from New Happy wants to overextend. They know that they've got the tempo in the game, so instead, just see if they can find a knock, find something else to turn this around. Don't be too greedy. We talked about how important it was momentum, starting off, this circuit series, walking away with a high kill win is everything that New Happy wants, and they do not want to risk it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really, really good start. And New Happy, one of the teams I was really looking at for this first circuit, because they're going to get all their drops. They're going to be playing from comfort. They've got some great players. You know, the Freaks as well. They're kill hungry. We've known that from watching them throughout this year. And a little bit of a jump peek gets punished by Ming. Damage done. Some return fire onto Nan, but New Happy's going to be content to just kind of tighten the noose here onto the Freaks.
I mean, just buy every couple of meters that they can. Creep forward here or there. You don't have to make it too risky. Every single time you hit some damage, step in. Buy a couple more meters. Creep along. Exactly what we see coming over here. Just kind of sneak your way up right next to that tree. Buy yourself more and more firing lines. As with the way that this circle is lined up, Freaks, you're in so much trouble. You're not inside the next circle. That they do manage to get a knock. Heaven coming up yet again. Looks like he's going to push that up to 6 kills and now has bought himself an angle to play from and really see if he can reverse this containment that we saw New Happy trying to bring.
That was the trap that New Happy was trying to set up, but it's sniffed out here by the Guangdong Freaks. Now Ming looking for that angle. Gonna catch Gyuming going behind, but has to be extremely careful. Couple good shots from that Dragunov could put another member of New Happy down. Xiaozi, no real hope of rescuing him. So now you've just got to try to keep this man advantage. 3 versus 2.
Oh, Heaven wants it so bad, but he cannot creep out just quite yet. And you can see that he's very hesitant of that side angle. Going to go for a couple of nades, getting closer. Nan's going to be going, trying to see if he can sneak into the center of the circle, get control over it. He's got himself vehicle fortification to work as well as a car. I mean, as well as a tree to play from around that. So let's see if we can see Heaven. Can he make the magic happen again? Can he find the angle to work with? He knows exactly where Nan is. Going to go with the nade, but it's already taken some damage. Doesn't want to overextend. Pacing, going back into Freaks. They know that they've got to slow it down, but they do not have the time. Only 40 seconds to find some space to play from.
Yeah, they'll have a brief moment during Phase 9 where they can hang out behind this wall, but after that, there just really isn't a lot they could do. You know, they were looking around for seeing if there were any extra frags on the bodies of EF, but Gyuming with that Dragunov, big knock on Nan.
And look, you can see that's going to be New Happy trying to recover. They do not want to lose that member. That's going to buy new space to work with. Heaven's going to step forward. He knows that he can creep a bit more out of it. He's going to be a bit more aggressive. Going with the nade. How's it going to roll? Bounce is going to go right up underneath the car. Does manage to go for the flush, but Ming punishes it.
Huge moment there from Ming, but only has 28 HP. Stuns around. Gyuming trying to find the off angle, but he's got it.
Picks it up, and now we're down to a 1v1. Playing around the side of it. Gyuming trying to go for this, seeing if he can find some type of way to play around. There's not much cover to be had, and he's got a down member directly in front of him, feeding over the information. One member up on New Happy's side, got more control over the circle in and of itself. So that means all pressure is going to be going back over to Gyuming. He's got to fight his way. He's got to get the knock if he wants to work through it. Now, playing along the smokes, using the smoke wall that is established, bouncing from tree to tree to see if he can find some type of sneaky angle to open this one back up in his favor.
Yeah, he did get a brief spot onto AZ. Gonna let loose with the frag. If it's on point, it could be the end, but AZ, wise to it, backsteps.
Smoke's getting closer and closer, and now all vision's going away. Gyuming's just trying to fight his way into this one and has managed to creep in slow and steady. Blue zone nade, now forcing AZ further and further away from it. Gyuming hasn't managed to get enough information to know exactly where to go for his sprays, but he's got a decent idea. Spot out the car, gonna move back over. AZ in full defense right now. Gotta be careful as Gyuming, he's managed to get about 100 meters out of this where he was pretty much trapped. Now shot's gonna reveal, knows exactly where each other are now, has to step away.
He has no more smokes. He's gonna have to light him up with the Dragunov, trying to just peek through that fire. Damage done both ways.
Bouncing back and forth between them. You can see Gyuming's just got a bush. Well, it's AZ with full-on protected cover, but AZ can't go for a peek. He doesn't know exactly where he is. And every single time he goes, he gets punched. And oh my God! The Freaks managed to buy it back. Gyuming coming up big.
Unbelievable game here from the Freaks. Maintain control of the north part of the circle and find their moment to take what looked like assured, guaranteed wins from EF and New Happy. Insane stuff from them.
Okay. If this is how we're going to kick off everything, I am excited. We saw a bridge camp, hard-shifted circles, I mean, disadvantaged firefights, and this comes off with the Freaks making a push into Eternal Fire, into Alamo, which we always talk about as how hard it is to assault. That is just so cleanly played by the Freaks.
The utility by the Freaks, and the fact that they're able to pick up more off the bodies of EF and then snowball that into the win. The way they did that was perfect.
I mean, there is just so much pressure to be had, and they managed to fight their way through the whole thing. I know that there's going to be a ton for our analyst desk to break down inside that last game.
Well, welcome to PGC 2024. What a game to start things off. And Guangdong Freaks with a breathtaking recovery coming out against New Happy.
It was the way that you want to start PGC.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy knocks at the start of the game to a awesome 1v1 to end this thing. I didn't think there was a chance KDF comes out of this. They were locked against the edge of the circle, and the hero plays that were made here were just incredible.
Yeah, Cumin really stepped up, and it's one of the names on the team that you don't really associate with the usual step up, but what a way to start. You saw how ecstatic they were after that victory, because that, I mean, basically what that does is a win in the day basically means that you're going to be top 12 already. So to start off the day like that is a phenomenal position, and I would say my criticisms during PGS 6 were the fact that they were in some of these situations, but weren't able to win out from them. I mean, yes, they were very disadvantaged here against New Happy, so they played an absolute blinder against NH.
It absolutely was, and I think what I liked most is what you said, that this idea that he's not always the hero. He's not the man that we talk about, Cumin, to be the clutch, but he was, and we thought
amazing.
New Happy looked so good. These are the two teams that I'm not shocked to see facing off at the end of this, right? Almost everyone has Ming, and I think it's Heaven on their rosters for fantasy. Sorry, Salute on their fantasy rosters, because you expect these two teams to do so well, and to see them head-to-head at the very end of it, that was awesome.
Yeah, I say, yeah, you would have Salute on your team, but Heaven was 6 as well in this game, right? That's what you were probably focusing on him in your mind, because he had an insane game as well. So just one game for them to start things off, already looking poised to be able to move through into day number 2. What a beginning.
But I'll tell you what, on the same token, while that's big for the Freaks, that was a gut punch for New Happy, because there was a point there when they spread out around that circle, there was greed, there was hunger, and there was we got this in the bag attitude. And it was just those little picks by KDF, and they just played so well off the back of those knocks.
I have to agree. I think that in New Happy, with the moves that they made out, they felt ultra confident about being able to constrict their opponents there, and in the process, gave their opponents some 1v1s. You can't underestimate them, because they are extremely well skilled here. After looking at a victory like that, they are once again, as I said before, ecstatic about that victory here. But for New Happy, yes, a gut punch to a degree, not getting the victory there and effectively qualify themselves straight on through anyway to the next day. But it's got to be still a big game from them coming out from the east side, being able to flex out and have as much space as they did for the majority of the game.
I mean, they'll still be happy with the result again. And honestly, I can't fault them for the way that they played that, right? Sending out the flankers to the side, holding the core 2 right in the spot where you're going to get the dot. It made sense. The fact, though, was Human did stuff like relocate after that first knock when he went off and fought Ming and then relocated to the other side. I'm like, why are you even moving right now? It's because he had so much utility in his pockets.
Well, it will be 15 going the way of Guangdong Freaks. NH Esports gets themselves 9, and the Expendables once again here with 7. I say once again because we watched throughout PGS 6 as teams like the Expendables, teams like Daytrade, teams like all these teams from APAC eventually getting themselves so much more fortitude in these games, being able to be constantly consistent, and the Expendables was one that not surprised us, but just impressed us throughout the PGS runs.
You know what? Expendables, expect them to see them do well for the next 2 days. They are group stage heroes and have been for a while now.
Fair.
The question is what happens when they get to the finals, which I think they will be at. Just like KDF will definitely, I think, be in the finals here this weekend. Just off the back of the kills alone, they're going to be in a great position.
Yeah, almost 1,000 damage coming in from Heaven as well. Heaven, happily and coincidentally, was in Heaven for a lot of this game, so I'm happy to see that, as their split really afforded them great wealth of options to make movement happen, right? The circle shifts south of Heaven, in Heaven, and that is a terrifying circle to have to deal with. You saw as Falcons tries to crash in, and Heaven will be man of the match here.
Yeah, and deservedly so. 6 kills there, but I do think it came down to the adjustments, the fact that that area is wide open. I mean, like, Falcons was a great example. There just was nothing available if you weren't sitting in Alamo or had one of the few little trenches that were open.
Yeah, crash the rock, try and get your cars up there. But as soon as smokes expend and things like that, then you know that you're probably going to be open to some of the angles there here. So great stuff here by Guangdong Freaks to start things rolling. We got 25 points going their way.
New Happy get themselves 15, and the Expendables get 9. Eternal Fire was definitely present throughout quite a bit of this. Not too many kills going their way, but they knew where to be kind of pitching up on for a circle like that.
I mean, that's kind of what I expected from Eternal Fire in this, is they're going to play that sort of central. This is going to work for them the way this format is designed. I think Eternal Fire is going to thrive within this format. But I think Kwangdong Freaks, I love that they came out, they played a Smash game, they were willing to go crazy, and I also love when I get to see Human and Heaven working together. I mean, they've been together for so long as kind of a duo traveling through PUBG Esports, so when you get to see them sort of playing these games so well, it's always exciting. So love to see that. And Expendables, again, lots of action, lots of fun. Some of the other ones that I'm was interested to see is Gen G going out so early. A little bit of a shock. I wanted to see a little more out of Gen G starting off. They got a hot drop right out of the gate up against the Expendables. Not optimal.
Tough hot drop, especially
for
considering...
Gatka.
Yeah, for a Gatka, and especially considering you get a lot of your players knocked early, you have a Panzerfaust in hand, what are you going to do? Not much.
Not much.
You tried, but...
And I love the Expendable strat. How do you stop a Panzerfaust? You just send someone running so fast that all he's going to kill himself when he does it, right? So it was a great trade out, but again, they need to change their drop, because the fact is Expendables got up into that top 4 position, whereas Gen G got absolutely nothing out of that drop. If they go back to Gatka, I will be shocked.
Well, before the game, you were given a whole 20 seconds to pick teams to focus on, and you did go with Lunar Galaxy for a moment. We wanted to detail through a few more, but we only got one.
I thought we were going to work our way up here, okay? So Lunar Galaxy was on the right side. They need to start strong to get to the end. I haven't been impressed lately, but I did want to focus on the Expendables and Freaks. You know what? They solved that problem for us by making themselves a focus in the early game. And for me, what I really want to focus on today is I think APAC in particular is a region that's willing to get aggressive early on, and I want to see kind of what the Expendables did for all of for day trade as well, to come out, play super aggressive, and I think benefit because some of our other teams are playing a little more passive in game 1 through 3. They're just going for those total points.
Some of our players using our Koopa hand warmers here to get ready to get into this next game. So nice to see here. For Weibo, I like watching them play as well. Obviously, we didn't get to see them at PGS 5 and 6. We did through PGS 3 and 4. And they're technically a team that I think can be explosive. And we did see some of that in PGS 3 and 4. But they've just not really been present internationally yet. So we'll see if they can kind of refine that as time goes on. Just a bit of time before we get into our next Erangel. Who else would you like to focus on? You're not allowed to pick Lunar Galaxy, even though they got 5 kills in the first game.
So we've talked about some bad, we've talked about some good. Let's go back to some rough, and that's 4 Angry Men. Okay, right out of the gate, we saw God V get knocked by the car. Then we saw the fight on the bridge. But it's one of those things too, where God V, he didn't play in PGS 5 and 6, but their results were exactly the same as PGS 3 and 4 when he did play. So he's back on the roster right now. They're starting a little bit slow, but 4AM, to be blunt, they haven't been top 10 at a global since PGIS 2021. So this is one of those things where I need to see them start to do something now if they're going to go into the end game here at PGC.
I will echo that. I had concerns when I heard he was back on the roster after what they were able to try and pitch up when it came to PGS 5 and 6, but let's get to it.
Let's do it.
Game number 2 here of PGC, day 1 of Circuit 1. Let's go to the commentators.
Man, if that first plane path was really far to the south and just had no north-south to it at all, well, this time we're just going to go due south all the way up to the north. Everything's back on the table.
Yep, we are in a different direction for sure, pretty much perpendicular to our previous plane path. So a lot more opportunity maybe for these hot drops to manifest a little bit quicker. We'll have to wait and see. But Gen G already out early. They're going to go for their alt drop of Novo. I think already with 0 points in that first game, Gen G has realized that when it comes to that particular situation, maybe the Expendables have the better of them at Gatka. Plus, it's going to be another reach for them just to even get there again. And I think for Gen G, this is definitely the better decision because spoiler alert, they might have some more hot drops to contest with on other maps.
Yeah, and I mean, the desk was talking about the Expendables, not afraid to scrap early and the capabilities of what that region would do. So, I mean, if anything, just getting that bit of earlier tempo has now made it to where Gen G has to play reactionary. We talked about the importance of momentum in this series because it's essentially a best of 6 every single day, right? So Gen G took it on the teeth inside that first game. They now have to modify. They have to go back. They have to start being a bit more salvage, find a way to buy some points. Meanwhile, squads on the opposing side of that, such as Freaks, they are feasting. Now they get to start setting the tempo for some of these other squads.
Well, now we get a look at a somewhat similar circle to start. This one, though, who knows where it's going to go. If we're going to end over by the mansion area once again. Maybe we're going to get a little bit of a different look. We'll have to wait and see, but take a look at T1, who is driving just to the north of Tianba there. Tianba making their way over to George, T1 as well. Going to reach out pretty far, looking toward North George, it seems. Is going to be their landing spot. That's what I think.
They've got their arrows pointing straight at Zarky.
I mean,
it's got to be a wrap.
We could hope.
Right? I mean, I'll take any excuse I can see to see Zarky.
Correct, yes.
But I think that you're right. I think that they're just kind of wrapping away from Tiamba, but man can dream.
I know. You get a little excited. You see Zarky, and you think, maybe someday.
Look, I'm a simple man, dude. I just like I like Zarky games. We never get them, so anything spicy, and yeah, they are going to wrap down to Georgia Pole, so by the base in that. And now the Expendables get all of the pleasure for all of the fighting that they managed to do to get Gadka. Well done.
Yes.
Such an interesting place to have hot drop contention for, but it's good.
It's basically your backup option if you're a team that likes to drop in the center of the map, like Picado, Pachingi, those kind of things. But we've got an interview here with a member of BB.
It's going to be kind of chaos in the lobby because the top teams usually playing by, I mean, they have some strategy, but the teams who came to the game one, they gonna took the spots of the top teams and play from not their spots. So yeah, it's gonna be chaos in the lobby. I think the format is good for the teams also who not is starting from the third day. They have more games to play in LAN, and that is a kind of warm up for them. It's really important to qualify for the third day of circuit because you're getting points for the finals of PGC here. So I think every day is important, but third day is the most important one.
Thank you, Aduzi, for reminding us the importance of how this whole series is going to go. Circuit 1, remember the fact that the bottom 4 teams today are not going to be playing for tomorrow or the day after that, and then we're going to have 4 new squads join. It's going to go off the hierarchy of points managed and qualified through here. So it means the fact that it's going to be kind of like he was talking about, a bit chaotic off of the start. But I mean, if anything, it just felt like we had a lot of metal rise to the top. Freaks they fought that one tooth and nail, and yeah, there was some chaos, but it was just clinically played. And I don't know, Posa, you want to get anywhere near this man right now, that's going to be another one going over to the Freaks, as it just feels nigh unstoppable. 26 points.
Salute feels unstoppable right now. What is that? Is his 6th, 7th kill, something like that so far today? I mean,
it was Heaven that was popping off too.
Heaven had a huge game as well. I mean, what did it end up being? 12 kills, 13 kills total for the Freaks in that last game? No, 15. 15. Absolutely bonkers. I mean, this is a team that I had pretty high hopes for because when you looked at this year and you looked at the PGC, 2023 champions in Danawa kind of falling apart, scattering to the wind, what was it going to look like for the PWS? What was it going to look like for Korea? And this team had the highest hopes. I mean, you got a tremendous amount of firepower. Like you said, Heaven, absolutely insane. Salute, absolutely insane. Being a very solid player. You mean a solid IGL. But you can see that when they're at their best, when they're playing confident, when they're playing smart, they are going to run other teams over.
I feel so bad for them. They played that very well at that end game. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Yeah, it was a bit greedy to hold that many different angles and provide the 1v1s, but that's what you want to do, is you want to try to contain in there. There's just no cover to really maneuver through those different positions. So it just turned into a lot of 1v1s where Freaks managed to get the better side of that one, and that's just good gameplay and understanding how you need to navigate through. And this is a squad I know you've been talking about. We've all had hopes for the Freaks. Yes, this is a weaker lobby, but at least walking out as technically clean as they did against New Happy, which is a strong team in and of themselves, shows great promise for this PGC.
I fully agree with you. I mean, it's a team that hasn't really done much at internationals this year. They'll kind of give you glimpses of brilliance.
They'll tease us.
Yeah, exactly. They'll tease you, but they really won't kind of blow the doors off of teams like we saw in the PWS once they kind of got their kind of system together, got all the pieces in place. The beginning of the year was a little bit rough for the Freaks, but as the year rolled on, it was clear that they were a cut above the rest. The Lynx is in that crate. Ooh. Is VP going to snag it? It's kind of a risky pickup. Not a lot of bullets available in that thing, so very good gun, but...
Quick updates on the circle is we do have Luna Galaxy, Weibo, Freaks, Falcons all kind of centered up right now. Teams that are on the outliers are from the future that need to encroach in, as well as T1, Tiamba. No surprises, those were squads that kind of stretched out a bit further to get some more looting positions. So New Happy going to be cresting up in the hillsides right now, making their way over the east, headed towards a death road where Gen G is going to be occupying at the time being. But, I mean, there's a lot of space to still work around inside the circles. We've got Stolber all the way down to the bottom coastline of the island still in play.
Yeah, there's not much that should be happening here in this circle. Maybe a Gen G player like Barpo tries to do a PO impersonation and go for the solo kill, but not going to really find his opportunity just yet. And everything seems to be pretty hunky-dory, although I do see T1. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I just saw this on the map.
This is really smart. I mean, they rotated right next to these guys. They know that they're there, but no big opportunities. Got to take the shots that are going to come up in front of him. At least does manage to get a tire for his trouble, but looks like that's going to be about all she wrote. Some harassment slows him down just a bit. Maybe pop another tire, get something else out of it.
He got it.
Ooh. Can he get something else? Type's got himself some vision to work with, but not enough to really play from. The rest of the Tiamba has managed to stop off. Looks like they're going to try to defend in. This means Type does have an opportunity, but with the way we see them playing along that ridge right next to the river, there's no good sight lines for T1 to exploit.
And this is now a little bit of a precarious spot for T1 to be in because there's a lot of flat terrain over here. So you're going to have to expend some smokes just to get out of this position. And who knows if maybe a Tiamba player can find the angle on you. Yes, you've got EN on Overwatch. Raining's trying to drive through, trying to find some way out of this mess that T1 kind of put themselves in. I see Zenith driving around the other side of the map as well, but you've got Tiamba pinned. Now you can use this opportunity to leapfrog ahead of them. Now you can use this opportunity to just take space in front of Tiamba and find another spot to potentially gatekeep them or just throw them off of your desired rotation path and make them some other team's problem.
Oh, this is risky for Raining. He's going to go ahead and move in, get himself into that 4-stack location. This is going to find that by himself area, but it's going to be Tiamba forced in here, and they're being funneled by the other members of T1. Type really can't make a maneuver over to assist. Raining is starting to realize this might be too hot. I'm going to have to step away, and that's going to be right as CC is going to be stepping around onto it. Couple of shots, but really it's just been tires. That's the only thing that has come at a cost for Tiamba right now. They have lost their vehicles for the time being, but it looks like T1 might just be content with that and go on their merry way.
Tires and timing. That's really all that's lost here for Tiamba. So this isn't too bad at all. This could have gone a lot worse, especially with really good shots taking out 2 tires. They're able to keep control of that vehicle. That's really difficult to do. And that gives them the opportunity here to reset. Raining, a nice piece of driving there, a good angle to take out of that compound, knowing where Tiamba would be coming from, kept that fence between him and his opponents very nicely. Like, it's little things like that that actually make huge differences in this game.
And if Raining had managed to get there probably, I'd say, about 4 or 5 seconds earlier, he could have absolutely demolished Tiamba, but just those couple of seconds were enough to really deny out everything. And that's one of the things I love about PUBG, is you have these right moments and these right times, but it's just about making sure you sink in and make sure that you exploit fast and get into positions off of it. Circle is about to close in, but I mean, everybody except for Tiamba and half of T1 is already inside the circle, just waiting for where the next one's going to pop.
Absolutely, and it will be revealing itself very, very shortly. See where Phase 2 wants to go. You can see T1 now on the move already, heading once again towards that Yasnaya field area. A little bit of east of school is where the center of the circle is. We're not going to end near that mansion most likely unless we get a bunch of eastern hardships, but some opportunities now for teams to try to claim some real estate. Falcons on the move. I like where Roth is. Has some really good info there to get Falcons potentially into another deep finish.
New Happy going to spot out a rotation in front of them. Not too much going to come out of it. BB already inside a position inside the circle. Most of the teams were already playing pretty centered. Circle leaned pretty center, so just a couple of outlier squads that were playing edge going to have to be making the moves. We do have from the future, it's going to be coming up back behind Gen G. That might be a bit of a problem. Day trade now gate kept out by potentially 3 different squads, but they have the information to know how to work around that. SGD going to look like they're trying to regroup, get away from Gen G's positioning, while Day Trade's making a similar rotate just to the east of them, but I think it's going to be hillside to valley positionings, so they should be okay for now.
Yeah, the concern I have for SGD when I was watching some of their VODs coming into this event was that they are really, really aggressive when it comes to kind of driving a little too close to other teams. They're definitely an Icarus team. They fly too close to the sun sometimes, but for now it seems like they've maybe gotten through unscathed. We'll have to see. I see a bunch of bullets flying out towards their cars, but looks like they might have made some kind of landing here in one of the craters. Yeah, but right next to EF. So you get there, but this is dangerous. This is super mortarable as well if somebody finds one.
And you were talking about, it's one of the things that squads, as they gain more and more international, I guess, experience, talk about is you know, you do these things on a regional level that you're like, oh, I'm just going to drive over here. I'm going to take the path. That path isn't good anymore because, look, you're just going to have Eternal Fire step right over there. They don't even need a mortar. They just say, nope, that was too close. We don't like it. We're just going to go ahead and shut you down. Thanks for the points.
Yeah, this is something that's hard to adjust to. You know, you have some opportunities in your own region. You can get away with some things. Like in one of their wins in the APAC qualifiers for the PGS 5 and 6, essentially, that they would do these splits, these 2-2 splits sometimes, and they would take these dangerous rotation paths that they would get away with in those lobbies. And all I could think to myself was, there's no way this will work. You know, maybe you get through Circuit 1, but Circuit 2 is very, very challenging. So SGD going to have to rethink some of their approach. You know, maybe get a little more proactive there. Once you know that other team is in that other crater, just start lobbing your nades and smokes and other things right away to try to give yourself a little bit more opportunities. But hard to say for sure.
This is interesting, looking at what T1 is trying to do with the VP lineup. VP is running a 2-1-1 right along, I guess, the inside line of the lake itself, and T1's playing a mirror to it in a 2-1-1 of their own, just kind of north and out around it. So mirroring each other pretty cleanly as see the Expendables in their position are going to have not too many different friends to deal with, just going to be the Freaks, and it looks like Tiamba is going to have to go down to apartments, and that's going to be about it over here.
Just chuckling at Clory's blocking that door with a bicycle. That's pretty funny. Cut off one of those entry points, if possible. But yeah, they did pick up the links. Nixie's got it.
We've all been a kid and, like, you know, tripped over your own bicycle.
All the time.
Hurts, man. That takes out your ankles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. I was full of scrapes and bruises. I was riding my bicycle everywhere all the time.
Catch the pedal as you're stepping over, maybe the chain. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I don't like that. No.
Yeah, what have you done?
We're going to step away from it as we do have, from the future, running a 2-2 split as they're going to have to wrap around Gen G and day trade both. That's going to be a bit painful as the circle does pop. Looks like we're headed back down to apartments as well as a little bit of potato still inside of this one. It's going to be New Happy. Look at that. There's just everybody inside that circle shooting at them. New Happy somehow surviving it, but they have to instantly retreat from every single angle. They are just pretty much scouting with their bodies right now. Vehicles taking a ton of damage, but have managed to navigate through just by the skin of their teeth. AZ has near on no life, but they've managed to creep up this hillside, and they could be rewarded for it if they can get there faster than Gen G can.
Well, they just need to settle and get a first aid off before Gen G gets into position to do anything about it. But it seems like Gen G's happy to just take the edge. I think they're a little too far away to really kind of hear what's going on in this situation. So for New Happy, they're just barely able to escape. Xiaozi as well took a ton of damage. I was watching him as the trailing car. I thought he might just be done.
This is a great example whenever we talk about momentum and the importance of it. New Happy can be a bit more bold because they have those points, managing to make it second last game, as well as get a ton of kills. Meanwhile, Gen G, 0 points. They can't move into the potential better position because they're afraid that somebody could take it and therefore it could cost them a couple of members, and they know that they need every single point. So sometimes you get in your own head about the fact that, oh, we've got to survive, or oh, we've got to do this, or oh, we need points, and you're afraid. It buys you a bit more hesitation that then makes it even harder to climb the leaderboard.
Yeah, as a consequence of that first game, absolutely. I think you're spot on with the psychology there. That's got to be running through Gen G's mind for sure. Luna with 3 up, just losing Posa in the early part of that game to Salute. Just trying to keep 4AM at bay. 4AM, 3 points, not feeling comfortable in 11th position at all, but not really a great attack vector onto this compound. All hands on deck for Luna. Well, 2 out of 3. So Kraken's kind of turreting around in his off position, but 4AM knows they don't really have much they can do in that spot. So there's a little bit of dip here. Godvi going to use this as an opportunity to try and find some kind of level of control for this 4AM squad.
I mean, this hillside isn't the worst for the time being. It's not until we start to see everything compress along this point that it just feels nigh undefendable. But for now, you can at least get some space. Hope the fact that Weibo could maybe protect you from the eastern side of it. You know, we were talking about the psychology of what was going on with Gen G. Barpo apparently doesn't agree with that, as he is separated entirely away from, and now due south of New Happy is on an exodus of his own to see if maybe he can find some points. Up to the north, we can see that it is T1 and VP kind of squaring off against each other in a bit of a fashion. Nothing too crazy, though, just taking a couple of pot shots, as just the south of T1 is going to be the Expendables.
This is really interesting stuff from Gen G, sending out a couple players on their own. Tosi as well. A really big part, both him and Barpo, really big parts of their top 4 finish. 20-plus kills for both of them in the PGS 6 finals. So this is them kind of saying, okay, we trust these players. We know these are our best fraggers. Let's send them out there to gain some space. That's a good gun. I would like to have that. And it's just going to donut in. So pretty central and This is actually in some ways kind of similar to our last circle, Matt, because there's a lot of dead space in the center of this, east of the school.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of little hillsides that you can play.
It's better than the last
quadrants.
I'll give you that.
Like the road that's cutting through almost creates this as its own two independent circles that are separate away from each other. Now, my eyes are going to be drawn to our two teams that don't have any points at the time being, and that's going to be we have From the Future as well as Gen G that looks like they're going to be jockeying for the same position. EF going to be rolling right into a point where we can see the Falcons were trying to claim Roth now in some trouble as Eternal Fire. Going to be hunting him down. Motorcycle going to slow down positioning a bit, but Roth, can he get any defenses come out for me? No, it's going to be Ruin to spot him out, and that's going to be an easy flush here in just a second.
That's such a great position for Nixie. It's the Lynx. They picked it up and they put it to good use.
Okay. Okay, Eternal Fire. Nope, there's no tire on that vehicle, so you still have to continue on your merry way as you still have to find a way into the circle. VP looks like they're going to also try to navigate pretty close to where the Falcons are going to be, just to the south of them. So Falcons' other members are just going to be due west of where we're looking at with Eternal Fire right now. Is there you go. VP is going to be trying to make a little bit of a stop off right in front of them.
That was from like 400 meters away or something like that for Nixie. Let's watch the Lynx a little bit. We don't get to see this gun too often in competitive play, but this is a great opportunity to pick up the Lynx. A lot of times you're going to be hesitant to because you're not going to have a ton of bullets in it, right? But in this case, you know, you just need some kills. VP's mindset is just, you know, 4 or 5 points per game is plenty good enough to get us on to the next phase. So why not? You know, you get moments like that where you're guaranteed that point. You're guaranteed a little bit extra space. You're guaranteed some opportunities to do some more damage. Meanwhile, Gen G has FTF right at their doorstep. Tosi on point to deal with the 4 strong members of From the Future.
And just to give you an idea on how important this fight is, both these squads have 0 points right now. Wiping the other squad would shift them almost instantly into 9th place, and that is going to be massive. Falcons trying to defend up, as we talked a moment ago about Eternal Fire rotating pretty close to him. Nowhere to go. Eternal Fire is going to be in some trouble, and it's going to be 4 angry men that spot them out, pick up most of those kills. Going to be pretty content with that, as 4 angry men going to now get some more points to work around. Eternal Fire is presently sitting in 3rd place as their vehicle goes rolling off in flaming wreckage of its own.
Well, just adding a little bit more cover to that rock pile. See a blue zone out, trying to push Tosi off of his position. Tons of smokes being used by both teams. Trick trying to find an off angle. Grenade, just a smidge of damage, but the blue is right at their backs. Gen G still planting their feet. Beamy with that P90 tried to get in, tried to do something about Falcons, but Falcons, good stuff there from Snakers.
Good defense line in. See Flood just waiting, got the Panzerfaust, doesn't even need it. Gonna get some assistance off to the side, and it is going to be Luna Galaxy picking up some of those kills with some assistance. Circle pops very far away from the circle. Gonna move down now where we've got Gen G as well as from the Future fighting at. BB in a great spot right now to work around, but Luna Galaxy, they are gonna continue on this path. They have no options. They're gonna have to deal with the Falcons and do spot out Flood, get the knock onto them. Are they going to continue to push, or they have the eyes set on the circle? They're gonna continue to push.
I like this. I like this call. You know you can at least take control of this one house. I think they've been kind of eyeing this fight for a little bit. Maybe have a decent idea of their situation. Haven, he saw Snakers. Snakers indeed took a ton of damage from that frag. And now Haven looking for the follow-up, and it bounces. Just catches enough of Snakers in the back. Raylo trying to hold the line. Gets some damage into the Kraken, but there's a blue zone here.
Oh, barely stepped away from that angle. Luna Galaxy knows they've got to finish this quickly. So Molotov going to land right next to Raylo. He didn't even have an idea that that one's coming. Going to have no life to work with. The rest of Luna Galaxy coming in, but does have at least some type of defense. Smoke's going to be down. Spray is coming out. He's ninjaing around inside of here right now. And Luna Galaxy can't wait too long on this. Yeah, you're going to go ahead and step around, try to get the flushes out, but they have no idea on where he's hiding at. It's going to buy him the time to get his meds back into a better position. Can he find a way to at least get some retaliation points back into this in some fashion? No! He's going to get spotted. Luna Galaxy, though, comes at a big cost. Blue zone's right on top of him, and now they have to move into the circle where we already can see Weibo as well as 4 angry men defending.
I love the way that Luna Galaxy has come into today, the mindset they have to find these opportunistic moments. I mean, just a lot of confidence that they're showing. Really good understanding, situational awareness has been off the charts so far today. I know it's only 2 games in, but it's looking really good.
They're a smart squad, but sometimes could play a bit passive in the mid-game, and this time they're not doing it. They know the fact that they've got to make the points happen and going to jump after it. Gen G looking like they're still trying to line up against FTF, but, I mean, it's kind of back and forth. Nobody really getting much out of this. Nobody wanting to step in. Finally, it's going to be Tosi picking off Happy. getting the flush into it. And now from the future, what are you going to do? You don't have a lot of options to work with. Gen.G's kind of corralled you in. Luna Galaxy is going to go down, but that's the cost. How long it took to fight the Falcons.
Yeah, just FDF couldn't find that grenade. Trade there. Well, it's actually Heaven getting involved. TE as well. Finding some big damage onto Tiamba. The grenade finishes the job. A little help from the Freaks. And TE lived to fight another day.
5 kills. You got to continue on the path. Oh, Evan's
I
not
spoke
done.
too soon, maybe.
Yeah, no, they're like, no, you just keep moving into that sight line. I love it. Just keep on giving me a bit more. Freaks, though, don't want to make a path over there because they're aware that there's a problem that could be happening with BB team. New Happy kind of defended up. Going to have to deal with Delwyn that's kind of creeping in back behind him. It looks like he's got his eyes set more on BB's line. Meanwhile, 4 Angry Men, they're having to contest over, realizing the fact that Freaks are going to be playing in that position. Going to throw a couple of things over there, see if maybe they can shoo them out, buy them the space that they can move maybe a bit further in off of this. Meanwhile, Weibo is just going to be east of this, while Day Trade and BB are firmly committed in the circle, firmly defended, and BB now firmly entrenched in the middle of the circle on top.
I mean, are we just going to see a repeat of the previous game where the Freaks are on the outside looking in of a compound and make some miracle crash? They did suffer a knock there, so gonna have to try to find the res. Still Delwyn to worry about from the Expendables up the hill. Heaven's got a bead on him. Looking for that big Dragunov shot. That grenade is deep, man. That was pretty good. It just was a little bit off the mark.
That was well cooked too. I mean, that's hard to time on a distance that far down the hillside. That's just experience and well read. So, Freaks, what are you going to do? How are you going to navigate this? You've got Human already inside the circle, but you have to assume that 4 Angry Men are going to be approaching. Remember, we saw them throw a couple of things over at the other side of the road from the Freaks a moment ago. Gen.G, though, they're just going to have to roll right over here next to Trick. Trick's going to take some damage, and actually Flash is going to get the knock on at Tosi. Gen.G now moving into the sight line is going to have Day Trade as well as Weibo, both lined in almost instantly, and Gen.G has to retreat. Adder's got nowhere to go. He's going to go down, and while Gen.G did manage to squeeze back into this position, it's only going to be Day Trade that's like, nah, running up this hillside coming after him.
No doubt about it. I mean, everybody knows with Gen.G losing a couple players. Weibo knows as well. Shen, who's going to strike, can't find the second, but Spaceman there to take one down. Day Trade in a lot of trouble.
And it is just a set of dominoes cascading over here as it's going to be New Happy rolling in back behind Gen.G. Everybody wanting the points, realizing the fact that this is where the party is happening at. New Happy has the high ground to work around, but these little dips in the hillside have managed to slow down the pacing of this firefight. Nobody's wanting to continue to move into nade range, as you can see. Weibo is going to have to stop off for a minute, get their meds back into a better position. Day Trade's going to continue to get harassed. It's going to be all on to New Happy up on the top to rein it in as much as they can, but they can't stay here too long. With the way that the circle's popped, they know that they're going to have to move into the circle at some point. They are not inside the safe zone, and it's going to be 4 Angry Men still right next to the safe zone themselves that can harass them as much easier. There you go, New Happy. You just decided you want it, so go and take it.
I love it. They do got a knock. Here comes Weibo as well. New Happy gone in an instant. Woo! Day Trade getting involved, trying to do something. Just Tanadol left now. Great moment there for Day Trade to at least take New Happy out, but here comes 4 AM. They know there's 3 teams that have taken knocks, and they're trying to find something. Tanadol, though, takes down Godvi.
Okay, now it's going to be a new set of contenders. Nades raining in. We are in our top 4, but a ton of them are stacked up on top of each other. Weibo with nowhere to go on the outside blue zone, right up against them. No options. 4 Angry Men just holding the line of defense, denying anybody from approaching. Meanwhile, BB Team Freaks already content inside the circle in itself. If we see 4 Angry Men manage to defend up this position with their 8 kills, they're going to skyrocket up in defendable positions to play from, as they're the only team that's to the east of the street.
Yeah, it's starting to feel real comfortable now for 4 AM to get into that top 12. Almost a done deal at this point. This one game, this one maneuver early on by Godvi to take that dip. We saw it very, very early on where he scouted that out. 4 AM just kind of locked it down, set up their car fort, waited for their moments, and they're picking them very nicely. ZYY still stuck out there. The Freaks, this looks familiar. A little bit of a creep.
Yeah.
Phase 7 towards a compound. Where have I seen that before?
And if anything, it's easier to make it into this compound, and BB has to keep an eye on what's going on with the 4 Angry Men fight. It's going to be best of luck. Looks like it's going to be his job. ZYY does get spotted out. Now 4 Angry Men have some more options to work around, but they're sitting on such a high kill count already, they're already feeling pretty good. Freaks, kind of the opposing front on this one, as it is going to be BB Team in the defendable position, and it's going to be Freaks trying to see how they can use this hillside, but it's not got the best defendable lines. You can see that the windows on that 2-story is something that they're pretty nervous of, so they keep trying to play right up against this hill, and Best of Luck is kind of with his positioning, he has an eye on where 4 Angry Men's going to be at, but it's going to be Phil first and the rest of the squad that's going to have to try to defend this Freaks approach, because I think that they might be looking to go for it.
It's going to be potentially tricky for BB. They're going to make the move, but there's a Panzer ready to go. Oh, it doesn't get a kill. They got out of the vehicle.
Manja dodge it. Look, just jumping through the cars, buying some space away from all of the nades, somehow still alive. This is so well played. Now it's going to be a counter nades coming out. Spyro is going to get the knock on a human, but that was such a great job for surviving for so long in a desperate situation.
I mean, this is a great response. What looked like it might be disaster for BB. 4AM trying to find angles on the outside. They are going to clean up heaven, confirm at least one more point. Salute's grenade did find Phil first up in the window, and here comes 4AM trying to hold the line. Bestaloc's got one. ZP on down to very low health.
Oh, goes for the flash, but flashes himself at one of the worst possible moments. Bobo now finds some angles to work with. Bestaloc still just trying to see if he can hold something together. Here's Salute trying to come up big. Does manage to take BB team down. It's the Freaks yet again making a compound crush and taking it. 4 Angry Men, what you got left?
I mean, the way they went into that compound was so perfect. And a great spray from Salute. That's Bobo down. Just one player. HS on his feet. Grenades out. Not quite on the point.
Oh, they know. Look at, you can see trying to line up the nade, seeing if they can get the flush out. Good read on this one. Going to go ahead and step away, try to see if he can get out of nade range with his teammate. But oh, they're going just a bit too far. Look at this. He's just got nerves of steel. He's got nades rolling down right behind him, landing just a couple of feet, but does not care. He knows that he needs some of his teammates back alive to see if he can find a way to fight his way through this one. Bobo back up, and now it is a 3v2.
Yeah, the internal clock here for the Freaks, knowing that the res was likely to happen since the grenades didn't find that knock or the finish or the win. Now they have to reset, try and find another opportunity. Stuns are going to be so valuable here for the Freaks potentially if they need to make an attempt to cross that road to get over that hill. The circle finish should be right on top of the road itself. So how many smokes you have as well going to be extremely important. And you can see that there are 0 for 4 Angry Men right now unless they can find some lingering on the back of this hill. I'm not sure if that's what 4AM's looking for, if they're worried about a snake back there, but we know all 3 members of Kwangdong Freaks are on the other side of the road.
There are a couple of things to work with, though. 4 Angry Men do have a more recessed hillside, so they can move closer up to the road itself, but that means that with the way that it's a bit more flat on the opposing side, it's not flat enough to really negate creeping around over there, as you can see that Bean is trying to do that. We've got the lineup and the way that's going to be sitting. Bobo looks like he's going to be playing to the kind of the northwest. Could be lined up against Bean, which means that it's going to be HS to have to deal with Human and Salute both. And Salute, man, he's just been on a tear this game. Mad that he got taken down so early, sitting at 6 kills already.
Now he's picked up a Lynx. I don't know if that's VP's former Lynx or if he found another one. Still, though, a difference maker in a situation like this. Going to be a little bit tricky. Both players of 4AM have angles, but Bobo's position has been revealed. That means Bean should be a lot safer there. I kind of assumed that for the Freaks, it was going to be Salute's job to make sure that Bean was safe so Bean could lock down that western flank. And that indeed does seem to be the case. But, you know, here as the Freaks, if you can wait this out long enough, eventually 4AM has to cross the road. The real question is, are you going to be able to wait long enough where you still have some cover to keep yourself safe while 4AM is able to use that edge of the road as a firing line?
What I loved about what set all of this off, whenever we saw the Freaks approach into this, whenever we still had BB team that were trying to defend it up, they knew where 4 Angry Men were because remember these 2 squads were skirmishing earlier. So played the outer wall away from them and tried to deny as many different angles as they could, allowing 4 Angry Men to kind of move and pincer this in. This means the fact that it's all about Freaks knowing exactly who's on the opposing side of this one, has an idea on how they're going to be playing around it. Now can they just manage to exploit at the end? Meanwhile, it's all going to be on to 4 Angry Men. I've now crept into 2nd place, but double the points ahead of them is going to be the Freaks sitting at 42. So Bobo lined up against Bean has an opportunity, but no! It is now a 3v1 and everything is coming up for the Freaks.
Yeah, that's a great piece of work there by the Freaks. And now those stuns are going to be so impactful. You know you've only got 1 player left. You're expecting them to be used towards that player going for the res, but HS not having any of it. He's got one but can't find another. That's going to be the Kwangdong Freaks going back-to-back to start PGC 2024.
Well, I guess congratulations. You're feeling pretty good about making your way into tomorrow at this point. A big thing to note, though,
These guys are eating a ton of points away from everybody else on this leaderboard. We were talking about, you know, like, okay, a couple of games here or there, getting some points. It is a feast or famine lobby right now. There's a couple of squads that are up at the top and managed to creep their way up into their 2 games, get a lot of points. At the bottom, it is harsh down there. There's just like 1 or 2 points, or in some cases 0 still to be at.
Yeah, now you got a big question if you're one of those teams. Do you put the pedal to the metal, go for some kills, go for some big point games, or do you play it safe, play it cautious, play it slow and steady?
This is going to just get more and more nerve-wracking as it continues. We've seen a lot of big plays coming out. Freaks, I don't know how they manage to suddenly just become the masters of breaching into buildings and compounds, but I love to see it. Cannot wait to see what's going to be happening as we're going to be moving forward. Game number 2 was absolutely spicy. I cannot wait to see what game number 3 is going to bring.
Well, if you're a Kwangdong Freaks fan, you may as well say stop the count now. They've won 100% of the games at PGC 2024. You can't say that for too long, but look at them go.
It is wild, and I'm not trying to be corny here, but someone needs to put these Freaks on a leash because this is out of control. They are just that good, it looks like. And what I loved about that last game is they did kind of the opposite of what we saw New Happy do. They had the advantage in numbers. They stayed stacked in doubles. They always made sure they had each other's backs on corners, pushes. They pre-smoked before they crossed. They're playing really good, strong PUBG, and it's been awesome to watch.
Yeah, they already look kind of warm coming in on just 2 games, which is very impressive to see. The breach on toward what we saw against BB Team, I think was helped a little bit by BB Team maybe not being as warm. Like, for example, I think the Besto probably shouldn't have missed that Panzer, and there were some things that didn't quite go BB Team's way. So that assisted Kwangdong Freaks in their push through that, but regardless of the fact, Kwangdong Freaks is able to dispense of them and then hold out 4 AM with a Lynx AMR. I love seeing that.
I love seeing the Lynx AMR. You can see it very often, so it's cool to see it in play. I think you nailed it. I think, you know, that wasn't the best of lock that we've seen. The grenade drop, the Panzerfaust. I think if that Panzerfaust had hit, it would have been a very different ending.
I think so, yeah, maybe. We were able to hold off this corner for just a little bit whilst this crash comes along, but again, you know, Kwangdong Freaks by that point had sowed the seeds of chaos and dissent in the compound and was just able to shut it down. You can see there, Besto, not exactly totally content with how all of that went down. But for Kwangdong Freaks, they've got to be elated. I mean, we already spoke about the fact that they've probably got top 12 already from the previous game. Never mind that. I said during this game, looking at them, they're probably going to be on 70 points by the end of the day. They look fantastic.
Absolutely, and I think we talked about this in the green room when you brought up this idea that because of this format, if you unlock in that first chicken or 2, you can do anything you want in this lobby. And I think that actually opens up a new subtext that we haven't even considered yet, which is how important it is for every other team to do well in game 1 and 2. Because if you are sitting on 2, 3, 4 points right now, and some of these monstrosities decide they want to mess with you, there's nothing that you can do about that.
Yeah, this is a bit divisive, but we almost compared it to a kind of pseudo winner-winner chicken dinner format to a degree, because if you do get 1 win on a circuit day 1 or day 2, you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself top 12, which is in a similar vein pushing you to the next stage, which is that final for the circuit for circuit number 1. But it will be Kwangdong Freaks again, 13 kills for them. 4 AM, pleasantly surprised by the 11 kills coming their way here after a bit of a rocky game 1. You know, they did get some kills here and there, that's not by the by, but this really kind of was able to settle them, pushing them up the board.
I mean, I think the big benefit for them is they got to be the kings of the debacle at the dip, as we will call it. There were like 6 teams that got into this war, and because 4 AM got to that spot first, they kept being able to come up over the top and be like, free kills! And they did the same thing when you saw sort of Freaks fighting with BB Team, right? They came back up, take a couple of kills here and then go back into our little ditch. So I got to respect that play, making the most out of their position, and I know that BB Team is not going to be happy with the way that game ended with their kill count, and I think they know that that was really theirs to sort of win, but they should at least be happy. They made a good play. They got to a good spot. Other than missing maybe a couple of shots that they should have hit, which are just, hey, we're back in conflict. Like, get our nerves back under us. They looked good to me.
I have to reiterate that because you took a look at obviously Kwangdong Freaks getting themselves another win here. 1,170 damage by Salute. Jeez Louise. I think there's probably a lot of people that have him as their captain on their fantasy teams.
Not Toby.
Well, that's great. But yeah, but BB team, I want to talk about this whilst we look at Salute, who's going to be the man of the match, of course. The BB team had that compound for the whole game, basically, or like the bigger portion of the game. So that breach against Kwangdong Freak really was the linchpin. Do you win this or do you not?
Yep.
And going up against, unfortunately for them, Kwangdong Freaks, who looked good on the breach, really kind of put the nail in the coffin.
It was an incredible breach. The fact that they popped the cars, they seat shifted to switch away from they knew the only threat position. Like, they planned it. They have clearly been training as a team, and they look better than I think I've ever seen them look before. I know it's only 2 games in. To a very long PGC. But they were a team to watch, and this is why, because when Freaks start strong, Freaks don't stop. Now, the bad news for Freaks is it's a clean slate tomorrow. So none of that really carries over. They got to start over, but looking like they do, I wouldn't be worried.
To that point, though, that is something that we have mused over before coming in, right? Like the idea of, okay, yeah, you get to play Circuit Day 1. That means you're warm going into Circuit Day 2, where maybe even those PGS teams that did garner themselves that spot because of the PGS points, they're not as warm because they haven't been able to practice on these games, and it does pose an interesting question.
It does.
Which we'll see develop throughout these circuit days.
Absolutely, because I've talked to some of the teams who are going sort of into later circuits and asked, is it an advantage or disadvantage? And I think Tab goes, well, the first week, the first circuit, it's probably an advantage not to be in day 1 where the chaos is going to be, and it absolutely has been relatively chaotic.
All right, well, here we are, the overall leaderboards. As we said, Kwangdong Freaks, congrats, you're in top 12. No problems there. Now, as you say, maybe they can exert themselves on the rest of this lobby and do whatever they want. It did already feel, even in game 2, that it was almost like carefree PUBG coming out from them, and that makes them a lot of these teams even stronger in the moment.
Because if you keep playing fundamental PUBG, right, that's what they're doing. They're playing their game, but they also are doing it without the fear of, if this goes badly, ooh, this could cost us our run. Like, once you're locked in, you can play your game, and then the best part is you fine-tune it for the rest of the tournament. The fact that they're starting PGC with the ability to go, okay, we have proof of concept. What we have prepared for this tournament is obviously working, is going to give them a huge pride buff going forward.
It's scary though. 24-point average.
Falcons, what are you doing?
We're not going to keep that going, I assume, for the next games. But yeah, good job by them so far. Firing Event, 20 points as well on the board. That is going to set them in great stead to secure at least a top 12 to get things going. Down towards the bottom, obviously, not the best of starts here for Erangel, but we really, with the 4-map rotation, we've really changed things up. Going onto those wildcard maps that allows a few reset points across a day for those teams towards the bottom.
Yeah, I think, and that's the chance to come back, right? Like Falcons, for instance, they're barely off of the top 4. This is a team that used to be considered one of the competitors to win things. Maybe this is their chance. Use those wild cards, make some moves.
All right, well, we'll go to a break, and when we return, we've got more coming from PGC. We are on Circuit 1, Day 1 here. It is the very beginning of a lot of PUBG yet to come.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the win streak showdown. All this and more as we dive into the update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Whew, we have kicked this thing off with Freaks just coming out in an extraordinary fashion. It has been ridiculously strong as they've just been working their way through the entirety of this. You know, gotta stay warm during the break, so we're playing around with these things. These things are actually really fun. The magnets.
They're really nice. Look at this. Speaking of things that are strong, magnets.
How do they work? No one knows. Anyway, having fun with these. This has just been a great way to kick off PGC so far, man. It has been. I know you've got to be happy as Freaks coming out big way has got to make you feel good.
It does feel good. I mean, this is the Freaks that you see in the scrims in Asia. Like, they just destroy lobbies, and that's why there was so much hope for them coming into this year, is they were just dunking on everyone. I mean, putting up absurd numbers in some of their games, but now you're really seeing that come to fruition. You're seeing that aggressive play style, you're seeing that coordination, the way they use those two cars to set up that push onto BB's compound that prevented that Panzer from doing what you would normally expect it to do, at least get you that one knock, get you that one kill. And the way they staggered things gave them a little bit of extra breathing room and a little bit of extra cover as well against 4AM's eventual push. I mean, that was brilliantly drawn up.
I love that we're starting to see a lot of plays, I guess, now starting to be executed with the plan around how the Panzers exist. Because that was the big talk at the start, right? It's like, oh, you know, Panzers, whenever you have the early game fights, you can get an easy knock. Not so much. Teams are already starting to figure out how to play around that now and finding opportunities. We even saw Big Panzer Faust play earlier whenever it was, I think, Barpo, the last one up, took himself out just to get a knock. Didn't get the kill for it.
Exactly. I mean, teams are anticipating now, if you're crashing a compound, you should expect that there's at least one Panzer waiting for you there. And a lot of teams are going to make sure they have one for those situations. You know, the Falcons, you're always seeing them run around with them as well. As curious to see what our next map is going to bring us. We're done with Erangel for the day, my friend, and we move over to Taego. So the Korean teams win 2 games. Now we move to the map that's in Korea.
Now the karma's broken. You shouldn't have brought it up, man. Everything was going great. But now you can hear the players starting to get a bit excited over there, as this has been a rowdy crowd of players getting everything moving into our day number 1 of PGC at circuit number 1, day number 1, as we make our way over plane path up, and let's get this thing underway.
I think something that's going to be really interesting now is, as the Freaks, you have the opportunity to play Kingmaker. You could pick on a team. You could find a team that you think might be a thorn in your side later on in the circuit. You know, maybe there's the opportunity that somebody might contest one of your alt drops even, or something like that, that you could start to pick on, that you can look for in the kill feed, that you can look for your moments to overcommit to a fight that you maybe normally wouldn't, and just try to knock them out of the lobby to do some damage. So that's kind of an interesting point to look at. You know, the Freaks are in it tomorrow. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
That is done and dusted. So that's kind of one of the big things for me right now is how do you want to keep playing? Do you just want to keep the momentum rolling as the Freaks? Just play your normal game. Just try to, you know, capitalize on what you've been doing. See if you can keep that momentum rolling.
Well, it's like a double-edged sword, right? So a lot of this, if you're going to try to gatekeep out a team, is going to come down to your analyst, coach, whatever, how much they're really paying attention to the leaderboard, realizing who the threats and how they could be carried over moving forward. But you also have to think long-term. We're just in Circuit 1. So anybody that you mess with now in Circuits 2 and 3, if they have a good start, could come back and kind of mess with you. So there is a lot to really take in, as this is a harsh circle into that plane path.
And this is another kind of hot drop.
All right, BB.
Yeah, that's not feeling good for Trick. The shotgun's doing some work. So already things a little bit chaotic for some of the teams to start. The circle, not very many teams going to be starting in it. See what happens.
Meanwhile, poor Luna Galaxy, who's so used to chasing circles and like playing edge and sneaking in. They're in the center of the circle. They're like, what do we do? All right, so let's see what you can do from the future. You should know everything. You know exactly where he's going to be placed at. You're from the future. Can you make the play around it? You were just having to chase after the kill. Can't see it yet, but oh, Phil first finds another one to make it a little bit awkward.
Yeah, this is just going very, very awry for From the Future. Just can't find anything. You know, you've got the shotgun, you've got an opportunity and a doozy.
That's sending a message.
Yeah, he's letting them know. He's letting them know. That's their spot. Please stay away for the future circuits. We would like to not have to do this again if possible. But you know what? A couple points over for BB, and you know they're already in a pretty strong position to get through to tomorrow. You know, you can already start to look at the top 4, top 5 and think, I mean, as long as they don't bottom out, they should be fine, actually. I mean, that's the crazy thing to think about.
Yeah, and whenever we're looking at it, you can see that it's really about 8th place where we see 9 points. It starts to ticker down, and everybody is kind of gets a bit more desperate in those situations. We're moving into the halfway point for the day, so if you're in that lower half of this leaderboard, you've got to start making some bigger plays because, I mean, it's the bottom 4, yes, that does get kicked out, but look at how close those bottom 4 are right now. Just one squad wipe can give you anything that you want, as we got a little bit of an interview with Salute.
Hi guys, I'm joined by KDF's Gyumin taking the second chicken dinner here at PGC 2024. 먼저 KDF의 규민 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 2연속 치킨 너무 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
PGC 2024 문을 열자마자 이렇게 뭔가 2연속 치킨 광동이 가져간 소감부터 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. I want to ask Gyumin how he feels about taking 2 chicken dinners as soon as PGC 2024 started.
일단 이 치킨에서 기분 좋긴 한데 사실 이게 그랜드 파이널이 아니고 아직 서킷 브레이킷 1일차이기 때문에 뭐 그냥 경기력을 좀 끌어올리는 거에 의미를 두는 것 같고요. 막 그냥 엄청 들뜨진 않은 상태입니다.
Well, I'm happy that our team got 2 chicken dinners back to back, but you know what, this isn't the grand final, so we're going to stay focused and try to keep this energy up for the rest of the event.
Human over here baiting me like he did in game number 1 against a whole other team. Well done to him, sneaking another one through.
That's just the big brain he's got, man. The IGL for the Freaks is just light years ahead. What can you say? Weibo, definitely one of the teams we're kind of keeping an eye on, right on that 8th place position. So shouldn't be feeling comfortable at all just yet, but kind of doing enough to at least get through. New Happy probably fine, to be frank. I like the way New Happy is playing. This reminds me of 2021 New Happy when they came in, you know, kind of playing this edge play. They found their moments. They waited for these great opportunities to strike. And even though that last match didn't exactly go great there, they still got some kills out of it. They still did what they needed to do. And, you know, they're just kind of was an extra team in the equation that maybe they weren't quite ready for. This is classic Falcons. Up in the air we go. And there's some opportunities for them to find some drop.
And I like this. You know, this circle's got some unplayable that's going to be over to the east. Take an emergency pickup, go all the way up against the wall, drop down. You should have some safety be played. At least know that nobody's going to be back behind you. That's always the big problem in emergency pickup, right? You're going to be dropping down. You have no idea where anybody is. So at least this way you have some vector that you know is kind of safe. Well, this area isn't entirely safe. There is a couple of bullets going to be coming out from Bobo.
Yeah, Kongnung going to be under 4 AM's control. And so maybe a little bit of damage done to Falcons, but they were looking for the edge. There's a lot of hills over there that you can hide behind. Keep yourself obscured from some of the other teams. There's a road, and yep, that's you're exactly correct. They're looking for those vehicles, and they should find a couple.
That is so big. Emergency pickups, that's always the downside, right? You take an emergency pickup this early, you're now just chasing circles on foot. So this is very well read coming up from them. Freaks who have just, it's been kind of a freaky day is all you can say.
Is it Friday? No.
No.
Monday.
I don't know,
Friday.
man. You know how much time zone difference is between here and America?
Yeah,
I have no idea what day it is anymore.
It's okay. You don't need to know. The Freaks are going to load up a Panzerfaust into that vehicle, get themselves situated. Already 6 kill steals, but 13 total for Salute. I mean, he is just, this is why he's a world champion, folks. Why he was so good for that Donawa squad. I mean, obviously, top to bottom, that Donawa team last year was very, very good. But Salute was a huge, huge part of it, and he has been instrumental in the Freaks' success this year.
And my fantasy captain. I'm feeling good.
Same.
Yeah. Okay, so looking to see not a lot too much crazy that's going on. The Freaks are not inside the circle, but pretty much the only team that's not. I mean, there is SGD to the south, but that's going to be about it. So Freaks probably going to find some type of slower pathing. They can do whatever they want at this stage, even if they decide that they don't want to go into Circle 1. Who cares for them at this point? Tiamba looks like they're just trying to make sure that the Falcons don't get too much closer to them. Remember, Falcons just took that emergency pickup. They're running a bit of a split of their own, trying to see if they can get some more information or at least get into a defendable territory of their own to work with.
I think for the Falcons, there shouldn't be too much that comes out of this with Tiamba. You know, first circle, you've both got control of your territory. It's a 2-1-1 split for Tiamba. It's a 2-2 for Falcons. It should be kind of everybody just settling in, waiting for the next circle to kind of figure out how you want to make your next move. That's you're taking this time with this little bit kind of extended amount of time you have in phase 1 to really think about how you want to make your next maneuvers. You know, what are going to be your waypoints, what's going to be your strategy. If you can see it from the player's perspective, they're drawn all over the maps with their waypoint markers, trying to plan out exactly how they want to operate. VP is going to spread out across the top of the hill to the northwest of Kongnung, and New Happy going to be settling up right underneath them. Bit of a split early for them, but you know, essentially New Happy going to be kind of playing edge. It just depends on, you know, where the next circle goes and how all that kind of shakes out. But other than the Freaks and maybe TE, New Happy should actually be kind of on the outside looking in, which has been what they have been looking to do so far today.
I mean, the New Happy split is pretty strong, except for the angle of approach that VP is looking like they might go after. Depends on how the circles go, because VP is pretty content at the top of that hillside for now. Day Trade looking pretty comfortable in their position. They do have VB that's just going to be the south of them. We saw them making a very long rotation just a little while ago. Starting to come in contact and get some vision, so a couple of shots at least going to let Day Trade know that they've got somebody pretty close to him, but it's pretty calm in the circle right now. Nothing too crazy that's going on. The emergency pickups early were pretty clean, so really it's just a bit of a sit, wait, figure out what's going to be going on, because with the dead zone that's over into the eastern part of the circle, people are just trying to figure out, okay, do we make the commitment kind of in that Oyang area, or are we going to get the shift over to Buksan? Yeah, right now, play it calm, keep it collected. But my worry is for these bottom teams right now. We've got 4 that have found near on no points in 2 games so far, and they've got to make something happen now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Falcons are going to be kind of one of the better teams amongst them, Tiamba as well, that you're thinking about. As you would hope that they'd be able to make a bit of a better run. You can see there,
Falcons did lose Raylo.
Are we just gonna play this whole thing?
And they're kind of talking
yes,
about
we can split our kills right now.
how they want to do the rest of it. You know, with only 3 players left, could be a little bit tricky. Emergency pickup pre-popped here by Eternal Fire, but only 2 players left, Code Marco and Kutpa. Let's see exactly if they, you know, have to use it even or not, because if the circle goes to the west, they don't even have to go anywhere. They can just sit down and hunker and try to squeeze out as many points of this game as they can. The Freaks on a pre-rotation.
Okay, they know that they can take it, but man, they have a second to take it because look at how quick that pops. So they have to instantly grab a hold of it. Are they going to take it? They leaving it behind? Looks like they... Okay, looks like, yeah. There's at least 1, 2 of them. Both of them are taken.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, with this hard shift, where like a third of the circle is in the unplayable zone, you better be getting in that thing. But the problem is a lot of teams have already settled up on the east. A lot of teams were in pre-rotations, like the Freaks. T1, hot to trot, trying to get down there as well. SGD might be skirmishing with the remaining forces of FTF. BB just maybe gonna try to fan out outside of Ohyang, have good vantage points of the fields to the northeast there. Kind of work their way through.
You see Weibo driving through. Looks like they do decide to stop off over here. Zakraken's trying to defend, does get the knock onto one of them. See if maybe it's going to be enough to discourage the rest of Luna Galaxy. Not in a good defendable position right now. Looks like they're trying to regroup, hop inside the vehicles, trying to send it in. Good sight lines to at least defend their teammate for now, but Throble's coming out inside of Weibo. Looks like it is going to make Zakraken have to at least retreat. Oh, got to be careful around these. Zia's going to spot out nades, going to hit some damage back behind him, but it's reinforcements finally here. Eternal Fire does go down off of their hot drop coming in off of the emergency pickup, but now it's going to be Zakraken still just trying to hold this lineup and doing a great job. This is very cleanly played from Luna Galaxy with the 1 member down, just specifically holding this position. Can they manage to rally it and hold it together at the end, though?
Well, they have executed this so well. You know, they were able to back up Zakraken so quickly. Now you've got that MG3 and a FAMAS, so level 3 gear abounding for Luna Galaxy. Trying to chase Weibo as Weibo wants to get out of dodge. This MG3 very scary in this scenario. But Weibo finds an exit for now. The real question is you got a lot of other teams in front of you. Are you okay? Nope, you can't even go anywhere.
They are not done. Harassment's going to come out, pick up another 2. Luna, love to see it. This is well played from them. BB also going to hear some of this. Looks like they might be trying to stretch in. Now just 1 member up in Mamu, seeing if maybe he can get some safety, but he's not got a lot of good options to rotate through as he's right next to Daytrade and Tiamba both.
That was so well done. Weibo is going to be eliminated. You know, we could see it on the map. There was just nowhere to go.
Yeah.
They had to win that fight, and there was just no hope. Salute, just picking up right where he left off. Has Type down, Raining, trying to scurry over, seeing if he can save Type, being up close and personal. I mean, Salute that was 300 meters or more on that knock.
Man, there is no regional love lost here. Right as soon as that knock came out, the other 3 members from Freaks hopped in vehicles, instantly sent it over here. They would have been in, but good throw coming out. T1 going to stop that in its tracks. Ian got himself an angle to work from for the time being, as it looks like T1 is just firmly committed into their defense of this compound.
For a second, I thought that might have been a Freaks grenade, but no, Ian found a phenomenal angle there. And I think they've been able to put a player in the car. Yeah, Type picked up, should be able to be res. The Freaks trying to see if they can capitalize on that, get a few kills potentially, but instead, I think this is the best move they can make, is use this opportunity, leapfrog ahead of T1, gain a bit of a more defensive position, but how far are they willing to go? Because Gen G looms ahead. I mean, the eastern edge here is all Korea teams.
This almost feels a bit too greedy, but the circle going to move right up on top of them. Now we're going to have a big bloodbath. We've got about half of this circle unplayable. We got VP, New Happy, and 4 Angry Men all on top of each other. Luna Galaxy is just going to be the west. That Daytrade's going to have to make a move from the future. Also going to have to make a move. Gen G trying to fend up position. This is going to be valuable real estate. Gen G knows it, but there's 1 member in Rex that's going to be playing to the south. Looks like Gen G does not want to get caught in this firefight right now. Instead, trying to regroup, move away, realizing the fact that maybe T1 and Freaks will go ahead and fight it out. Right up against the edge wall zone, though, we have Tiamba, Falcons, as well as a rotating TE. Everybody's got to keep an eye on.
I love this call from Gen G because you know things are going to get hectic. This circle has such little playable area. It's likely to get congested on the edges. If you can keep other teams from being able to make easy entries in, you can force that congestion on the edge, force the other teams to fight. It's just a matter of if that will come to fruition for Gen G, but I fully agree with that decision there to back off of this. No reason to try to continue to fight the Freaks because you're going to eventually have another team swinging behind you.
And you've shifted into a weaker opponent. It is going to be SGD to the south as well as from the future. BB does look like they've managed to take emergency pickup, and they're just taking it a couple of meters, man. They just want to make sure that they can get out, get away from this big mess that's going to be happening right on the edge. Day Trade not making a move yet. Luna Galaxy not doing so either. VP looks like they're trying to navigate up into the north. They've got to be careful as they're going to have 4 angry men in front of them. They do have a foothold that they can navigate that has been left behind from where we saw Freaks playing from just a second ago. Okay, now then, SGD, how are you going to navigate moving in from this one? Quantum Freaks do spot out BB team, take a couple of shots out, and now it is just getting messier and messier over here as it's just going to be about Freaks playing defense up against that wall.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of emergency pickups being used, of course, with how hard this circle is shifted. Haven finds a knock on a 10 at all. Barpo can be picked up by Gen G. It was actually Tiamba, who is pretty far away. They're on the western edge of the circle who got that knock, so just a little bit out of position there for Barpo.
Belmont just already inside of a bush like, nah, man. I don't want none of what's happening over here. Nurin's going to go ahead and see if he can get something. Pose is going to go ahead and get the flush out. Luna Galaxy on a bit of a roll right now, but not yet inside. No, but Day Trade! Big nades coming up, and now Luna Galaxy in some trouble. They're going to go ahead and get eliminated. Day Trade has a path at least to contend up against Tiamba, who is still going to be gatekeeping the circle.
Just a fantastic spread there for Day Trade. Good hiding of position as well by Belmoth. I think completely unaccounted for. Nurins as well. On the blind side of Luna, able to freely throw some grenades over and get a ton of damage. Day Trade has some work to do, though. Next circle going to be fairly tricky. SGD now finally able to breach their way through into the circle. Gen G sets up a bit of a 2-2 split.
But and from the future is going to roll right up next to Day Trade. This is just so messed up over here in this angle. There's no pathing that they can really navigate. Day Trade had to stop off. Tiamba's already in a position just to the north of this, so they've got to stop. This is about as far in as they can make it, and that's all any of these teams on the edge are trying to execute. Circle does have to shift away from the wall, so has managed to move in pretty much center. Most of the teams knew where they were going to be going, but Day Trade, it's going to be SGD in a lot of trouble up to the north. VP also has to condensed in right next to 4 angry men.
Yeah, this is going to get real messy on the southern side, as our observers are pointing out. Day Trade, you have some big decisions to make. Do you just try to pick apart Tiamba piece by piece? How many smokes, how many nades do you have left after that initial exchange with Luna Galaxy is going to be a big part of that equation. Maybe you can use this opportunity while FTF is driving around just trying to find some kind of safety. Meanwhile, SGD has found, that's the second knock onto Barpo. So Gen G having a tough time finding their footing, even though I think they made a good decision in the early part of this game. Oh, Adder down as well.
Just jumps in, and remember, Gen G moved down into this position. They thought it was a safer place to play from, but there's just too many targets, and with this Day Trade also trying to collapse in, it's going to be SGD now in some trouble off this. They want to get as many points they can. Good line into it, and Santan, I like this. Just making sure to get whatever they can off of it. Every single point for this squad is absolutely massive.
Absolutely, and this is the former Tianba player, Tiantan there, setting up a crossfire onto Day Trade. And Day Trade just could never find any comfort to really try to make any kind of maneuver. Barpo has been removed from this game. Jervis trying to leapfrog his way a little bit forward. Gen G is going to be able to hold the edge. The real question now for Gen G is, you do have BB team who has snuck in between the Freaks and themselves. So you have a little bit less of a buffer. Speaking of, they got a knock on a Rex.
Well, while this is happening over here in this firefight, Day Trade was trying to creep in. That's going to distract some of what's going to be happening with Gen G as they're hopping inside of a vehicle. They're going to be rotating in. Day Trade should get vision on this in just 1 second. Hillsides are going to deny out some Tosi, just trying to see if he can sneak in, find a bush to stop off at, and it's going to be pretty close to FTF. And yep, he's found himself a rock, going to stop off. Day Trade as well. I thought that was going to be way bloodier for both of those squads, but they managed to navigate that very nicely.
Absolutely. Oh, those grenades just a bit too far for FTF. Would have desperately needed that point. It's crazy to think about that. That 1 point is so crucial potentially for From the Future. But Happy and Samoy just going to be having to wait this one out. Tosi able to get the heal off, but the real question for Gen G now is can Tosi really do much more in this game? SGD going to have to likely rumble with BB.
It's going to be Falcons that did spot out, so Gen G is going to get eliminated. But, I mean, Tosi was just trying to make the best of a bad situation. You do have the Expendables taking some shots over here as SGD trying to move forward. BB team are running a pretty good defensive line, using that hillside to kind of make sure that they separate away from everything else. going to be well played. Tian also finding another knock, but meanwhile, Daytrade tries to make him press right into the middle of this and gets instantly demolished.
Yeah, good defense there. Really nice points for FTF. SGD found the first knock, but then a response onto Jervis. So I will say for SGD, when they're taking just kind of straight on fights, they're doing a pretty solid job of it. They're creating opportunities. They're opening up some space for themselves to keep moving forward along the edge of these circles. The real question is are you going to be able to get through a full four-man? You might get some help from Bean and KDF potentially. Let's just see how that one all shakes out. Looking towards the center of the circle, FTF might have the opportunity to at least make it to Circuit 2. Heaven did find a knock on the Reining, so KDF continues to make T1's life a nightmare.
Oh man, Human gets a knock on to Zenith as you talked about there. VP is starting to find a bit more control over into the north and doing some harassment, so T1's just kind of caught in the middle. EN down, Zenith down, Kite just saying if maybe he can sneak something out of this one. Tiamba with tons of control down here, but doesn't have a way to move in. It's going to be Falcons that are just harassing them, not providing them any form of opportunity to move into the circle, with, if anything, could kind of herd Tiamba over into that SG kind of BB position, but oh my god, new happy. What do you do? Tries to make it happen, gets just absolutely picked apart. 4 Angry Men and Falcons both just double team that.
Man, Flood, some phenomenal shooting there. 4 kills in this game for him. The Falcons need to control this spot, and so far they have done just that and given themselves a much needed boost in the leaderboards, a little bit of breathing room. Snaker's turn, can't really find the damage he would like. Pow Pow gonna respond, put him off the roof, set him on the ground. Falcons now a little bit less control of this area.
There's a problem that we do have the Expendables having to deal with 4 Angry Men right up on top of them. VP's been doing some harassments. 4 Angry Men still having to encroach in HS, not inside the circle just yet. Expendables already read it. Nade range and pretty much provided for both. Shots are going to come up. Hanvu gets some damage and does get the knock as well, and that's going to be God V going down just down the hillside. That is also going to be Freaks coming alive, finding some vision in T1. That means that VP is going to stop on the tracks. Actually, VP is separating out. They're running a 2-2. They're sending 2 back over into the Freak sight line, going after T1, while the other 2 members are trying to sneak up back behind all of this. Can they manage to unload while it's going to be 4 Angry Men right up on top of what's going to be going on with the Expendables? And yeah, BB's going to start finding some.
How in the world is the Expendables holding on right now? They are so low on HP, and 4 AM just Bobo alive. The rest of the team pretty much down and out of this. There's a knock from Ibiza. What a spread here for VP. I mean, all these fights around them, so well contained, so well controlled, and they haven't lost a single player, barely taken any damage along the way. Nixie hunting, looking for some points. It is going to be Ibiza confirming Duck Juice, and everything starting to get pretty messy. Airdrop as well coming through. BB falling apart on the other side of the circle.
I mean, it's firefight in the north, firefight in the south. Not a lot of different ways that you can play it around it. Tiamba does having to deal with the fact that they have a ton of teams that are all up on top of Expendables, just trying to hold together. It's going to be SGD that does go down, or we can see Glory's seeing if maybe he can make something happen. 4 Angry Men's trying to line up with the Remnants, just seeing if he can crawl in, get a nade in retaliation back, but it is all VP up in the north. They pumped out a ton of damage over here. BB Mal still just trying to hold together. It's going to be the Freaks that have separated out, now moving in to see if they can swoop in and pick up some more kills in the south.
Yeah, I love this from the Freaks. Great timing, as always, coming through. Looks like they can confirm that knock from Heaven. And you got 3 kills for Gumin, 1 for Heaven now. Salute, trying to continue this march forward. BB is going to go down. Flood actually going to be the one to find it. Tianba weak ahead. Salute has 7-7 out in the open. Just needed 1 more bullet to connect. Switches over. And it's actually, yeah, he is going to find 7-7 in shoot. Already knocked by Bestalock. Tiamba out in 6.
2 teams needed some big games right now, and it is VP and Falcons both finding some big points. VP getting control over the north. It's just going to be TE Caloris, last one that is up. 4 Angry Men eliminated. Falcons getting control over the west right now, while Freaks have control over the south. We do have the remnants from the future that are holding down a compound, but all eyes have been drawn to them. Everybody has pretty much an idea. Okay, there's a couple of people inside this, but this has kind of become the new settling point. 5 teams up, but really it's just 3, and they are going to be the north, west, and southeast.
I mean, why not 3 in a row? Why not?
Sure.
Why not? I mean, you have 2 players of FTF in front of you, basically standing between a really good chance at another win. If you can get through this cleanly, if you can get through with all 4 up still, you are going to be in a great position. And now you have the opportunity to take some time. Ibiza might find an angle onto Heaven. I mean, Heaven is very keenly aware of it.
So
There's that first knock, and already Salute is just so devastating today.
Okay, well, let's not forget about the fact that I think that the Falcons have a sight line into what's going to be happening. Freaks look like they're going to execute in, realize that the knock's going to happen, see if they can manage to pick this one up. That's going to be easily done, as now Freaks have control over pretty much half of the circle. But Ibiza with that creeping angle is holding back Salute right now. That's allowing Falcons to shift up a bit more into the north. So everybody is kind of jockeying for a new position based off of the way that VP has shifted into this. It looks like VP really wants to line in and make control over the road a top priority, making sure to leave Lucarex back behind us. But Falcons are reading, see if they can try to pick up Lucarex as he's trying to make a rotation. A couple of shots are going to connect, but not quite get the knock just yet.
Yeah, the real question for the Freaks is how do you get Salute out of this? I'm looking, are there any cars for Salute? Because VP has angles on his escape.
He's got a hillside back behind him, so he can counter-wrap. It's going to put him out of the game for a little while, but if he can make it up that hillside and get away, it's only going to be whenever he profiles up at the top. You can see whenever he's creeping over this hillside, he realizes that's the danger point. Already took those shots, revealing himself, so he could be a bit more bold and actually move the hillside to the north and try to see if he can contain VP there.
That's probably what he might do, but that circle shift not favorable. Falcons thinking they're lucky stars. They have a really good opportunity to maybe find a win and find a guaranteed top 12 finish. And Lucarex, with that forward position he took towards the crates, going to be able to sort of lead the way for VP. And that'll open the door for Salute to regroup with the Freaks potentially. It's just how committed does VP want to be to this? Bean, that was a dangerous prone there. Almost paid the price.
It's all about the pacing and control that Falcons can put out right now. If they can really stop either one of these squads, specifically VP from managing to make it back in the circle, they can force VP down into Freaks and have the firefight happen. They can jump in, be the third party. But with this road cutting right through the circle, it's made it very complicated for all of these teams. It's a no man's land of absolutely no cover that nobody wants to cross at this stage.
It is very, very tricky. Virtus Pro now angling a little bit more towards the Freaks, trying to use these little farm houses to try to get a little bit further forward. So far, so good. And it's a smokes for Salute to try to open up some opportunity for him to get through. And look at what they're doing. Going one at a time, making sure that he has an entire wall to get over there. But the problem with this, of course, is that you're committing a ton of resources to get Salute over. I get it. He's your best player. I'd do the same thing.
Wait, what is VP doing? They're hopping inside of vehicles. It looks like they might just go ahead and go for a countersend. They're trying to wrap back into Falcons, realizing the strength of position, trying to sneak in. Falcons weren't even prepared for this. They didn't have the sight line set. Roth is pretty close, but Snakers, neither one really start taking shots until just now. Beamy takes some damage, but that was it. This has now opened up a new opportunity for Freaks to kind of maneuver down to that southeast.
Absolutely. This is really nice for the Freaks. There's a good blue zone right on top of Beamy. Just barely able to scooch out of there. Gonna be okay for now. Falcons holding on for what it's worth. It's a pretty difficult split that they're trying to maintain. Flood has such an important job here, and in fact, he's even positioning his car to make sure that he's gonna be safe from the Freaks' angle as long as possible, but we've seen this all day today so far that the Freaks, you're never safe from them in a compound.
I mean, Human's already dancing back into Flood's angle of approach. This is going to become more complicated. Falcons, while they had a lot of control a second ago, that car shift from VP was massive, completely caught the Falcons before they were prepared to deal with it, and now it's just becoming a lot more of a complicated situation. Falcons find themselves in the new pinched position. They were trying to hold everybody back, and now everybody's got their eyes on them.
Heaven had a really good angle there. Smoke's coming down just in time.
Oh.
Flood spotted by Salute. I don't think Flood saw him. Oh, what a knock there from Heaven. That last bullet got the head.
What the hell today, Freaks? These guys are playing out of their mind. Nade toss, how
No way.
quick. Oh my Lord. Almost takes him down. 1 HP. That's one of the best nades I've ever seen thrown.
It bounced right off of him. That's crazy. They could do no wrong today, Matt.
Flood, you lived by the grace of PUBG itself is pretty much the way that worked. Just an inch one way or the other and that nade would have cooked you. Heaven looking like he's trying to get a bit more out of this angle. Lucarex going to step in, but has to go for the reload. Ibiza is going to go down. Snakers tries to get some more damage out, but he's going to go down as well. Freaks seeing an opportunity in front of them. They're playing down to the south. That means that the other members for the Falcons, most notably Roth, has to defend up against VP. Flood's already been weakened, and now it's going to be the Freaks stepping in, getting control over the center of the circle, and absolutely harassing VP.
Roth doing a great job there for the Falcons, but he's going to get taken down by Beamy. Flood is busy trying to keep the Freaks at bay. He did get the knock on Aguman, but Salute, grenade, doesn't get the knock. Flood still avoiding disaster. Beamy now trying to do some damage towards the Freaks as well. Has to keep his eyes towards Flood, but certainly this is feeling like a third win in a row for the Guangdong Freaks.
They just have to be careful. They can't overextend, and they know it. VP using the opportunity of timing to try to get their members back up, back in control, see if maybe they can keep something of this hillside to work with. The Freaks playing right along the road right now, just absolutely brazen play as Flood just clinging to life over here. He's got the smokes in front of him, but realizing, oh, this is risky, and it is going to get punished. So Luke reads it again, and nigh unstoppable. The Freaks just continue to demolish teams.
Oh, they're just barreling in towards VP. They don't care at this point. They just want to end this game, get it done and dusted. Lukaruk's going to try to hold on, takes Bean down. Human lets loose with some stuns. He's already gotten one, make it two. End game kills. Chicken dinners, 3 in a row?
3 in a row. That is problematic because this is a massive point sponge that is eating up everything around it. 10 kills on top of that. So high kill counts, walking away with chicken dinners, while everybody else is just begging for the scraps to make sure that they're not in the bottom 4.
I mean, what else can you say? They are the best team in this lobby by a mile today. And you can see why. I mean, the timings they have, the way that they approach these compounds, constantly hiding themselves until they're ready to strike. Great grenades, great everything.
Just completely cleanly played all the way through, but we still have 3 more games to go. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk.
What is happening? Guangdong Freaks are fighting like men possessed as they get themselves the 3-peat here on day number 1 of PGC. If there's any way to set the tone and say we are going to challenge for the very top, that's the way to do it.
You know, we said maybe put it in the wildcard maps. It'll shake things up for these teams. Not today. Guangdong Freaks, man, they came to play. They're playing out of their mind. And I don't know there's an answer for them because they got off to such a good start. Like, there's no reason that they can't take risks, they can't make pushes, and they're abusing it.
I mean, you go back to phase 4, right, where you look at, in terms of the latitude, you couldn't have had a circle go more east, right? And they were coming in from the east. Eventually, after that circle 5 and 6, they start flexing out. They have Human in the north. 3 of them move down south, take out BB team as well as Tiamba's situation down there. And from there, so many other teams are far on the other opposite side of the circle from them. They have so much room to play with. It feels like the battleground is theirs right now. Everybody else is just inhabiting it.
But again, they can take that weird let's play east risk because they're so far ahead. Everyone else is like, well, we got to tuck to this side because we know the chances are so low. Exactly. And so that really opens the door for them. Another team that I was excited to see was Flood. Falcons, you know, you heard us in the last scoreboard. I said, what's going on, Falcons? Here we go. They finally put up some big points. Flood got a ton of kills in this game. Granted, incredible spot. Good circle position, just total view of just everybody caught in those kerfuffles.
Yep, Falcons needed it though. It's not a great boost for them to keep things going today, but one issue that does arise from a 3-peat this early, as we saw BB team looking great, we can talk about them in a moment, is the fact that this, in theory, will make that 12th place cutoff all the more difficult if one team or a few teams at the top towards the end of the day are sponging this many points, because this is relatively unprecedented.
Well, and then you guys, okay, so your analysts are watching this, right? And they're going, okay, this is important because we're going to start to figure out what are the point per games, like what's the averages you have to target. Well, it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't matter. The analysts can stop reading right now because I think the cutoff's going to end up being in this 12 to 18, maybe. It could be absolutely bananas how low it is. And so there's no way that you can look at that as an analyst and be like, well, guys, we only need to get 3 points per game tomorrow, because this has to be an anomaly. This cannot continue.
Yeah, imagine if they just keep winning. I mean, considering that I coined the phrase in PGS6 of this carefree PUBG thing, where you're like, all of a sudden, you end up in a situation like this, and it just makes you stronger. When it's a team like this, and it does feel like right now they're playing that way.
Yeah.
And it is a scary prospect if they keep doing this.
I mean, PUBG has been a game about communication and momentum, right? When you get momentum, you just kind of, we've all been there. And those games you win where you're like, man, I feel like we never stopped fighting. And all of a sudden you walk away with the chicken dinner. These guys have so much momentum at this point. They have hubris, not confidence, pure hubris, and they can get away with it because of how far ahead they are. And that's just going to set them up for this crazy run over the next 2 weeks.
That said, at the same time, we did see other teams, of course, do things in this game. BB Team is one of them. Phil First already set the tone early in this game by getting a double. And then later on, I think BB Team had something like 7 or so kills.
Yeah. I think you're right. And what I liked most about seeing that was the fact that you could see how disappointed they were with how the last game ended.
Yeah.
And to come back into the very next one and already have let that water just roll off their backs and be ready to play is very impressive.
That said, a lot of other teams already got themselves similar kills or higher. VP, Falcons, as well as Tiamba, who eventually kind of dispatched of that BB Team situation down to the south, and then Kwangdong Freeze came in or whatever. But Virtus.pro and Falcons locked horns towards the very end there. And it's funny when you brought up Falcons, because you brought up Flood initially as the team, because he was doing a lot of the work there. Great to see Mr. FluDD doing what he does.
It was. I mean, I appreciate Roth's position there. He pushed out in front of everybody and played, I don't want to say bait necessarily, but was willing to sort of go out there and be the guy who's I'm going to be utility man. I'm going to push to the front.
He can be loud.
Call things out. He can be loud.
Hey, I'm over here.
And that led a nice little split. Snakers and Flood got to run that cone against them, and it did result in Flood getting a ton of kills. And again, all we need to do is get to that top 12, and this, I think, should put Falcons in a pretty comfortable position. But the most comfortable, obviously, Kwangdong Freaks with 3 in a row.
A little bit comfortable.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
So we went from Heaven having an MVP, or a man of the match, to Salute having a man of the match, and now we're back to Heaven having a man of the match.
Those two, I tell you what, man, they have been, even when you go back to the PGSs, like, they have been playing so well together. And I do, while we'll give the man of the match to Heaven, I do want to give a shout out to Bean. Poor little Bean here is not getting any kills.
Bean.
Oh, Bean. But he's doing the job that needs to be done. When there was that last push, you saw them say, okay, Bean, you go attack first, and they all followed him in. Like, someone's got to be that guy, and Bean is doing a great job.
Yeah, like, you can't look at the numbers across this team and be like, wait a minute, Bean's got no kills during these 3 games, because it doesn't matter, because, again, you know, he's being able to reinforce the team, he is having impact. Everybody else is being able to get all these kills, but what a way to really
It does
start.
feel a little bit like hazing, you know? Hey, new guy, get out there. It'll be a safe push. 1 HP. Let's take a look at the leaderboard from that one. VP does get 14 points. Falcons with 13. They're going to be very, very happy with that.
Yeah.
Day Trade makes a big come up on 7, so I think that's going to be good news for them. Expendables, still 5. I think those teams that are walking away with the 4 to 7 are going to be pretty happy with those numbers based on what we're seeing, because KDF is taking so many points off the board.
Can you still allocate pick'ems in-game? Can you still do that?
I believe you can.
Well, I mean, if you can. I don't quite know exactly when the cutoff is, but 69 points in 3 games, that is not only nice, that is also kind of maybe going to push maybe people if you can still do pick'em to actually go for that, because that's ridiculous.
Yep.
That is a huge statement for them at the beginning of PGC 2024. Of course, the situation changes as you get deeper into the tournament.
But,
so you got a different
but
approach.
they're ready for that. You heard that in the interview with Bella. Human said, you know what? This isn't the finals.
Yes.
So all we're going to do is keep playing our game, getting better. And I think that that's the mentality that does tell me, if you want to put a pick'em towards someone, if you've got that extra, that 4th ticket, and you're like, where do I put this? That might be a team to do it, because if that's their headspace now, even this far ahead of like, no, we're not through. We have to focus on our game. I have a lot of respect for that mentality.
And well, with 3 games left, still any team could easily jump out of our bottom 4 here, considering how close it currently is.
Wow.
We only have the 6 games across each of these circuit days, meaning that it will be down to the very last game every single time, unless something very strange happens for every single team.
Well, I mean, the reality is, to make the top 5, I think you need 14 points out of the bottom 4. So, and that's because of what KDF is doing. So the good news for everyone else is, if you're a team that has had a rough start, it's okay. All you have to do is pick up 1 good game. And we saw what Falcons did to climb all the way to the left side of that leaderboard. So coming to this one, if you're a team that is not KDF, I think you have to sort of batten down the hatches. Even if you're a 2nd and 3rd place team sitting at that 22-21, 2 or 3 bad games could start dropping you down, because a lot of these teams are going to start climbing aggressively.
Rondo on the way, scary prospect, definitely plays very differently compared to our previous battlegrounds. I mean, one thing that I was thinking to myself is, who's going to go test track? Because yes, 4am is here, and you would think that they were going to be able to try and challenge for it, but my eyes spy a little, maybe a contestant, but we'll see, because the big dogs are not in this lobby currently, who are usually testing for test track.
And I think that is where some of these teams, and you know, we saw that with SGD, is making these plays of, okay, let's make the most out of it before the big dogs show up, right? The little dogs got to get as much food as they can, because they know once the big ones roll in here, it's going to get real rough for a lot of these teams. And that is what happens tomorrow. The next 4 step in, and then, man, when we get to that grand final, I think when you see Twisted Minds, Sonics, when they show up and say, okay, we're here to play now in 17, I think a lot of this map play is going to change.
The dynamic changes wildly from day to day, especially, as you say, when those huge names do appear. But already, names are being put on the board, and the stars say Kwangdong Freaks right now, across 3 games, they have won everything. How is it going to unfold in game number 4 as we head over to Rondo for our next one? Commentators, take it away.
Time for the Rumble and Rondo right now, as this is going to be a spicy game. A ton of teams need to make some more points, as it is neck and neck to try to get out of those bottom 4 positions. Can you muster the courage, as Freaks have been absolutely on a tear?
Yeah, a lot of hot drops to consider here on Rondo. Talked about it a lot during PGS's when this map came into the pool, but everything around the center is so valuable on this map, in particular because of the way that we're seeing the heat maps play out with where circles are likely to go, with how the unplayable terrain tends to affect those circles. So things like the test track, stadium, are super important because they give you great access to those early circles, to where the likely zones are going to finish. They give you great access to vehicles. There's not a lot of vehicles out on the roads on Rondo outside of the cities themselves. So it's really a lot of things that come into play.
Look at how many jumped there at the end.
Yeah.
Genji.
That I don't think should amount to anything, I hope.
I hope. I think there you go. I find it funny that you're talking heat maps after the obvious heat map that was our last game.
Yeah,
that was a crazy.
Clearly, that's on somebody's drawing board. You know, they've seen that circle before, I'm sure.
I mean, it was a pretty wild situation to see it all play out. Is this circle also pretty mean?
I like it.
I like mean circles too.
I just want to go away from the stadium. Like, let's go northwest towards Bailey.
Wait, I'm confused. Test track isn't in the circle. Rondo has more than test track.
It does. I know, it's shocking. We did get to see some of those desert finishes, though, at 6.
Yeah, we did.
You guys got lucky.
I know.
We got the bad end of that deal at 5.
We got to see some of the Miramar side of this map. So, looks like T1 SGD, as well as guess who? The Freaks are inside of this circle.
Shocking. Actually, that last game, they weren't even, they had to play the edge, right?
Yeah.
The whole time. And then they just find these moments where they're just like, oh, that's a nice compound you have there. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it.
They didn't even have to take compounds inside the last one. They just kind of like walked around.
They sort of did.
Yeah, okay. You have to say that to Flood. Flood definitely took a nade.
Yeah.
I'm still amazed at that nade, and amazed that Flood survived that. That is absolutely insane. Pretty much quiet right now. Not anybody shooting, as this map does provide enough space for if you want to avoid a hot drop, you can. And looks like everybody's kind of buckling up for that situation due to the fact that it is, only 17 points between 16th place and 2nd right now.
Absolutely.
That is nuts to think about. That's one game.
It's it's going to be really wild. I mean, you said it earlier, after 2 games of the Freaks winning, there'd be this point sponge, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't know anything that's more absorbent than sponges, but apparently the Kwangdong Freaks have access to technology that we don't, because they are well beyond in the point accumulation category. So it's going to be absolutely freaking crazy in that last game.
Haha, absolutely freaking crazy.
Okay.
So a lot of the other squads that we have been seeing a lot of very solid performances coming out. So let's get a little bit of an idea on what's going on with Weibo.
兴奋的吧，就是我觉得从来没有在马来西亚打过线下，这一次来到马来西亚打世界赛也算是一个更好的体验吧，为他们感到高兴吧，就是他们能打到世界赛，就是这一次可能 没有我的情况下，不知道他们会不会打得更好，所以遇到我也不会手下留情的，我会狠狠地揍他们的。
There were two shins. Old meme. Okay, so, I mean, at this point, it looks like we're getting pretty much Zhao 10 committal for a couple squads. Most notably, VP, maybe Falcons playing in the outskirts. T1 already had control over it. I mean, the way that a couple of these circles have shifted, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of people eyeing that center position because it's been very favorable.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I suspect that a lot of the heat maps are going to send teams north of Zhao 10. We'll just have to wait and see exactly. You know, it can go, you know, southeast a bunch. Again, it's somewhat similar
There's
to
that shot you were talking about beforehand. 541 meters, longest kill.
Oh, that Beamy kill.
Yeah.
That was with the Lynx. That was bonkers. I mean, that gun, really powerful. And Beamy definitely putting it to good use, but I'm just kind of looking at Tiamba. This is the team that I was the most curious about before our interview. How are they going to do this? How are they going to get in? And this sucks. FTF is gatekeeping this road. A lot of damage done, but no knock found just yet. They're going to chase him down in the car.
They need it. I mean, they need it bad, and they want it, you can see, but they just cannot get it. Maybe these last couple attempts, not going to find it. As from the future, none of the plans seem to be amounting to what they want.
They're just so close in some of these scenarios, and they just can't quite convert.
It's a good play. I mean, this is well established. They had an idea on what the approach was. They just did not get what they wanted out of it, and I mean, sometimes the shots just don't go your way.
The best laid plans, you know, sometimes it's not always in your favor. And Tiamba, I think, probably pretty happy to get away with that one. Now the real question is, Tiamba, is how angry are you about that bridge camp? Oh, AZ. This is the previous game where Flood just murdered him, just lined him up, knocked him down. Bobo as well. Oh my goodness, that's some good long-range shooting. I mean, it is the buggy, the most dangerous of the vehicles, but...
Show me the nade again.
Show me the nade.
See it.
Show me the nade. Show us the nade. We're waiting. We're waiting. No, that's not... Yeah.
This is where he gets his feet shot. Well, I'll say his feet. That's not what really got shot. But anyway, see, now we've got pretty much no other movement happening other than day trade, Tiamba, and from the future. Everybody else is pretty comfy inside the circle for the time being.
Absolutely. The Freaks just doing what they do best, waiting this one out, setting up with a 2-2 split. Very similar to kind of what we saw in Erangel, with them being patient in the early part of the game, just wanting to opt for a little bit of space control if they have some circle control, try to wait things out. Weibo, they're driving a bit towards Gen G, and how much are they going to commit to that? I mean, it looks like they were kind of going to do some scouting at the top of that hill, may recognize that Barpo was in there and not fully commit to that, just be happy with some level of vision control over that part of the map. 4 a.m., a lot of dips and dives to work with here on this particular spot. So they can set up, looking like their second Erangel game. They can kind of set up some car forts out in the open and make a go of it from there.
The question I have is, anybody actually going to be able to take down the Freaks right now, as it looks like nobody is even on an approach vector near them, as the Freaks have more points than second, third, and fourth combined.
I mean, I can't even think of a good analogy with how dominant the Freaks have been today. It's just, it's hard to imagine that a team, no matter what lobby it is, it's PGC, man. Coming in here and winning 3 in a row, I don't care who's in this lobby, who's not. This is still absolutely disgusting.
I will say right now, though, I'm going to be, if the Freaks perform today and then have trouble as we move further into this, I'm extremely frustrated.
Well, and I will be 10 times as frustrated.
So that can sometimes happen with the Freaks. They have a great day, and you're like, okay, they're finally there, and then
no,
the consistency just doesn't happen. So I'm hoping this is the start of a great run for them, as we are still getting a dust up between. It's going to be Tiamba and from the future. Just a couple more shots exchanged between them. Nothing too crazy happening yet, as we still have not had a single player fall on the map. Still sitting at 64, as Got the glider coming into play, and that's...
Oh, no way, dude.
This is starting to come up. That's 2 potential points, and that is a big from the future.
Well, this is huge in a couple different ways, right? Not only is from the future getting points, desperately needed points, Tiamba is basically looking at a donut in this game, and they're at 11th spot. I mean, they can't afford to be having games like this. Just from the future, the whole time, the whole strategy, I think, from the drop to when the first circle popped was, we are going to harass any team that tries to come on that southern road, and we are going to make their lives miserable, and they did just that.
And if anything, that there's a bit of energy that gets added to your squad whenever you can execute and make plays like that and get those kills, because now you're finally going, okay, nothing was working, what do we do? Something is finally starting to work, so therefore you start to synergize, you get the mental back in a better position, and it really helps you just maneuver through the rest of the game.
Spot on. Fully agree. Gen G, though, as SGD, Jervis kind of bouncing around between houses. Oops, few shots go his way. Now Jervis knows something ain't right. Somebody's danger close. Tosi, though, has a couple different angles that he has to worry about, so he's being a little bit cautious. 4 a.m.
Well, I was joking about the fact that this was going to be an urban ending, but it looks like we are pretty much due up on it at this point.
I wasn't expecting this. I thought we'd get a north shift, but what do I know?
Apparently, the circles do what they want today, and I absolutely love it. So we can see that over here on the outskirts of it, 4 Angry Men trying to rotate around. It's going to be, I believe, Eternal Fire. They have to be careful not to go too far down into the 2-2 split that's going to be for New Happy. Over on the western side, you can see it's going to be a Luna Galaxy trying to maneuver past SGD. We're trying to gatekeep out Gen G as long as Weibo right next to each other. The Expendable is going to have to make a long wrap down. Anybody that approaches in the south going to be pretty rewarded for it, as well as FTF, as they were coming in late in the circle, going to be pretty happy down here.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot like I don't even know, like a finish in Miramar where, you know, it's got so much of that city in it and there's so many buildings. Pick your poison, whether it's Los Leones or something else, where a lot of teams are just going to have to set up on the inside of the city and just kind of try to find the best edge and hope that the circle's a little bit favorable in the direction you want to go. Because if you're on the edge of one of these cities, you can, in theory, control so much of the space on your way out. You can keep the other teams barricaded. You know, you see it all the time, and like Yasnaya is another example. And certainly this is potentially shaping up to be a similar situation. Maybe we'll get lucky and it just ends in the city. You know, Matt, you and I just seem to find those city endings when we...
I ain't gonna get mad about it.
Yeah, when we do events together, it seems like it's just, we get at least one. At least one.
Hey, I always love those type of moments, and right now we have VP, 4 Angry Men, Falcons, and T1 all agreeing the fact that this might go into Jiao 10. See if we have any later wrappers that are coming in, as it looks like Weibo is going to kind of maneuver into the west. This is where Genji was at a little while ago. They're also trying to move out, I believe, the EMP field, so I think get a bit more distance out of that. Should be fine. Freaks are going to be over there next to him, so I think that they're trying to maneuver away from that. TE doing a very long wrap, specifically going from the north all the way down to the south. They might find themselves pretty open, just Tiamba going to be pretty close, depending on where they opt in to enter.
They're going to drive a bit out into the blue and just try to look for edge. I mean, the Expendables are a team that is happy to take fights whenever and wherever, and they will look for their moments and try to strike. So keeping our eyes on them on the maps feed, as VP has Ibiza so far up. He has found the tallest point inside of the city itself. I mean, of course, there's some of those pillars of God out there.
He's already so tall, and then they give him the tallest building too?
It's not fair.
He can see for days. All right, SGD, what you got is they've got pretty much control over the northwest. Luna Galaxy and Genji, the closest teams to them, but they don't have to make any big plays yet, so pretty much just waiting to see what Circle's going to do.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's just kind of jockeying for a little bit of position as much as they can, seeing what they can get away with. T1 has to retreat, going back to the edge of Jiao Tin as they await the next circle. New Happy has a phenomenal spread here. I mean, if this goes east or south, New Happy's in a really, really, really good position to take advantage of this.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
So look at Eternal Fire. They called in the emergency pickup. They are going to opt into taking it, so they can pretty much use this jump right inside the city itself if they would like to. Jump going to take a wild stab. That's probably going to be the safest bet for them to make a maneuver in. But they timed it so perfectly that, again, they can maneuver around, but also denies out anybody else that might be wanting to try to take that emergency pickup for a couple of seconds. The timing on emergency pickups could be big. Moving into this one is Freaks are going to find themselves new friends in Gen G.
Well, Gen G just trying to cut ahead, and the Freaks just looking to harass it as best they can. Not really much connecting there for the Freaks. That feels like an aberration. Feels like, oh, well, that's not good. Barpo already down and out. Great angles here, great crossfires for the Falcons. Setting up to really send Gen G packing. I mean, they've got Adder inside. Are they going to be able to get to this res, or are the Falcons going to try to commit?
Is Relo going to make a move down stairwell or not? Looks like he's just going to lean in, try to be stealthy for the time being. Nade's going to come out, and there you go. Pick that one up nice and clean. Falcons going to start finding that momentum from the last game, making their way up. There you go. Relo's going to come alive, spat out Rex. That's going to deny out anything from Freaks making any moves out, but Freaks have a new set of friends of their own, looking at SGD.
This is an absolutely brutal day for Gen G. I mean, there had to be some hope here that maybe it was an upward trajectory for Gen G this year, coming off of that 4th place finish at PGS 6. Instead, right now, they're sitting in dead last after 4 matches. Dead last in a very dangerous spot. I mean, yes, all it takes is 1 game, you're back up into that top 12. But you do not want to be at the bottom of this leaderboard with 2 more Miramars to go after this.
Life is on the line for the couple of these squads right now, and with this, Gen G watching and just having to essentially look through the spectator as everybody else is going to be trying to pick up a couple of more points. One of these squads is going to be SGD. They've got Luna Galaxy that are going to be to the south, but they've got the nefarious Freaks that are going to be over into the east of them, so having to be cautious. Weibo also going to be just a bit more to the north. Still pretty much the same teams. Only Eternal Fire making commit into Jiao 10. Everybody else pretty much saying, no, we're going to go ahead and lean into the hillsides.
This is a little bit of a posturing move, and it's actually Shen on his former team. Just heard him talking about it earlier. I mean, I'll never forget that SGD team. The way that they bullied everyone in Asia out of Pachinki Picado was absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, they were beating 17, you know, some of the best teams that in terms of controlling Pachinko that are out there. And oh no, SGD. The Bean has a nice clean angle from the fence line, and they are going to get out. I see a Mark 14 in the hands of the Freaks as well. Where are we going? Just going to Jiao 10. Yes!
Yep.
Yes!
Okay. Buckle up, everybody, as it is time to go a bit Mad Maxy. Who's going to hop in their vehicles? Who's going to make the commitment in? Weibo does have an option as they can just move directly south, but looks like FTF going to be in some trouble. They've got Day Trade right on top of them. Pao Pao also going to be caught in the middle of a sandwich that he has nothing to want to be doing with. TE also going to have to make a wrap. New Happy has an option that they can pretty much cut in. They should be pretty okay to move that hillside if they want to. Luna Galaxy, they have a pretty big problem in front of them. There's no clean path as they're kind of entrapped to the north with SGD, and then they've got the full firing line of all of the teams already inside of Jiao 10.
I love what Day Trade is doing here. Because they've had that high ground, because they've had so much information on the city itself, they had their cars ready, and they're able to find a really safe spot on the edge. I love that our observers are showing this. Even though it's not fighting, it's actually super important. Shen dusting it up with the Freaks. The Freaks lose Gumin early. It looks like maybe Freaks run is coming to an end. Forget that. Bean gets one, immediately gets traded. Now you got another down. Salute, just heaven left for the Freaks. Door open. Shots in the back, but can't find the knock.
Ooh, got to be careful. It's just everybody flooding in. Does get the knock onto one. Can he buy the rest of them? As it is going to be cautious. Assistance coming out as it's going to be Type that gets some outside shots. Now starting to find some angles to work with on this one. It looks like Heaven realizing he might have some momentum inside of this firefight, trying to navigate away from it. Looks like he's making his way up the hillside. Wants to go ahead and stall it out. Good placement there. Going to go ahead and pop the explosive barrel. Get that little bit of fire going so that way he can go time, get res up.
That's really well played by him. That buys him the opportunity to get this res at the very least. First aid going to be used by ZYY. Has that sawed off. Could just get in there, maybe grab the res first. Oh, actually, you know what? There's another shotgun on the ground that's even better. Might as well go for that. Stuns are coming out here for the Freaks as they're trying to clear the space. They know they have the numbers advantage now. Trying to find the angle. The shotgun, though. Heaven can't find the timing.
That was so close. It felt like the momentum had switched back over into the Freak side, but finally, the Titans have been taken down and the rest of the lobby can find some points.
I mean, they've only got 71 points in 4 games. They might set the record for the most points in 6 games in one day in any international competition. I don't know what the actual record is. My guess is it's somewhere around 80. Be curious to see if they actually have a real shot at doing that.
Trying to remember.
I
know that we've had some pretty crazy days.
Yes.
So looking out as now we do have, because we also did have the Falcons. Just the last one picked up 3 wins at the tail end of PGA.
They had a
6, but they didn't have the high kill count to match with it. So I don't know.
I mean, there's definitely been teams that have gotten 3 wins in one day. I'm very curious what the actual max point is. But anyway, TE stuck on the edge of the circle as they tried to kind of backfill from where Day Trade was. There still are some compounds available. Pow trying to sneak down the hill, but TE, just any movement they make to try to get around this corner, to try to get out of the blue zone, is getting just shredded by about 3 different teams.
Look, respect for Pow. He's managed to survive and somehow sneak his way into this one. And that's all he's wanting to do at this stage. He's just hoping that people will stop. Oh, no, he's been spotted. Day Trade shooting at him. Oh, dream is dead, Pow. He tried so hard. All right, TE, what you got? New contender trying to run down a roughly similar path.
I mean, oh no.
Oh no.
Please land it. Just please land it. I mean, they might be dead no matter what.
Belmont.
We're good?
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh no.
So dirty. Oh. I love it.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And a good game so far for Day Trade as we're heading a little bit towards the southwestern side of Jiaotin. FTF off screen was removed from this game as well. Luna now circling in, trying to find some kind of purchase in the circle. They actually have some of the fence lines on the northwest part that they can drive into. So I think that is going to be where they kind of have to go. Oh god, that's dangerous. That car got a little stuck on the terrain.
Yeah, Falcons doing some harassment, but not going to be enough to at least stop the approach for now. So outer wall now collapsed in. Luna's not made it into the circle just yet, but Falcons now have a plethora of targets to look at as T1 also going to be rolling right up on top of Weibo at the same time. T1 just running in full on gusto, realizing, no, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it fast, and we're just going to take it as quick as possible. Weibo gone. T1 takes it.
Yeah, it's a really nice push there for T1. They really desperately also need points, just like Gen G, who's already out of this. New Happy making a wide northern wrap, trying to find something open in the city. I mean, they've been getting shot at by 4AM, by VP, by Day Trade, so they know that the eastern edge, off limits. There's almost no way they're getting through, so they have to try something else, and they might dust up with T1 a little bit, see exactly how they want to enter through, exactly where Luna kind of had to land. There really weren't many other options in this scenario. New Happy taking a ton of damage, but I think they might have...
Oh no.
Oh no, they're going right to T1.
They're driving right next to T1. Jumps out, AZ already down. Raining's going to take him down. Luke Ruck still has a beat onto the side of it. New Happy, there's just nowhere to go. The crossfire is immense. I mean, Luna Galaxy even has some vision into this, but they're caught up with what's going on with Falcons right now. New Happy's just crawling in. That's all they can do. Blue Zone already on top of them. T1 just an absolute dominant position against them.
VP has such a great angle onto that road as well, so you can't just drive down. Oh my god, what a hardship. Woo! Couldn't just drive down that middle road for New Happy. They had to go towards T1. So just really no good options available for them. Speaking of good options, though, Falcons have quite a few. EF is in the center. There's some open space there in the middle. BBB, I think they're A-okay to just kind of lock this compound down, control that space in front of them. Still a few more circles to go, so no reason to overcommit just yet. Just let everybody else fight on the edge of Jiaotin and, you know, get some decent points. I mean, you're already pretty much good to go to get through to tomorrow, but might as well play it safe.
Yeah, Falcons, are you going to firm regroup and play for position closer to the center of the circle, or do you want to play for kills? Looks like they are trying to regroup right now, leaving Rello back behind. They do spot out VP. The Snaker's going to get the down and the flush onto Ibiza with a couple of little jack-in-the-box pop shots there. Meanwhile, it's going to slow down VP, which could be a problem for 4 Angry Men. God, we already moving position. Luna now starting to make their move across. Has to deal with T1 on one side of him, but also going to have to deal with Rello as at least 2 members of Falcons going to have some vision on their approach. But T1 putting in a ton of work.
Yeah, the Falcons having a great game. they've shot up to second place already. So a little bit of a slow start to the day, and the Falcons are bouncing right back, playing really clean PUBG right now. Great angles for Rello, just harassing everybody from this rooftop. I mean, just doing tons of damage. His ADR is to be through the roof in this game. VP, though, starting to fall apart. A couple different teams getting involved there. 4 AM loses one player off screen to Tanadol. So Godv and HS going to have to try to just claw their way through this circle. But the good news is you've got some free points on the other side of the circle. There you go. Easy money for 4 AM. But now with the blue there, it's so hard to get through a city in this scenario without just an absolutely ridiculous amount of smokes.
And there's so many weakened squads that are kind of creeping their way in here, still buying up placement point positionings. 23 still alive, 8 teams still up, but almost all of them are in the north right now with Falcons, Luna Galaxy, T1, VP, 4 Angry Men, all in a very similar pathing to each other. Just going to be EF as well as BB. Maybe Day Trade, all pretty comfy at the time being. It's Kraken. Just hiding out right next to that window. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Luca Rux going to be moving in. She's going to have to be careful. Raining just jumps and delivers himself right to Luca Rux. Thanks, I guess.
It's raining. It just comes right in.
It was there in front of me and I missed it.
You dangled it out there for me, and I had to take that. Falcons, man, this should be, I think, a pretty strong finish. I mean, if they can clean out the rest of these teams that are around them on the north, then you got to kind of worry about EF in front of you. But there's going to be a lot less third-party potential if they can just hold on to this edge of the zone for as long as they possibly can. Day Trade has a good opportunity. BBB, just BB, looking really, really good. There's some space out in the west that our observers are begging a team to take, but I just don't think anyone could get their observers.
Nobody has any vehicles left.
No, exactly.
And so you'd have to burn a lot of smokes at that stage. Instead, see, it looks like Falcons are going to line up against T1. T1, no cover to be had except for that little corner. Oh, the molly. Going to separate out Nade, just narrowly missing T1 as they make it to the new outer wall. Oh, that one's going to be massive. That's going to do a ton of work. Relo's going to get the knock on one. Tyson's in trouble. That's going to be pretty much all she wrote. T1 gets eliminated. 1,000 damage popping off for Relo.
I told you he was farming ADR from up on that roof. Just absolutely going nuclear. And now Falcons do have to make a move. There still is Kraken from Luna out there in the wings. I think they know he's out there. I'm seeing a lot of the Falcons players really focusing their attention there. Yeah. That could just be just diligence, but something makes me think that Flood at least has an idea. One thing I will say I like about this format, there's no reason to sacrifice points. You might as well just go for it.
Yeah, Falcons were definitely reading that. They're great at making sure to pay attention to the kill feed, as well as the fact that Luna made the approach that was next to them earlier. They got most of the kills on top of them, so they knew to be keeping an eye out for that Luna player in the kill feed from the moment that he was down to a solo. Now, Day Trade, EF, what you going to do against Falcons? Falcons have already managed to pick up 12 kills, feeling pretty good, but they want more. The problem is, how do you path into this? You've got a ton of kills, but a lot of the kills have not necessarily been something that you can run up, grab the crates to, so could make it a bit more complicated as far as overall utility moving in the later stages of the game. Actually, Falcons are going to run that one in. They got a car.
Well, there's some buildings out there. They're not the safest of buildings. You can see there's a lot of open space in them, and that's why Roth is going to pay the price. More Falcons players trying to cut in. Code Marco and Ruin going to find a couple kills for EF. They really would like a few more points to feel pretty comfortable. So far, doing a good job from this spot. Really kind of down to them and BB, separated between the northern and the southern edge of this current circle. Spiral just looking to harass, do any extra damage possible. Ooh, that was a dangerous run. Day Trade able to get behind that fence into the next circle, so they're safe for now. But again, my immediate question is, how many smokes do you have, Day Trade? You have 3. That's not enough.
Yeah, and I don't know, 3 different firing lines. Well, at least 2. Falcons don't really want to look at anything right now. They're perfectly content to just kind of let this one go and let the firefight happen around them.
Well,
okay, they've got the wall, they've got that hill. They can make some stuff happen, but this is.
I just think there's too many angles. Okay, well, yeah. Okay. They've got the emergency cover, and they've got a bunch of smokes. Like at least 3 plus maybe I think I saw some of the smoke grenade launchers in there. So maybe.
Well, the bigger problem is that they have to move at roughly the same time that Eternal Fire is going to have to move, and they're going to have to move at roughly the same positioning. So any cover or smoke that they throw out, they have to block BB, but they also have to block EF. And I don't know how well you can execute this. It looks like EF at least has some cover, a bit of a wall to play from. So maybe that could be the only reprieve for day trade. I don't know. This is going to be hard.
Yeah, no. No matter how you slice it, it is going to be very tricky. I'm just trying to math out the best possibilities for day trade, as are you. And look, the statistics aren't great. They don't look good for day trade. We'll put it that way.
Well, EF looks like they're more caught up in Falcons, and that's actually very good for day trade because that's going to remove the 2 squads that they might have to worry about. Now it is just going to be BB. While we've got this going on, EF just throwing everything in the kitchen sink into Falcons' position. Look at all the smokes already down. EF going to go ahead and flank back around behind this. I don't know if Snakers has got a read on it yet, but he is at least on the opposing side from the car to provide some cover. Looks like Code Marco might have saw the feet on that one. So now stepping away, it is going to be Spyro spots that one, but the high ground position. We're going to try to get the knock in, but no! Snakers is going to go ahead and get the knock, but in counter off of that, it's going to be Code Marco.
Oh, that was so well played by Code Marco. Just a great bait position. Almost worked a treat for Eternal Fire, but they still lose a player up on the roof. Rune down. Code Marco getting pushed. Rello just holds the trigger down, takes out Eternal Fire.
Got some cover to work with, so should be able to get the res on the Snakers. The firefight with day trade pretty much done. BB team now making their move out. They want to go ahead and get control over the entirety of the circle. It's going to be best of luck to trying to flank in back behind, deny out any form of res. Flood is already down. BB a doozy leading the path inside of the compound itself. Spyro kind of the guy in the back making sure to provide any form of cover. Rello all by himself now, and that is a 1v4. BB's had themselves inside this compound for forever. They want to get out. They want to stretch their legs, and unfortunately for Rello, that means that they are everywhere around him right now. No options to work from. Tries to go through spray, but of course it's going to be BB team that walks away with it.
Yeah, just able to play out that end game very, very nicely. Everybody just gets stuck in Zhao Tin, fighting along the edge, and BB team can just watch and wait and take their moments, take their opportunities. What a play there at the end of that game by Rello and the Falcons. Really doing a nice job coming through and getting some big points, getting themselves up to second place, I think, or close to, maybe third now because of BB.
I mean, they wanted it, of course they did. But that was such a big game for Falcons that finally gets the space, the comfort. They now know that they're pretty good to move into tomorrow. So, I mean, very specifically high kill counts coming up big from them. Tons of control, a lot of stuff as we're going to be making our way over to Miramar next.
Well, it will be BB team finally ending the tyranny of Kwangdong Freaks here, getting themselves on the board. And they've already had themselves plenty of points, but this will solidify themselves very nicely up towards the top, alongside Falcons, who are popping off right now. We saw even Snakers 1,000 damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that we expect good things from. They've been on a bit of a slide lately. In fact, I think they're angry that they're being considered the 3rd best team in our region. So this is a chance for them to kind of come back and put a story together. But for me, BBT, I think, you know, you said that if these guys get rolling, that they might not be you might not be able to stop them.
Yeah.
So far, it looks like that was it. They've been gaining in confidence.
I did think that the second Erangel, where they had that compound, and if they were able to hold that down, I said to you, when that was going on, I feel like if they get something rolling here, that will be when they just do not stop throughout the day. Of course, they run into a Kwangdong Freaks who's playing carefree PUBG, and then that's a problem. That's a thorn in their side. But now it looks like they really are rolling. What a great push to finish off the situation again against the Falcons that was on fire here. And, I mean, I'll go even further than that. I said to you just before, technically for me, this is a team in EMEA that could eventually win an international. They've just really had a bit of an odd time over in EMEA this year.
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, you know, you've been watching them because you're in EMEA, and like, these guys have great moments regionally, but for the fans and the rest of people watching abroad, like, this is a team that has not made it to a PGS. They missed EWC. Like, internationally, they haven't had a showing since PGC 23, where they got 18th, essentially, with this roster. And so it's one of those, for everyone, there's just questions. And I think for even themselves, they'd have some of those questions. So to come out here, have a really solid day one, to be completely honest, and to get this chicken dinner, I think is great for them confidence-wise as we move through this event. This is going to be a strong roster, and you're seeing
Yeah, very important. And of course, now they will guarantee themselves basically into that top 12 moving through into tomorrow. But I want to actually just fall back onto this and see, talk about Falcons here. Because again, we see the numbers that they're able to put out in this game. Feels like some confidence might be back on the board. And maybe that this can have a knock-on effect for them for the next days. Because sometimes in our PGS5, PGS6, it felt like there were moments where there just wasn't a whole lot of confidence for Falcons. So this could be a brilliant start.
Yeah, I don't know what's gone on. I mean, you can see them smiling right now if you take a look at him. So this is Roth's newest member of the team. He's kind of known for his positive mental attitude and is willing to sort of be loud and take the shots he needs to take. And seeing him happy at the end of that game means that they are in a really good mental space, which I think bodes well for the rest of this circuit.
3,000 damage from them in this game. So really exerting so much pressure on this lobby. And it is an interesting one, right? Because we basically end in a pseudo-urban ending where all of those teams have to come out from that kind of area, and then they're kind of running into where Falcons is trying to hold out a lot of the situation. So they were able to take a lot.
I think it's where Falcons is going to thrive, though. Jiaotian, when you're working through the buildings, I think one of the situations I've been seeing Falcons have a little more trouble is when we're looking at these big holds where a lot of communication is required in the city, where they can kind of play their game, play aggressively as doubles and solos. They seem to be very, very strong. Their gunplay is second to none in a lot of ways. So I do think that this was a great map for them. I think they're feeling very strong. Those 14 kills are going to put them in a great headspace, and Falcons is a team that when they are communicating and when their heads are in the right place and they're being positive as a group, they don't have a limit. They could go all the way, right? And so I hope this continues because it will set them up for a very good, entirely PGC if they start strong.
Would be nice. Do like these boys. And at the same time here, you got teams like Daytrade showing up with 7 kills, but let's break down BB team, who was able to win that game out. Only one for Besto, but it will be Spiro up towards the top here with 3 kills and 500 damage. Of course, a lot of people, if not having eventually joined question mark and joined this roster, if you don't know his name from there, you know him from Northern Lights, you know him from the Experts Pro, you know him from Twisted Minds. This guy was a monster, still is a monster, and can play with the very best of them.
And you know, it's got to sting a little bit not being on that Twisted Minds roster, seeing the era of Twisted Minds, but watching them play right now with BB Team, it's not a write-off. It shows just how strong his caliber was and continues to be. 3 kills is going to be our man of a match.
Yep. Not too bad, not too shabby. Been able to do enough here to, again, solidify themselves in that top 12 for the day. So they will be moving through into tomorrow. Definitely not a bad start. And again, I feel like for a team like this circuit format, if you're playing from day one, keeping it going, you get warm. If you think about how they were playing Taego before they got folded in on by teams that either leapfrogged them or was Guangdong Freaks coming in from the east side, they like to set up barrier positions on edge play. And when they do that, they can do some very strong sweeping and be able to accumulate great kill points off of that and eventually convert those into wins. So they are phenomenal at that kind of play.
And they put 19 points on the board off the back of that match. Falcons gets a whopping 20.
That's big.
And then roll on down from there. You see Daytrade, Eternal Fire. The thing that stands out to me here is a lot of our teams that were already sort of in a pretty good position went ahead and got more points. So I do think when we get to this overall leaderboard, what we're going to start looking at is that bottom 4, because that's what matters today, right? Who makes the top 12? And that cutoff is going to get awful congested and not a huge difference there. 13th place is 11 points, and then 14, 15, 18, 20, all striking distance for those teams in the bottom to catch up to.
Guangdong Freaks only 2 points in that game. A little disappointing.
Yeah, yeah, little disappointing.
71 points in 4 games.
That's insane.
Oh,
again, I'll wait. I'll see if they can do this. You know, in 2 days. That will be the real test. But but they only got 2 points because they can do whatever they want, right? Like they were able to say, you know, let's take some risks. And do
they went into Jiaotian, they crashed it. You know, they end up in a precarious spot. How are you gonna be able to fold through all of that? It will be difficult. But 41 points for BB Team is a great spot for number 2, especially as you say, they're kind of almost their most important foray into international waters for 2024, considering they missed out on so many opportunities. So to be able to put this on the board says, okay, we were gone, we were not present for so long, we can still hang with these lobbies quite handedly, and in fact be able to really bring the fight to them.
and to say to the international community, we never stopped working. You may have forgotten about us, but we didn't forget about us. Like, we have been here putting in the work. We've been dominating regionally. We have missed these opportunities by maybe 1 or 2 points, but we never gave up. We've still played our game, and to see them come here and do that, I think is going to send a really strong message to, I think, a lot of the teams out there who also haven't been watching them.
Yeah, someone like Aduzi, of course, is another mastermind of PUBG in EMEA. Of course, we always think to the likes of a Batulins, right?
Yes.
Who undoubtedly, arguably the GOAT in that regard. But Aduzi has a different approach to the game, but equally as well. Not equally, but very powerful in itself as well. I'm skirting around the idea because it's very difficult to compare.
It's hard to compare anybody but Tulin, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No. Right, well, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have 2 more games for today. It will be Miramar. See you soon.
No one else but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The Freaks finally fell early, giving an opportunity to everybody else to pick up some points as we are now making our way into our last 2 games, and we're going to be headed over to Miramar, where we know things can get spicy. Remember, the bottom 4 teams get eliminated today, so this is going to be massive, and it is neck and neck down there right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love these hand warmers, man. They're so cool.
They're fun to play with. It's like having like a little fidget toy up here on top of having like cool lights like a hand warmer.
And that's a really bad thing for me because I fidget a lot. So this is devastating.
Never.
You've never seen that. But yeah, this is going to be really exciting now. You know, the Freaks seemingly fallible. We'll see if that continues. But we've got some really fun stuff coming up in this next game. So you definitely want to stay tuned. There's some exciting things on the horizon in this one for our fans at home.
Yeah, maybe just a code that could be happening during Game 5.
Possibly.
It's the end of it that might want to have like a QR style situation ready for by some means. Not giving away too much here, but there is a ton of G-Coin on the line for you guys, and there's going to be a ton of opportunities to get, so make sure that you pick it up inside of Game 5. That's going to be happening, I believe, once we get to our top 4. But our top 4 has been pretty, I don't want to say reoccurring, but we've been seeing a lot of consistency inside of squads.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, BB team, obviously the Freaks. So you're seeing a lot of those teams just finding really good ways to get into the late game, finding those opportunities to lock down a compound and try to hold on. You know, obviously the Freaks have had something to say about that more times than not, but coming into Miramar, a very interesting kind of scenario we have here towards this bottom 4 to see, you know, who is not going to be moving on in the circuit.
And I would say that if you need to get points, Miramar is the map that can give you the opportunity to do so, because you can have your big moments, you can find ways to foot rotate, you can find the kills, but you have to put yourself in the position to get that win, get those kills, give yourself the opportunity. And with the plane path that is going to be cutting in pretty much just due west, starting over in the east, yes, over the island, don't start on that mindset, as it is going to be pretty much a southern plane path. So if you want to go pretty far up to the north, it could be a bit complicated. You're going to have to find yourself a vehicle pretty early.
Absolutely. And just a friendly reminder, you want to make sure you've got your QR code device, whatever you're going to use to scan that, ready when we get to the top 4. You have a chance to win some G-Coin. You put that QR code in. It's a chance, you're not guaranteed, but some lucky winners are going to come through. 100 lucky winners, in fact, who enter that QR code in will be potentially winning some G-Coin on December 31st. So a nice little New Year's Eve gift for yourself, as I think we deserve an island circle. I'm just going to say
we're not going to start on that because, one, I don't like island circles. Look, whenever me, who loves crazy, dangerous, evil circles, is telling you that island circles are kind of meh, that should tell you something.
I don't know if we can be friends anymore, man.
Dude, I'm sorry. All the firefighting happens in the middle of the section. Everybody's fighting on the hillside, on the outside of it. The island itself doesn't matter except for being a catalyst. Give me something else spicier than that.
Well, hot drop time, and it's the Falcons and KDF.
Ooh.
Why not? I mean, you're going to play tomorrow. This is what I'm talking about. You have opportunities now to kind of mess with other teams, try to secure your locations. And for both these squads, I think this is a perfectly fair fight if something comes of it up on the upper hills of Chumacera around those warehouses. It's just, who's going to commit. Oh, yes, Winnie. Let's go, Heaven.
Oh, I love it. Give me some more Winnie action, especially in Chumacera. Oh, this is one of my favorite parts of Miramar, and we get Falcons as well as the Freaks lined up against each other, but they are kind of lined up in a defensive situation, so we might not see a real firefight happen out of it. I want it to happen, but I don't think it's going to.
I'm a bit sad, but maybe Rello. Maybe Rello will get something going. He's flanking out pretty far to the west there. That's what I'm talking about. He might be able to catch, I think that's Guman out there on the road, but Guman loves that jump peeking, so.
Well, I think he's just defending the hillside, making sure that nobody runs up it and
For sure.
expecting somebody. So this is a good defensive play. Doesn't mean that he's going to be a bit out of the looted situation. As you can see, he doesn't have much ammo to work with, nor a helmet. So this is more just a go-away style situation. Take a couple of shots, being like, hey, we know that you're coming. We're already in a flank position on you. You don't want to mess with us.
And you can catch the cross, potentially, of the players leaving that warehouse to go back downhill there. So that's a decent spot for Rello to take. But I was kind of hoping this would just be like a, gloves off. Let's brawl. Let's see who wins this. But, I mean, you could share Chumacera. It's got kind of two tiers to it. You got the upper plateau and the lower end of the city. So for now, that seems to be what's going on. As the circle is over in this direction as well. That might be playing a factor in this as well.
No rush. You really don't have to make any form of commitment. Luna Galaxy, though, is running a 2-1-1 loot situation. So technically has them pinched, but not really at the same time. So we might see something brew based off of how we see Vinny rotate as well, as he's getting kind of close to the Falcons, but there's that hillside in between them. This 1v1, though, could be the start to something spicy, or it could just be two different, I guess, players lining up against each other, maybe pick up a kill, and that could be about it. As you can see, our overall top killer is going to be the Freaks with Snakers and Phil First mixed in.
Yeah, Snakers is picking up half that damage in that previous game, basically. He hit that 1,000 damage mark along with Rello. Rello has to really be extremely cautious. Like you pointed out well there, Matt. No helmet, 30 bullets. How much he can really do other than gain information. New Happy on an early move. Typically a Los Leones dropping team, but they're making an aggressive drive past the Church of Los. And
yeah, headed to Chumacera.
Seemingly that, but I think they're maybe a bit surprised that the Church is actually just completely free.
Got ourselves an interview with a BB. Let's hear what's going on with their squad.
Hello everyone, it's Bella. I'm joined by BB Team's very own Aduzi. Congratulations on that chicken. And so how's the day going for you so far?
I mean, going good actually. We won a game like 2 minutes ago. Also we have, I think we qualified for the second day and we're gonna play tomorrow. I'm happy. So yeah, let's see what we're gonna do tomorrow.
And I know that this is like your 5th PGC, but it's the first time having PGC in Malaysia. So how are you enjoying your stay here?
I mean, if I will compare like with others PGCs, I like it. PGC in Malaysia, the food is. I expect that food is not gonna be good, but food is actually good. Weather is good, like everything is good. We have like PCs, we allowed to play PUBG, so it's awesome.
Yeah, it's all going well for BB Team. All right, we're gonna go head back to Miramar.
Thank you.
Well, Doozy likes the food here in Malaysia, and apparently the Freaks got themselves a snack in Rello.
And now the Falcons actually having to fight another battle. They catch Flash out in the open here for Day Trade, trying to sniff out a fight, and instead he got it taken to him by Snakers. So that's going to be really nice for the Falcons. You can see the guns aren't ideal. An MP5 definitely not a priority weapon for any player in this lobby, so he should be able to scoop up some better stuff for himself. Code Marco getting shot at from a whole bunch of different angles, so can't really peek that window. Zenith so close. Is there enough time? No. Raining just can't quite get there.
Bro, that's T1 in a nutshell today, isn't it? Just a second too late.
Yeah, and you know, Sonic is now the coach of T1, a PGC champion. He was Donawa's coach in 2023, and so far it seems like not quite on the same wavelength just yet. I mean, it's going to take time. You see this no matter what in PUBG Esports. When you have a player or a coach that kind of goes over to a team, it rarely just kind of comes out gangbusters. AWM, heck yeah, salute.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Freaks also just get a crate drop right on top of them.
He's pretty good with the AWM too, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, salute. He's just terrible with all other guns except for that one, right?
Just, yeah. I mean, if he doesn't have the AWM, he can't do anything. So
yeah.
Now we're good to go. He hasn't, he's not our top damage dealer today or anything.
Yeah, it's just finally everything's coming together for him. Maybe they can finally do something. Okay. Falcons running with their 3 do get some separation away from the Freaks. They're going to be pretty close to Luna Galaxy. Looks like they're moving down the hillside. As we talk about this area a lot, as it is very north to south friendly in rotation, not so much east to west, but with a couple of those zip lines, they have kind of changed that one up. Zip lines have been a factor in a couple of our circles where we see spicy shifts, but got to be careful with them as we're going to be moving forward. VP making their rotation. Been having a better day now, as this didn't start off the best, but between Falcons and VP managed to really gather up in the last 2 games.
For sure. It's at this point, I kind of feel like Luna on up, like for sure, probably good to go. It's just some of those other teams down there, maybe not for sure, but probably good to go. So kind of everybody below that, 10th to 16th, is sort of in a weird spot. But again, you're going to hear this all the next couple of days, on Circuit 1 and Circuit 2 of each series that we're doing here for PGC. You just need that one big game in those days. That's what it really all comes down to. So, and certainly we know that any of those teams down there can do that.
Well, we actually don't know, really, depending on how the Freaks were just having such a big day today.
That's true. It has made it a little weird.
So this might not be the theme, or for all we know, it could be the theme. Like just a strong squad coming out swinging and picking up a couple of games is not the hardest to do. This is weaker than a last chance lobby in a lot of regards, because you don't even have anybody that has been firmly eliminated yet.
True.
So there is opportunities for very high kill count games. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there's like a little mini meta that develops around this and how teams play.
That's a really good point. And that's why I think I really like the way that, Scoom talked about it, and you've seen it with VP's play. It's just steady, find your points where you get them, make good moves when you have the opportunity. You don't have to play for the win. You don't have to play crazy. And they've been really successful today.
There's a big stressor in this, the fact that there's 6 games and you have to be out. You have to make sure you're not in the bottom 4. So whenever things go wrong, you have that, oh my God, we have to try to make something happen in the next game. Oh my God, we have to. Fighting the mental on that and really just kind of sticking to the plan is really what got VP and Falcons whenever they finally did manage to get those games going and manage to get the kills. Sticking tried and true to the plan is what got them there. So now can we see some of those other squads down towards the bottom manage to do it? Most notably Gen G, who has been having just a hellacious day today. They cannot manage to find anything to work for them.
It has been scary for Gen G and their fans. Certainly a lot of expectations to live up to with your org already having one PGC title. And with, again, going back to PGC 6, the performance they had there, you would think, okay, maybe now they can finally come through. I mean, the good news, again, about this event and the way it's structured before the grand finals is you can afford to miss one Circuit 3 day. Most teams most teams will tell you need to make at least 2 probably, and wow.
Yeah, this circle?
Straight southwest.
No, that does not feel good in the slightest.
It's nice for Gen G, I think.
LMR being in is going to be interesting. Tiamba is going to have a regroup situation that they're going to have to deal with Weber in a second. See how they handle that. Freaks are going to go ahead and reposition out, but you can see a lot of lines being drawn going, go to the west, my son. Make your way over there. Play up against the wall. A couple of teams might opt into doing that, but everybody's just kind of sending it down the trench is what it looks like, because that's going to be what FTF as well as T1 are doing. Is everything's kind of collapsing around this one compound. Weibo wants it. Tiamba's got it. How's it going to go?
Well, this is tough. If you take one of the compounds that's on the road in the trench, it can be pretty good. There's a bit of a fight brewing here. Spaceman has to back off, getting shot in the back. Shen up above, he's knocked as well. FTF now getting involved in this fight. It's not just Tiamba and Weibo. There's going to be a point claim for Lin Shu, as he is the only one up and running for Tiamba. These points so valuable, and he knew it. Stepped out there, took a bit of a risk, but it paid off. The blue zone grenade is there. Is he going to be on the edge of it? He's in, but that's okay. He can hold on there. Start sending the first date, but another one shows up and he's done. What a throw from Spaceman. What a layering of those blue zone grenades.
Absolutely pulls them apart. I got a lot of emergency pickups that are popping off right now, so you can see a couple of crisscrossing helicopters are going to be pathing over, most of them with their sights set along this compound. Gingy also making their way down the hillside, going to be just back behind this one. FTF also having to contend up in the north. They have some space to work with, pretty much control over the entirety of that northern corridor. Rest of the squad starting to stack up on top of each other. It looks like Freaks can find themselves with a couple of friends in EF in a little while. Daytrade going to be pretty close to them. Gingy actually pathing all the way across this. Looks like they could be encroaching into this exact same area in a moment.
Absolutely. One thing that's going to be tough about this, didn't really get a chance to talk about it because of that fight between Tiamba and Weibo. And now we got an emergency pickup here from TE, but there's still 2 mountaintops to play. And if the circle ends near or on top of one of those, like if you didn't gamble correctly, like you were talking about at the beginning of this, how hard it is to go west to east, you're in a real desperate situation. That's why you're seeing everybody play for these spots. Tosi, big points there, but he's immediately going to get re-knocked by Godby.
Well, here comes EF as well. They're spotted this one out, so this is looking like a new party in and of itself. 4 Angry Men really wanting to hold this one together. They're sitting in 6th place right now and want to try to pick up as much more as they can. Can't extend out too far, though, as they've got some friends that are going to be trying to hold them back. Meanwhile, Doozy looks like he's got himself friends of his own in the Expendables, but they are just hightailing it out of there. Gingy, oh, Nate's going to land right underneath of Adder's feet. Tries to go for the jump, but it rolled, bounced right off that wall, picks him up.
Gen.G getting greedy in this game, tried to hold a massive 2-2 split across both mountains. Kind of what I was talking about. You want to try to, you know, if you gamble on one side or the other, they tried to hedge their bets, and they paid the price. So now for Gen.G, you're praying that this goes west over towards Belmoth, who's got a pump shotgun. Oh my, this could be disaster for EF. I don't know if they know he's up here.
Just holding it right now, get himself set and ready. Circle does lean more into the west yet again, so looks like emergency pickup coming up from New Happy should feel pretty good. They also have the Sandstorm on the top of them, should buy some more space. BB as well as Duck Juice going to be hanging out way over there where you can see that the circle is going to be popping from. Nobody over into the west. This is actually one of those good areas where you can rotate around. Belmoth going to buy himself at least 1 more point. Going to find some type of way to salvage in this pretty bad situation.
That's not bad at all. And poor EF just had no idea that anybody was still up there. Meanwhile, Duck Juice for TE is going to get splattered by Best of Luck. Down he goes. So not sure what happened with TE there, but the rest of their players are up all the way by Chumasera. Not sure if there was a vehicle mishap or...
I think we saw him take emergency pickup a second ago.
Well, yeah, exactly, but I don't know how they didn't get everybody or if that was the plan to just leave one behind.
Well, we can see that the Weekend Falcons that we saw a little while ago having to deal with SGD making their way up. Good throw coming out from Tiantian. So now what can they manage to do? It's going to be on Flood to hold the line. He's got himself a very sneaky angle to hold, just barely peeking around that corner. See if he's got some throwables to retaliate. And yeah, Jervis is going to go ahead and read that, move away. Snakers is going to bleed out. No opportunities to be had. Looks like Flood also did hear the footsteps coming out. So Jervis Payne, the last ones up for their squad, but not too much they have to worry about for the time being, except for the fact that they've got a run back behind them that could be an issue. Looks like he's going to opt in instead, going for full-on medic styling, realizing the fact that Flood cannot come out of the compound.
Yeah, this is good for SGD. You know, Payne
Flood
is still driving through, but Flood, he kind of sniffs this out. He knows they're going to go for the reses. If he could have found a good grenade there, might have been able to get a re-knock onto one of those players that was res, but now you've got a bunch of teams that want these kills.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy creeping up back behind it. They've already got some damage in, and while it does look like SGD was doing a good job of trying to right the ship, it's starting to come back apart pretty quickly. Looks like Flood opted in, hearing too many firefights going on next to him, opts back into the safety of the long compound, hoping the fact that defendable position can buy him something. Meanwhile, SGD is just going to make the run in. Nice break coming out from Jervis. They're going to go ahead and pick that one up. It was a very cheeky little play coming out from Flood, but it was read well.
Yeah, nicely done by SGD. That first grenade from Tiantan was immaculate. Landed right where it needed to. They've got this fight. Clory's already did some damage. Spyro and Phil first trying to do something, but Tanvu says no. Gets the barrel headshot after Phil first did get the knock on a Clory's. This is phase 3 blue. It's pretty dangerous out here. And just Tanvu with that Dragunov trying to watch this angle. Repositions just a little bit, but Spyro can just kind of wait this out if he just wants to guarantee the point. Oh, what a shot. Woo! One tap.
Down. Yeah, it's still going to come at the cost of Clory's because there's not much they can do out here. Maybe try to get, yeah, I was going to say just hop in the vehicle, call it good. Maybe try to play for some placement. New circle does pop, does lean pretty centered. Weibo going to feel pretty good about that one. Gen G, as well as their remnants on the hillside, going to be pretty strong position. Tanvu, though, this is going to be a hard path in the circle. He's way out there. He's still, what, 500 meters away?
Yeah, it's potentially doable, and there should be plenty of first aids he can scoop up along the way, as there's a bunch of crates on the ground. So he can get there. It's just, you know, what more can he do from there?
Yeah, he can get there just in time for the new circle to start to collapse, continue to eat blue zone damage, and then run right into... Oh, it's the freaks that are directly in front of him. That's going to feel real good.
Nice takedown there for Virtus Pro. Little help from Nan, actually. Got the knock, but Nixie's going to confirm. B's up on the high ground. Beamy thinking about a grenade, but actually Belmoth taken down by Godby. So now Virtus Pro has quite a bit of space up in this compound. No one really danger close, but the issue is going to be you're very likely going to have to leave this at some point. You got to have vehicles ready to make that downhill sled. There's not much cover, and even that's precarious because these mountainsides are very rocky, so it can get a little tricky to drive down them. Freaks sitting pretty up on top of this hill with Luna Galaxy. Just on the other side, Salute still has that AWM, so that's not something you want to be on the receiving end of today.
So something to note real quick is the fact that we have New Happy and Weibo that are in 10th and 11th respectively, but both in good positions in the circle, pretty close. Specifically, Weibo due up in center, should be pretty good geometry-wise for however this goes. Freak's going to continue to get more and more kills, going over to Luna Galaxy, presently in 8th, so not the end of the world for them. New Happy is a bit further to the south, so curious to see how the circles might favor one of these two squads to provide them an opportunity to finally get a good game.
Look at the confidence. I mean, the Freaks can just play like it doesn't matter, because it doesn't, because they've already moved on. So they can go. They see that knock of the kill feed, and it's just perfect. It's just up and over. Everything is on point. These grenades trying to find the finish. Maybe just going a bit too far with those follow-ups. Now just 2 left for Luna Galaxy. Couple Freaks players right at their doorstep.
It's just bold. There is no other way to say it. This is just brazen. They're just like, we can take whatever we want. We do not care. We've got house money. We do not, nothing from here on matters to us. So we can just take whatever fight that we want to take. Luna Galaxy just the target that's in front of them at the time. There is no malice in what Freaks are doing right now. They're not headhunting anybody.
No.
They're just going after whatever moves in front of them and having fun with it.
Yeah. And Salute can use that AWM to keep FTF out of this fight. You know, he already got 1 knock with it. Allow them the ability to just continue to put pressure. And now with the blue there as well, Luna's kind of forced into a certain half of that long compound, as we are going right towards 4 a.m. and Weibo, so those 2 compounds still going to be into this. VP going to have a little bit of the slice of the pie as well. Look at Tanvu. Look at Tanvu. Look at Tanvu.
Oh, is he going to sneak up back behind Bean? Oh, can he do it? They can play off of this one. Luna Galaxy just needs anything, man. I mean, they've got FTF one side, they've got Freaks on the other. Blue zone coming in back behind them.
Mortars.
What did Luna Galaxy do to this lobby? Okay, Tanvu even just gets read by Ibiza, so that's going to take him down. So, all right, VP, what's your plan here? You've already got a foothold inside the circle. You don't have to go after the Freaks. Freaks should have the hillside to play from. Really, it's just Gen G, FTF, and Luna Galaxy that have some problems.
Yeah, Gen G's got big problems. You got to get down that really sheer hill. And then, where do you go? Maybe a shack or something. I like these mortars, whoever's shooting them. That's really keeping Luna pinned in. And I mean, you know they're going to have to move pretty soon because the circle's going to start to close. So if you can find the timing, you might be able to get some kills out of that.
I mean, FTF just making a gamble play, but the hills are alive with the sound of gunfire right now. They've got 4 angry men that are taking shots. Weibo, New Happy, all of them just have some type of angle. Only Gen G not peeking down into this would have been a new angle to be exposed from, and just the shack for some type of cover. They're kind of lucky that they got away with so little casualties all considered. Luna Galaxy trying to move alongside the Freaks. Freaks not going to really let that happen, as they're going to continue the reign of terror onto Luna Galaxy, and now it is just poor on Puza that is back behind all of this.
It's just nothing that Luna could really do. I mean, there was so much that was working against them there that just, you know, trying to get out of that situation was tough. And look at the Freaks. Found just enough of a hillside to hide in for now. Still a little bit of distance to go between them and the next circle. AZ actually gets a knock on a trick, so FTF in that shack is just going to be under fire, under pressure. Oh, okay, there's enough of this ledge here that Gen G can hang out. and wait out this next circle. So, and they're going to keep their vehicles there as well.
Yeah, but I mean, it just buys you the circle, man.
Yeah, but they need every point, right? So the longer they wait, this is not the worst thing that's ever happened to them.
But, I mean, they're pretty much dead unless the circle hard shifts due west on top of them. So the only thing that they're buying is placement points, maybe. Galaxy? Actually, no. Okay, I like this better. At least be bold. You're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. See if you can sneak something away. Notice there are no windows on the compound where they're going towards Mamu. This is good, well-read, jumps down. Oh, but Mamu's going to pick him off right as soon as they run in. Can he at least get something out of it? Spaceman's going to be coming up back behind it. Wants to see if he can provide some type of cover, but Barpo's trying to make a play.
Barpo on 1 HP, able to get upstairs, get to safety, get this heal off. But, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, at the end of the day, fortune favors the bold. So a solid play by Gen G. I thought they could wait it out a little bit longer, but maybe they found a timing where they felt like Weibo was busy shooting at somebody else on the other side and said, okay, they're not going to hear this coming. Those parachutes are pretty darn quiet. And like you said, not really great angles for Weibo either. See towards them. 4 AM's compound. Is anybody going to crash it? Is anybody going to have the opportunity? I mean, VP and KDF, if they just swing into each other, it might be kind of mutually assured destruction, but you know, KDF can't make this move just yet. They have to consider VP first.
Yeah, and New Happy has a couple of options. I don't know if they'll make the full send across, but there is an opportunity for them to do so if a firefight breaks out between VP and Freaks. But FTF also going to come back in right back behind Weibo, so going to now try to see if they can vulture up some points of their own, sitting at 11 right now, so anything that could buy them some space would be good. But Barpo going to do a little bit of defense. Be like, hey, I know, Weibo, you're in this situation because of us, but I'll at least try to help you out a bit. Doesn't matter in the end because it's going to be FTF finding that kill, picking it up. Can they get some more is the question.
Unfortunately for Gen G, that knock got stolen by a Molly, it looked like. FTF has themselves a little bit of safety for the moment. Barpo just going to be chilling in that compound. He has the circle, FTF does not. So they have to make their way through him to get in potentially, unless they make a wide wrap around to the east side or something. A lot of damage being traded. Yep, no way.
Yeah.
It's actually ZP on from another angle. And he was just stuck.
Yeah, New Happy was just, there's nowhere to go. I mean,
oh,
they
Pose
tried
is still alive.
Yeah, I mean, dude, never count out one member of Luna Galaxy being alive. They will find a way to get some points somehow. They are the sneakiest of rats all the time. So do manage to buy a couple of placement points. Posa is going to finally go down. 4 Angry Men has to deal with the Freaks right on top of him, though.
Yeah, this is good stuff by the Freaks. They made sure that VP had left the hillside before they made this move. And now they've got an opportunity to set up shop and kind of decide how they want to dissect 4 AM right now. And they have the complete safety. There's no real hope for 4 AM to do anything about them being back there other than trying to sneak some grenades in. But how many more frags do you have left? How many more do you want to commit? Instead, it's some smokes and some other things being thrown by 4 Angry Men. Barpo just...
He denies itself. He doesn't want FTF to pick up the points. He was paying attention, realized the fact that they're pretty close, so I guess he...
That's... If he felt like he had no hope, then that makes a lot of sense.
So I'm assuming that's what happened there, given the fact that FTF instantly was moving into his compound. BP going to be playing just to the south of this, not want to get too involved just quite yet. Really, the firefight for this compound between 4 Angry Men as well as the Freaks is going to be the key component for potential victory inside of this game. This is going to be the strong point to be playing from, and you can see that the Freaks are trying to be slow and steady in their approach.
Absolutely. I mean, they are... Everything is so dialed in for them. Not just the mechanics, but the decision-making, the patience. You know, when they need to accelerate, they can do that too. It seems like they just have every answer to every puzzle that has been presented to them today.
There is the opportunity for a 4th victory right now for them as they have a couple of decent pathing options. Really, it depends on how FTF wants to play this one. I wouldn't be surprised if they opt into the hillside over to the west of the road. But you never know. They might decide to be a bit more crazy with it, try to sneak themselves into a position that might get them a game win instead. VP being a bit more in control, letting that firefight up on the top dictate how they can move out. Eyes still focused into this firefight at any given time. Zipion looks like he's going to try to go for a bit of utility. Doesn't pay off the way that he wants it to, so instead going to shift over to a different type of utility. Oh, the Freaks, look at that. They're playing around this so well.
Yeah. I mean, they're worried about more stuns coming through as they try to push those corners. Now they're going to let loose with some frags of their own. They're softening up 4 AM now. Zepion and HS, duo for quite a long time. Bean swings in. He's got Zepion. Just everything they do is so good.
FTF used this opportunity. They're actually playing just down that hillside, so they're going to try to sneak in, get themselves into a better position. VP also trying to collapse in a bit more onto it. Not going to get aggressive just quite yet, so everybody kind of using the Freaks as a catalyst to buy themselves a bit more positioning. HS continuing to throw down smoke upon smoke, hoping that this might buy him some more space. Goes for the spray, picks up one, picks up two, goes for the spray onto the third, gets some damage, but just wants to get whatever flushes he can. Reads the play on the outside, continues to keep control. God V is down, but HS is making the play happen for his team when they so desperately needed it.
That was crazy good stuff from HS. Was so ready for the Freaks. They weren't expecting him around that corner. I'm not sure if they just misread the bounce of the smoke grenade from HS, but they just ran out in the line. Oh, he took a lot of damage there and is caught in the cross by Salute. Well, okay, but you made KDF bleed. Can they be prevented from winning a 4th game today?
Oh, poor Marco. What are you going to do? I mean, he's just kind of trapped over there. It's going to be Nixie that does find him, take him down. VP's now got control on the outside of this. Freaks kind of watching what's going to be going on with those couple of shots, realizing that, hey, we lost a couple of our kills to these guys that were vulturing outside.
Code! QR code. Scan it. You have a chance to win some prizes. It's a chance. You're not guaranteed. So get out there, scan that code. And again, 100 lucky winners from that code are going to get some G-Coin.
Got yourself some time to work with it. Well, we have FTF playing the center of the circle, but that's kind of a mixed blessing right now. Because, yeah, FTF, you are buying yourself some placement points and the potential for a win in this point, but you've got Freaks that are coming up back behind you. Can you make the play? And yes, they can. 2 knocks off the start of it, but now VP is going to come storming in the hillside back behind them. Surely, at any given moment, VP's playing around the outside of it. FTF have to finish this quick, and it's going to be against the Freaks of all squads.
Yeah, this is looking really good for VP. Nice hold there from the future. Found great angles and 2 quick knocks from Happy, and, well, I say that, and Beamy gonna beam down Samoy, trying to push the hill. Happy prone down. KDF just waiting this out. I mean, Salute, go big or go home at this point. Beamy, didn't matter. Lucarux was there to find it. Well, Salute, can you pull off another miracle? I kind of doubt it.
Okay, Evie, I love the play from that point, though. That was a little sneaky spot to be at. Yeah, that one feels good. Some smiles around. A VP wanting that one. Puts him in a much better position. They're pretty much established at the stage. But now the stage is set for our last game of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, just tremendous performances, not just from KDF, but VP today has been really solid, really steady. I have to tip the cap to them. I've been really happy with their game plan and the way they've executed on it. And now FTF has to be feeling really good. Like, they're looking like they're going on to play tomorrow.
I think that they managed to touch the top 12. I think that they were 11th place or somewhere in that range. So overall, well played.
Well, if it's not the Kwangdong Freaks, it's the depth of EMEA that's shining through today as Virtus Pro will get themselves on the board with a victory after having some close calls in some of the previous games. But it will be them taking our first Miramar of the day, Toffees.
Yeah, I think you put it incredibly well when you say it's the depth that's showing here in the EMEA. Virtus Pro has been kind of up and down today. 14th, 2nd, 8th, 7th. And then here a win, right? So they're kind of bouncing around. But to me, it actually speaks very well. Like, that's what this team is, though. It's a team that is big moments, tough moments. Big moments, tough moments, and they made the most out of this one and came out with a great win.
A big moment. I mean, you cast your mind back to that PGS3 final game of theirs where they got 19 kills in a sixth place, which effectively kind of qualified them through to EWC. Just that alone, never mind what was going on at PGS4. But anyway, that's by the by, as we take a look at some of the moments from this game. Once again, Kwangdong Freaks was just on a tear. Yeah. We thought to ourselves, maybe there's a 4th on the cards.
I mean, I thought they would. They did such a good job in that fight up at the only compound that stayed in the circle. They cleaned it out. They just lost too many in that second push, but I did think for a moment KD, and then it's gotten so bad that when Salute was going 1v3, I thought, well, maybe. You know, maybe this works out.
Maybe there's a way, yeah.
It didn't, thank goodness, but, you know, these guys are out of control.
I was terrified when he picked up an arm early on in this game.
Yes.
Like, oh yeah, give them something else. But anyway, as we kind of folded down towards some of these final circles as well, we get to a relatively familiar circle. What a play here by HSM. I mean, obviously trying to hold down that concrete there as a whole. But we fold down to a very familiar circle, right? In between these valleys, like trying for these teams to either get across the roads like a From the Future over in that northwest side, very, very difficult to do, or all of these teams battling on the side of this hill, which can have its own tricky capabilities.
You know, that's the thing about Miramar. In the same way that it is sometimes the most forgiving of maps, because there's a lot of places to sort of fall back or find a spot in a tough circle, it can also be the cruelest of maps. When you talk about these sort of Death Valley systems around the thing, where if you're on the wrong side of the circle, there just isn't a lot of hope for you coming away with the win.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look.
Miramar giveth and taketh away.
It does. It does. We've got ourselves Virtus Pro up towards the top with 10. Likewise, though, Quantum Freaks get 10 as well. From the future, much needed points, because at present, they are ones in the danger zone. You say both of those teams, likewise, Weibo. I think also in the danger zone. Those 8 kills, very important. But we're looking at, I think, Weibo down when it comes to the overall standings. Obviously, we'll look at that a little later on.
We'll break it down, but I do think we're getting to that point where, as we go to the next game, the focus now is where are those 4 teams that are going home, because that's what you don't want to start. There's only 3 circuits. Getting knocked out on day 1 of Circuit 1 sets you up for a very tough push to get to a PGC Grand Final. So these teams who are looking at the bottom 4 have to figure out, how do we get ourselves above that 20-22 point cutoff to make the show?
Yeah, already starting day 1 and then potentially having 2 days of inactivity before the next circuit would be rough. But let's continue talking about this game here for the moment. We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit before we actually see those full leaderboards overall. For Virtus Pro, as you say, I mean, not only has it been an up and down, you know, in terms of results from game to game, it's been an up and down year here and there. Nixie, of course, touted as a very mechanically gifted player. And looks like he will be taking the man of the match from this one. But it is very even across the board with their contributions.
Yeah, I mean, he said up and down all year. PGS 3-21, 4 was 3, and then at EWC we're back in the 20s again, and then we don't qualify for the next couple. But again, this is one of those depths of EMEA, and that's what we can talk about. You go to the Americas region, our depth is not that strong, right? Once you get to that point where we're getting below our 4th or 5th team, you're like, oh, if they go to the international, it's probably not going to rep us very well, right? The fact that EMEA does have these teams, they're not super teams. They're not made up of, you know, the 4 best fraggers in the entire world, but they are consistent, experienced players who know how to put up numbers when it's important.
Nixie will take that man of the match here. And to the point that you're making, I think that something happened. There was a shift, like around the end of 2019, 2020, 2021, where suddenly a lot of the veterans of EMEA all kind of blasted off into different directions, and all of a sudden they're dispersed across all of these rosters. Then they have to train up 3 new young guns, and that kind of veteran leadership across so many rosters really helped the depth of EMEA, I would say.
I think it's not uncommon to see that shift after 3-ish years, when you sort of, it's such a communication-heavy game, personalities get bigger and bigger, and at some point you sort of see like the Him-Ass-Tycon split, where it's like, I'm going to kind of do this thing that I think is right for my future, my team, and it does require rebuilding, but it sounds like some of these rosters have really started to find their stride. Virtus Pro walks away with 20, big game for them. KDF, again, 16. I love to see it. I will continue to put that caveat, a little asterisk on that score today, and say, this lobby is missing the top 8 teams coming into PGC.
Effectively, yes.
So can they do this tomorrow and the day after? If they can, then the whole narrative changes about what to expect out of them.
Yeah, for sure. I would have put a big thorn in the side if they were in here, but for Guangdong Freaks, this is a phenomenal day regardless. 87 points for them at the moment. Right, let's take a look at where that cutoff currently lies. At the moment, who would be going away today would be T1, Tiamba, Genji, and Gadui. However, we're expecting maybe the danger zone to be for maybe From the Future or New Happy as well. It gets a little bit dicey here.
Yeah, because not only do they have to sort of stay ahead of those teams below them, FTF, New Happy, and honestly, I think Weibo a little bit are going to be having to make sure they keep their race going at the same time. So I think that of those 3, probably only one of them is truly at risk, but the question is they have to ask themselves, am I the one, right? Do I make that early mistake? And you do have to remember, New Happy is a very strong team, they were fighting very early on with like KDF. You know, maybe KDF sees this and goes, huh, maybe we put New Happy in a bad place right now.
Yeah, I mean, that would actually be a pretty strong strategical play, right? If you're thinking about the knock-on effects from day to day, if you can just suddenly remove them and then even deny them getting towards the final, that means that no points for a team like New Happy, where, as you say, in the first couple of games, we were thinking, hey, New Happy's here to play. But then it feels like they've been almost inactive in these past couple of games, almost non-existent.
I mean, if you've got like Mingming captained, everybody goes, that was a great choice at the start of the day. And now, now what's going on? And I don't get it, because that first game looked so gosh darn good. And then it wasn't. Almost like they sort of sat back on their laurels and said, okay, we got some points. We're cool. We're just going to coast this one out.
Well, I mean, after that first game, you said a gut punch, right? In terms of how that could have reverberation, potentially even through the day. And it may have. Of course, you know, we could be speculating. We are speculating on that.
That's our job.
Yeah, that is our job. Exactly.
But I mean, honestly, like if you've ever taken a liver shot, it does, you get stunned. It throws things off. And they did have, they should have won that game. That game was a pocket win that would have fixed this problem. They would have been a guarantee pass into tomorrow.
Let me put it this way. Have you ever crashed a go-kart and winded yourself? Oof, that's a rough time right there.
No, I wasn't a rich kid.
This is, wait, what? Just to go-kart?
Just out go-karting. Look at you go-karting.
I don't have my own personal go-kart.
My sister pushed the wheelbarrow and I'd sit inside of it and hope for the best.
Okay, well, yes. Hopefully no injuries occurred, I guess. But will there be injuries for our teams towards the bottom? It is going to be tough. And again, because our cutoff is in such a vulnerable situation here, it is a symptom of the fact that we have had such an insane pop-off up to the boards at the very top.
I think the big saving grace here, New Happy has Los Leones all to themselves, so the idea of being able to hot drop them and find them in that city would make it very, very difficult. So New Happy can kind of enjoy that little bit of safety as we watch this race for who makes it into the Big 12.
Who is going to be in danger? You do not want to be going down in our first circuit in day one of PGC 2024. It is a long road. You do not want to stumble on the first step. Let's get to the final game of the day.
Are the bottom four in a wheelbarrow? Are they in a golf cart? Are they in a cart running themselves into the wall? I don't know. One way or the other, though, we're going to lose 4 squads today for this circuit. Can they manage to rally at the end? We saw FTF. They managed to do it right there at the end. They managed to put themselves into 11th, but is it going to be enough? Because it does not feel like it. They need one more.
Yeah, it might not be. And that's why we're looking at them and New Happy in particular. They're right on the bubble, potentially being eliminated. I mean, consider this. Gen G, New Happy, 2 teams who have won PGCs. Obviously, in some cases, very different rosters with Gen G. But you still have a couple of the players on New Happy who have won a title and are just kind of not really finding success. I mean, in the early part of the day, I thought New Happy was looking pretty good. Erangel was really solid for them. But since then, not much has been done, and that's really shocking. I mean, I thought they looked like they were going to be in cruise control to get through, and now you're in potential desperation mode depending on what the heck happens below you.
I mean, New Happy giving a good definition of what entropy is right now, is it's just a slow and steady collapse until they manage to find something to work out for them.
I like it when you use physics terms.
Hey.
Ooh.
So a circle gonna pop. I like this one. We get ourselves Impala as well as Puerto Priso in there with some of the water, but there's a lot of fun things to be had. We already saw, I don't want to say it was really an urban finish today whenever we were looking back over into Rondo. Maybe we'll get ourselves one with Los Leones.
Yeah, I mean, there is kind of some interesting circles that can shift towards Los Leones when you maybe don't necessarily expect them to. We saw this at 5 and some other events this year where you're like, okay, it's definitely going to leave Los Leones, and then it shifts up to like the northern part of it, and you're like, huh, okay then. But really cool that we also get to see some of the perspective of our teams at PUBGESports.com. Definitely want to be checking that out. I mean, I have to imagine a bunch of people are watching the Freaks today because they are just absolutely going nuclear. And if you're not, you're probably missing out. So have us open on one screen, have the Freaks open on another. Yeah,
Go ahead.
Sounds like a good day to
Don't forget about the map on the 3rd.
Yeah, that's correct.
all the information. You can know everything.
I like to put the map up on my phone. That's like a good like alternative if you don't have enough monitors.
Yeah. See, I often will like put chat on my phone and then like.
Oh, see, I can't. I don't need to watch chat.
Well, we got a little bit of a chat with BB Team.
First we'll take him alongside as well. It's a bad scenario.
Yeah, it's not optimal at all. And you can see this too. I mean, okay, so they actually got, this is going to be best of luck from down low finding him. I thought it was going to be twisted from the other side.
Aggression coming out from BB team, realizing now that they've tried to dislodge them. Good shots coming out from Metabay, but it's not going to be enough. Reload your fan mask. You've got one shot. Fill first, please. How for so long, and it feels like they've not been out of an opportunity to be able to deal with things.
No helmet, broken vest, almost 900 damage done from Spiro here in game number 1, and it is gonna be BB team.
BB team showing you how they got here, and they've been putting on a good day today, sitting at 44 points. Definitely comfortable as far as moving forward into tomorrow. But the desk was talking about the importance of what was going on with the Freaks and making sure that they can keep up the momentum that they started today into tomorrow. That's kind of the theme for everybody that's inside this group, though.
Oh, absolutely. And it's hard in PUBG day to day to maintain momentum. You know, you'll see this all the time where you have one big day, the next day is not very good. So other than, there's definitely some consistent teams out there, of course, like, you know, Twisted Minds. But let's take a look at some highlights from EF while they're in the air.
He does see full tilt up towards the top of the hill. He's actually though. Yeah, it's 2-3. He could play spoiler against all of this as well. The man's going to move up. Sees, at least he is BB.
I mean, he is, they can only really be a proper threat if he gets within range of this. I was going to say, now they have to make a run on forward. Okay, EB's going to fighting the 13. This time around, it's going to be...
Well, EF, I'll never forget that 20-kill game they dropped at PGS5. Just absolutely banana stuff. They definitely can pop off. Meanwhile, BB team has a emergency pickup of their own, so teams are getting ready to try to find something in this next circle. I can see that EF landed just north of Puerto Paraiso. Now the big question is another one. Wow. BB team just kind of doubling down, trying to see if they can find some extra room to maneuver. You know, don't put all your eggs into one basket here and go for something a little bit off kilter potentially. Try to make sure that you're at least going to get someone through there. But you know what?
It burns the timer too. This is something we don't get a chance to talk about. There can only be technically one timing on these emergency pickups coming in as they go. So putting one down, getting picked up, and then immediately setting down another one buys their team a bit more space for anybody else that might be trying to emergency pickup. Because right now it looks like there could be at least 3 other teams that are contemplating doing it.
That's true. That's a really good point. And especially with where they are in La Cobreria, which is basically as far as it gets from this current circle, makes a lot of sense. There is going to be another one dropped. I want to say it's FTF.
Yep.
Over by Monte Nuevo. So yeah, absolutely. A lot of helicopters up in the air trying to find their way through. I just was wondering about this. Salute. Who else?
Let somebody else play the game, Salute. You've got enough kills already, man.
He is having a day, to say the least. I mean, the Freaks might break 100 points in one day here. Like, that's in the realm of possibility.
It is very likely with the way that they've been playing today. So let's see how we've got the line incoming, as the rest of 4 Angry Men, I think, are pretty much done with any idea of going near the Freaks. I think that's the rule of the day right now, is if you lose a member to the Freaks, you just go the other direction and just hope they don't follow you, because they have been having just an absolutely barn burner of a day. See if we can see where this BB emergency pickup is going. Looks like it's going to go to Puerto Paraiso, maybe. Falcons are going to be pretty close to that. 4 Angry Men, no surprise, getting as far away from Freaks as humanly possible, while Freaks are just continuing the reign of terror on this map.
I mean, again, we've credited a lot with the Freaks today, and I know we're talking about them a lot, but what do you want? They're like almost double the points of the second place team, okay? That is a massive day in PUBG Sports. So, like the formations they also set up in this situation, they're breaching, and their compounds have been so good throughout today, but the way they've set up those traps onto these other teams, like everything's so well covered, there's no real hope for 4 AM to really do much to respond to the way that they set up. So, you know, what do you do against it? And you're absolutely right, Matt. Your only choice is to back off, because you know that they're going to do some damage. Now, Gumin might be in trouble. I mean, he's got the wrong gun out for this situation. Bye.
Managed to pick up that one, but oh no. How dare us have to contend against the Freaks' 17 points per game average right now. That is just an absolutely insane stat. That's a win and 7 kills every single game that you have played.
It's unthinkable. I mean, it's one of the best days you'll ever see. So I mean, I'm having a whale of a time because I like to see dominance. Like, I love watching Twisted Minds this year because of how dominant they have been, but I like watching the Freaks today because they are just destroying this lobby. As Gen G, this is a team that they need a win. I'm going to be honest, they probably need a win.
They need anything at this point, and they are approaching the worst area that you could possibly approach on the circle because everybody has decided to go up against that far eastern coast where we have Weibo, 4 Angry Men, Day Trade, and the Freaks all in gatekeeping positions against them.
It's not looking great.
Yeah, this is going to be hard.
Another team that's had a bit of a rough go of it, even though they probably are going to be okay going into tomorrow, is Weibo. As they're trying to drive past 4 a.m. and the Freaks have moved pretty far over to the eastern road as they're setting up that trap you were just talking about. I'm watching Gen G about to drive into it.
Yeah, it's not looking like this is going to go too well for Gen G. They are driving, I'm talking like within a couple of meters of what's about to go down. It is going to be Delwyn getting spied out by Nixie. Pick that one up. See if we've got any of the brew going on. As the longest kill distance for Nixie is 546. Nice.
Wow. Wow. We're seeing some really great long-range shooting from VP today. Saw it at the very first game with Beamy over the channel between Sosnovka Island and the rest of Erangel, and now they are still just so efficient.
See the Freaks over here that took a couple of shots at Adder, stopped him in his tracks, and now the rest of Gen G had to retreat. So they tried to approach over there, but you know, if it doesn't work, try again, and now they're going to be approaching right where 4 Angry Men as well as Durin are at. So
you mean he got scared? Sorry, it was just his reaction on camera was priceless.
Hey,
could not believe there was someone there.
I love those types of moments. So let's see, 4 Angry Men, Gen G, what can you do? Circle's gonna pop, and oh, that's Tosi down. It looks like the dreams are dying for making it to day 2.
Yeah, it is all but over at this point. I mean, you're out in the blue. You've got a bunch of teams ahead of you. The circle's probably going to be pretty unfavorable if it ends in the fields there to the east of Cantera. Like, you are in really dire straits as Gen G. It's hard to imagine that they're going to get through in this particular series. I mean, again, the good news is okay, if you don't do well here, you've still got a couple more to go. You still have opportunities to right your wrongs and find your way into that grand finals, but obviously not the start they were looking for.
There are 1,000 emergency pickups up in the air right now as people are just trying to figure out how they want to make their way into a very open circle, as you were talking about. A lot of dead space in that area west of Impala we are very familiar with, as we've seen it kind of end over there several times. Weibo is going to make their way just a bit more down into the south, right on the outskirts of Impala itself. Freak's also going to kind of mirror that just a bit more to the west. See a couple of our rotators now is going to be TE, trying to navigate in pretty close to VP, who's running a very wide 4-man split all the way around the outskirts of Los Leones. Pretty much, they've got the suburbs on lock for Los Leones, and nobody can come close to them.
For sure. This is really nice positioning for a lot of different teams, but VP in particular, that high ground around Los Leones, especially if the circle shifts down towards them, you can do so much damage from up there and really set yourself up nicely, because there's a lot of exit points off of there as well to get down off the top of those mountains, as long as you can keep control of that space. And with so many teams using these emergency pickups earlier, like, you're going to be in a really favorable spot where it's going to be less and less likely that somebody's still going to have one available to drop on top of you on those mountains. It's really, there are ways you can get up there, of course, but a lot of teams are going to favor the emergency pickups to do so. Gen G just not happy about it. I'll say I understood a little bit of that, and they're not happy.
Okay, so let's kind of give you guys an update on some of our teams we're keeping an eye on. New Happy and From the Future are both sitting at 19 apiece, right in our cusp position. From the Future is going to be playing into a position right in the middle of Los Leones, so comfortable for now, but could be in a problem if they have to rotate away. On top of that, whenever we're looking at New Happy's playing just south of Cantera, so they have some options to work with. From the Future, finding a point right now is big. Rello's going to go ahead and get down and flushed, so it's going to buy them at least a bit more distance away from what's going to be going on with New Happy. Trailing back behind that is going to be T1 and Tiamba. T1, pretty close to the center right now, as Tiamba is going to be our team on the outskirts trying to make their way in. They're pretty much coming in from the due west, but nobody's in front of them.
I will say T1 has a really good split right now. They are in a really good spot to get deep into this game, because even if it goes north, if it goes south, if it goes west, the only way that this is going to be pretty not favorable for T1 is if it goes hard east towards Impala. That's really the only scenario. DBS, well.
DBS 15X, let's go.
Ah, why not? I mean, you know what? Luna's already good to go. If you want to have some fun, might as well grab that thing and do some damage. But at the very least, you're getting the level 3 gear. But going back to T1, like, again, east is the only thing where they don't really have a good plan for the next couple circles. So anything else, it's A-okay. That's fine. I mean, it's not the best, but you can at least group up now the 2 players that are in the southern compound and make your way from there.
Oh, Pozo almost managed to get away, but Eternal Fire's defensive line's too big for them to work with right now. Here comes the press. We've got a pretty open area and fields up to the north of it, so everybody's going to be trying to regroup in the hillsides that are going to be to the east of Los Leones. Also down to the south, a bit more open. So the center area we can see a couple of these circles popping off at is going to be where everybody's trying to make it into. With this, you can see that it is going to be FTF trying to find some type of pathing, but in some trouble right now. It's going to be Falcons that are trying to defend in. T1 trying to regroup into a 2-2 split of their own to try to contend with it. While this is going to be happening, we also have Tiamba that's going to be approaching in from T1's position. We also have New Happy that needs to make some type of approach in the circle. Has been abandoned by them, while Falcons continue to shut down any form of movement for FTF, who desperately needs to manage to make it in the circle.
Yeah, Flood taking basically the highest position possible in Los Leones. Genji, though, just driving, just praying that they can find some kind of level of safety. I mean, the funny thing is the southern quadrant of this circle is wide the heck open. If they could get there, that's the real question. But you know, I don't think many teams would have the confidence to keep driving that far.
Oh, no.
Got to take the dip. This is all they really can work with.
I was saying oh no because the Freaks were driving right at them for just a second. I was going to say of all the ways to go down. Rex just trying to regroup with his friends, but it's going to be a near-on miracle if he can manage to do so. Luckily, the Freaks driving directly in front of him have drawn Eternal Fire's attention for just one moment, so maybe you can find some type of pathing to work with. Freaks, they're going to be the ones instead that find that southern area that is bountiful with buildings and nobody to be around them.
Yep, of course. I mean, again, they're just reading the game state insanely well today. So let's see what the Freaks have in store for us. Already lost one player, though, and that makes things a little bit trickier to really let loose and have a huge game. The Kraken going to be
that 88 points.
Let loose from today.
How dare them not be able to let loose?
I want the 100 points. I'm sorry, I'm greedy.
Well, there's a decent chance of it happening.
I know.
The only thing that can happen is that most of the kills might happen over in the west right now, which could make it a bit more complicated for them. New Happy has to be careful as they do have SGD that's going to be right next to them. SGD needing any points that they can get, but New Happy presently sitting in our 12th place position, the last spot to be comfy moving into tomorrow, so they need to make sure that they get something out of this. This firefight big for both of these teams right now. Is SGD going to go ahead and hop in a vehicle, try to run away, but that just pretty much means you're leaving the rest of your team behind. The spray is going to be coming out, going back over towards them, but New Happy kind of caught unaware with that situation, not certain how to respond, and instead, it's going to be SGD managing to write this one back, finding some damage and a knock.
Yeah, this is potentially devastating. That car, though, right in front of Jervis, takes him down, so just Tian left for SGD. They're at the very bottom of the leaderboard, just trying to maybe play spoiler. Ming down for New Happy, and Nan just packs up and goes. Has the motorcycle, just says there's not much left we can do, but some points at least, a couple kills, and those may prove to be the difference maker between them and not moving on to tomorrow.
That was the worst trade in the history of trade deals, it feels like, though. You sacrificed 3 of your members to pick up 2 points and not even put yourself in a decent position. They are in a very precarious point to deal with, as T1 still sitting at 4 members up and alive. Back behind them, just 6 points separating out. And remember, T1 running that 2-2 split still has one of their duos in control of the compound, so they can regroup, at least having a foothold inside this next circle.
For sure. VP is in a really, really good spot. As long as Weibo doesn't land right on top of Luca Rux, that's some good shooting. It's actually going to be Flood who gets it. Another one, potentially. Oh, that was so close.
I mean, landing directly on top of him at least makes it easy to aim at. This is all they have to do is look up. Weibo do find themselves a little bit of a dip to find some form of cover. Flood's going to separate away from this one, and that's kind of the big movement. We do have Eternal Fire, that's going to have to be making a move next to BB Team in just 1 second. TE also looks like they might have their eyes set on T1's compound. 4 Angry Men also going to be trying to regroup while Type's taking some shots at him. So a lot of mess going on. Raining trying to regroup with the other members of his squad, but has to pump on the brakes so that way he can let TE cut in front of him. But that means now that 4 Angry Men are going to be right back behind him.
This is very dire for T1. They are able to take down one member of 4AM as they cross. Godvi and Bobo continue on their way, losing a player in the trail. Let's see if they can find something. I just saw Godvi flying.
Did a kick flip in the air up there. Trying to pick up some points while he's going.
Oh my God. Oh man. I love this game. I absolutely love this game.
Oh, this is so sad. Nan just has to watch T1 regroup up in front of him. Meanwhile, Day Trade has managed to maneuver in. They still have to make some type of valiant push into the circle. BB Team's going to be moving south away from them. Means the fact that that's going to be right into KDF Bean's sight line. Jin Ji just trying to cling to life right in front of Day Trade as well and hold them out. But Freaks, man, they just have so much under control.
They do. And Bean actually gets the knock onto a doozy there as he tried to motorcycle his way past. SLR in hand. Trying to see if he can do a little bit more damage. Yep, he can.
All right, well, Freaks still just going to be the Freaks and hold back every single squad. Day Trade at least managed to make it inside the circle, but it's going to be Luna Galaxy. Barpo for Jin G is still up, but he's going to go down. That does mean that Jin G as well as SGD are going to be eliminated from this circuit.
Yep, so this particular circuit, going to have two of those teams, not going to have Gen G in there. Crazy to think about. Bean is on his own, by the way, just out here ruining teams' days. I think Thanadol has a read on this, though. I mean, obviously, Bean was making plenty of noise. Yeah, Thanadol says, nuh-uh, just because you were able to ruin BB's round, you're not going to do the same to us. Bean just, again, playing with tons of confidence as he is well to do, because they have every reason to just play for whatever, go for the big highlight clips, doesn't matter.
Uh-oh, here's the problem. New Happy down 12th place presently, 21 points. T1 sitting at 16, Tiamba sitting at 16. Tiamba still multiple members up playing into the west. T1 is going to be walking in right back behind TE while they're being harassed by VP. So there's an opportunity for a couple of kills there if we can see it. But this is going to be a bit more problematic as Day Trade is also going to be over here. So a lot of closed off vectors means that T1 has an opportunity for high kills, but also has the opportunity to get absolutely demolished if they're not careful.
No, this is really smart right now. The way that T1 is playing this, they're going to be the last team to this party if they so choose. I think there's just enough of the circle on the other side of this road that they can hang out. They can do some damage. Let TE, let Luna, and whoever else decides to show up, kind of beat each other up, come in, scoop up those points. Honestly, there's a pretty good chance here. As long as T1 doesn't overcommit, as long as they don't overextend, they can actually do this. They can actually take New Happy out of this circuit.
Trying to cling to life. The Expendables presently sitting in 9th place, 24 points. Not a big difference away from Weibo's 22, so could be a problem. Haven trying to find some more, is going to take down the Expendables. Expendables comfortable for now, but this is weird. There's some weirdness that could happen on this one.
T1 took this opportunity to take a hillside, trying to cut off the angles of Luna Galaxy, get some firing lines down into them as well. Day Trade has arrived, but with T1 up on that hill, makes it a little bit more difficult for them to really commit. Doesn't matter though, because Flash's grenade is good.
Okay, now T1, what can you do over here with Luna Galaxy on one side of you? VP has now had to kind of turn their attention back into a bit more of what's been going on in the west with Bobo, and now Day Trade is going to spot out last member of what's going to be going on with Luna Galaxy. They are eliminated, sitting at 28 points, but with the amount of teams still alive, they're feeling pretty good for the time being. T1, Tiamba being the real big X factors, and we're going to be keeping an eye on. Slowly, steadily creeping up in there. T1 has Ian go down. Firefight coming out from this one's got to be careful. It's going to be, of all teams, Tiamba, the one that got the knocks. Tiamba playing from the high ground, gets vision into T1's position, really just hunkering them down. Not a lot of options for them to work with. Day Trade realizing the opportunity, also creeping back over here, moving away from the firefight, but has to be careful because it's going to be Weibo that gets vision all the way across the circle on him.
He's just watching Lucarux doing a do-si-do with Bobo. Bobo's actually going to take him down. But T1 needs an opening here to get into this new circle and to not give Tiamba the opportunity to really do some more damage. Tiamba could just stay up on these rocks or just leave one player up on these rocks for a long time, send the rest in, to kind of guarantee themselves some ground.
I can't tell if it's Weibo or the freaks that are cackling maniacally behind us every single time somebody gets knocked. You can just hear this, I won't say, like, it's just this evil, devilish laugh back there that somebody's just having a lot of fun making somebody else's day just absolutely terrible. Tiamba moving forward, it's going to send Pow Pow all the way down into T1, and T1 can't really even peek up that much, so they have to be careful. Slow and steady. Tiamba realizes the fact that they might have an opportunity to take down a threat close to them and maybe even creep into that 12th place position.
They have to deal with T1, most likely. I mean, unless they just completely change directions and get a bunch of kills, they're going to have to make sure that T1 isn't their way. Great grenade from Pow Pow, right on the mark. Another knock onto EN.
It just feels like Tiamba wants it more than T1 right now. They're the aggressors. They're making the plays around. They also do have FTF just to the south. That's why all of Tiamba hasn't managed to make the move over here. T1 just kind of caught on the outside of the circle. Can't make a move into it just quite yet. But let's not forget the freaks can see Tiamba all the way across the circle. That's where you see the lines from Weibo as well as freaks. They've set a firing line together to absolutely decimate anybody from Tiamba and T1 trying to move.
Well, Salute is going to go down to Flood, actually. Shows up when he's least expected. Claims a point, but will go down to the blue as well. So Heaven and Bean, 2 alive. Still Weibo way up on top. A lot of grenades here for Heaven. If he can find the distance, but he's just so far below them, he can't quite throw him up. Doesn't matter. Bean did get one. Tanadol actually going to knock Heaven from afar. So Weibo might have been gifted an opportunity to get off this rock side.
While Tiamba felt like they wanted it more, T1 manages to weather the storm, and Tiamba has been slowly picked apart by all of these bullets coming from this hillside. Now, can T1 manage to make something happen while freaks are just absolutely raining terror down on Weibo? Weibo now in 10th place, tied up with FTF, feeling pretty good. It's just going to be about how big of a move can we see Tiamba or T1 make to step into TE or New Happy's position.
Still, FTF has a role to play in this game. I'm seeing them make a move towards the circle. They're getting cut apart by VP. Couple knocks there from Ibiza and Nixie. Over to 7-7, trying to keep this barricade onto T1. T1 clinging to this hope that they can get through to the next day. But Pow Pow, 7-7, have other ideas. A really favorable angle here potentially for Pow Pow, but now he's got 2 players. Has to pull back.
Got to be careful. There's getting a bit more loud, drawing attention. Daytrade wants nothing to do with this. They're creeping forward, but Bobo is right back behind 7-7. Not a clean sight line, so we won't see him intersect just quite yet. FTF also getting eliminated means that this is all just down to T1 and Tiamba and how much can they get. They're already lined up against each other in a big way. Daytrade already moving into VP's positioning right now. Let's still remember Bobo is over there. T1 starting to get the inside track. Raining starting to creep in. 7-7 not having the cleanest angle on trying to control this one. Numbers advantage for T1 right now is massive if they can manage to navigate these smokes. Tiamba moved into this position. They wanted to stop T1 in their tracks and instead got picked apart at range. Can now we see Tiamba manage to make the magic happen for themselves?
Well, unless another team kind of just comes in and wipes them both out, there's a chance they both get through, that they both get ahead of New Happy. Or if just one wipes the other out, they will just go ahead and they'll keep the other from getting through. So this is such an unbelievably big fight right now between Tiamba and T1.
Bobo being in the shack is absolutely massive. I mean, if he goes down or this firefight between Daytrade and VP pops off, just buying any placement points moves them right up against New Happy. As you can see, it's starting to pop off a bit more. 7-7, does he even know how close they've got in? Raining's taking the shots on one side of the rock. You can see the T1 wants to go for the aggressive play. Zenith steps in, he goes down. Tiamba trying to defend this one up. They have the opportunity in front of them, but it's going to be stepping in tight. Going for a big play, creeps around. He's going to go down as well. It's just down to Raining. Stepping in, Tiamba has managed to fend in as much as humanly possible. 7-7 reads it, steps around, gets some more damage. Raining has no life left, gets the knockout. Pow Pow spins back around. 4 Angry Men goes down, and now it is a 1v1 fighting for their livelihood. Tiamba has stepped into 12th place position, but T1 is right behind. Tiamba goes down, T1 steps in, and that is going to be all she wrote. T1 gets it. Tiamba is out.
What a play by Raining! It looked like he was done. It looked like he was out, but he just barely hangs on to send T1 to day 2 of the circuit. Astounding stuff from him. Him and Zenith, the former La Vega players, together here on T1. come up when they needed it most.
Whew, that was so close. I mean, just a hair's breadth one way or the other. And your reward, T1, is now have to deal with Nixie, who's crept over here and trying to figure out if he could scalp some more points of his own. Day Trade kind of let him do it, not clean sight lines on their rotation. So new circle's going to pop. Day Trade's Belmoth, the only one that's in it. Well, actually, no, Beamy's in it as well. So VP with a bit of a foothold, and it's going to be T1 having to crest down a cliff facing into a road to enter the circle.
Oh my gosh. That got my heart racing there. I thought T1 was done. I thought Tianba had it in the bag. It was a great setup they had between Pow Pow and 7-7, where they could provide covering fire for the player at the rock, but somehow Reigning wins that. I mean, they had him dead to rights. He was low health. It was the right move to try to swing down and finish him. Nixie pops a tire, puts some damage into Zenith as well. Smoke's now coming through. Like you were mentioning, he has to get to the other side.
Keep in mind, T1 doesn't know exactly what the point totals are like we do. They can have a rough estimate. So they're playing off of nerves right now. Meanwhile, Nixie is just dancing around, seeing what he can get out of it, while T1 is just nervous, trying to figure out if they need to get one more point. Are they in? Is it enough? It's going to be explosion directly in front of them, while the rest of the circle is pretty much just chill. They're like, nah, let's just see what T1 can do.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we've got our positions. We're fine. You guys have to earn this. You know, absolutely. If we had the heart rate monitors on these players right now, it would be through the roof for T1. Meanwhile, Tenadol and Belmoth would just be chilling. I mean, you know, really quiet but solid day for Day Trade. 42 points overall. You know, nothing really outrageous, but 9 kills here in this last game. A really nice end of the day. It's certainly going to be a threat, as always. You know, Day Trade is such a good team, such history behind them. And now Reigning going to try to make some kind of move. Zenith at least is in, but Reigning is in a really awful spot, if I'm just being honest.
Yeah,
that is...
I mean, VP has control over this whole circle. That's why we're not seeing Day Trade doing too much. Nixie's going to try to move out. I mean, yeah, it's just that he's walking down into an open territory. There's nothing that he could have done there. Looks like Day Trade Denadol was hoping that maybe he could sneak in back behind VP to make something happen here, but I don't know. T1, I think that this is about it, but you managed to do the work that you needed to. Just really, how big of a distraction can you be so Day Trade can maybe exploit? But VP in second place, great day for them.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just loving VP right now. Nixie is going to watch this tree. The circle will eventually do the heavy lifting for him, or that grenade. Yeah, ooh, nicely thrown. Just barely got enough damage across that tree. And that is going to be T1 out, and they will hopefully see very soon that they have, in fact, done it.
All right, Day Trade. Belmoth's got center of the circle. Thandol's back behind him. VP, though, has 3 members that are very close to the center of the circle, so while Belmoth might control it, well, he has it. I wouldn't say that he can control it. Thandol's got to creep forward. You can see the Beamy's already playing the outside of this one, trying to see if he can find a new angle to work with. Has spotted out Thandol. Should be able to get the knock onto that one, and does manage to do so. So it looks like it could be 10 kills any given moment for BP, while it's going to be Belmoth running away, and VP does pick it up. The last game of circuit day number 1, and it's going to be VP walking away with a ton of points for our last game.
They won both Miramars.
All right.
What a performance from them to come through here. A very, very solid showing. And you got to be thrilled for VP. I mean, you know, again, with how rough this year has been, considering how well it started, now they're looking good. And T1 is like, oh my, they don't know yet.
You can see nerves. They're like, do we? If they knew, there would be an entirely different face right now on these players. So they do manage it. Okay, there we go. They figured it out. Okay, they squeaked it by just by the skin of their teeth. Managed to pick it up. But this does mean that we're losing 4 of our teams to be replaced by our next set of 4 moving into tomorrow. So we're going to get a ton of new faces and some fan favorites as well.
Absolutely, but you can see the heartbreak here on the Tianba. It felt like it was in their grasp. Certainly that moment was theirs for the taking.
I feel bad because they tried to move into the right spot, and then they just got picked apart by so many different teams. There's so much to look forward to moving into tomorrow. I cannot wait.
A familiar scene, we've seen it before as Virtus Pro goes back-to-back on Miramar and another chicken dinner on the board, securing themselves a great spot here throughout day number 1.
Not quite Virtus Pro. A couple times we've tried to find those 4 pictures, but they have played very, very well. They've managed to come away with the win. That said, I will say that a lot of the focus, I think, of all the teams who were in that lobby in that last game were a little more centric around who's going to survive this, and who's qualified through. Some of the other teams had a little bit of a Game 6 scrim vibe to them. But what I think this is great for Virtus Pro is it sets them up moving forward into tomorrow with a lot of confidence. And as you know, you heard Paper Thin say at the end of their cast, it's been a shaky year. It started so strong, it really fell off. This is great news to see them starting PGC so strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once they missed out on a PGS5, PGS6, and you know, I think that in the background they will have been working because of the potential of FaZe getting the 8th seed when it came to those PGS points, and they knew that they had to take the bull by the horns and run with it. And so far, for day number 1, they have. The biggest test has not yet presented itself, though, as they've kind of finished things off. But as you said, our focus really was on those bottom teams. And what was going down between Tiamba and T1 was unbelievably down to the wire. I thought T1 had this in the bag. And then Tiamba, in a blaze, tried to keep themselves alive, and they realized in that moment exactly what was on the line, it seems.
Like glorious phoenixes, they tried to rise, but at that last moment, and you know, when we get down to the scoreboard in a little while, we're going to go through that because it really did come down to one flush would have been the difference possibly between Tiamba advancing and not advancing.
Yeah, maybe. We'll take a look at that overall leaderboard in a moment, as you say here. But we are ready to head on down for an interview.
I am joined by Falcons Flood for our first post-match interview of the day. Congratulations, Flood. That was amazing. Incredible play from you. Awesome. Yeah, I just taught him that right before we got to our interview. You know, such a great start to day 1. So I want to hear you. What's your take on ending the day as number 5?
I think after the first 4 games, we really just focused on trying to eliminate a Tiamba. It was nothing personal, but we just wanted their drop spot. And the way this format works, we wanted to get Palace and make sure we have Palace for future games. But we're quite happy with how we played, and we knew once we qualified, it didn't really matter what place we came. So we kind of just stopped going super hard after the first 4 games.
You just came and played and you got what you wanted. That was great. And Flood, you are one of the few players that has played at every PGC. What does that mean to you?
I think it's really cool to see because I can see how I've changed as a player and a person over all the years. Like I remember 2019, I was a way worse player, like significantly worse. So it's really cool to see how I've changed, especially like my play style and how I communicate with my team. So I'm definitely thankful to have so many experiences and opportunities to, you know, grow as a player.
I love that. I'm guessing this whole energy, this wholesome story carries on into tomorrow as well. So knowing that you played your 6 matches, what do you want to take into tomorrow as day 2?
I think today we played really aggressive with our splits, so I think just continuing playing aggressive and really holding as much space as we can.
I love that. All right, well, best of luck to you for tomorrow as well. And all right, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
That was our first post-match interview with Falcons Flood, and I'll be joined by Kwangdong Freaks Salute on the stage for our next interview. Salute, where are you? He is nowhere to be seen right now. There he is. Oh, why is... Salute, join me on stage, will you? Up here, we are on the main stage because this is the... Oh yeah, you could pass off the microphone. Thank you, Flood. Yeah. Are you guys getting this? 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 여기 서주시면 됩니다. Hi guys, I'm joined by Kwangdong Freaks Salute number 1 of the day. So I want to know, how are you feeling? 먼저 살루트 선수 만나보겠습니다. 와, 오늘 엄청난 활약을 보여주셨습니다. 일단 소감부터 먼저 들어보겠습니다.
사실 오늘 게임이 잘 됐는데 저희가 3년 치킨을 하고 나서 좀 분위기도 타고 팀원들도 다 잘해가지고 만족스러운 하루였던 것 같습니다.
I am overall satisfied with our performance today. You know, our 3 back-to-back chickens. So, like, I think my team was really feeling the energy. So, yeah, I'm happy with how we played. And you are here with the Kwangdong Freak boys, but you are the only player, only defending champion here. I feel like that must have added a little pressure onto you. 이제 좀 살루트 선수가 유일하게 이제 PGC 디펜딩 챔피언으로 올해 이렇게 참가하게 됐는데 좀 개인적으로 부담감도 있었을 것 같긴 해요. 좀 어떠셨어요?
오히려 부담감이 하나도 없고 저도 오히려 즐겨가지고 잘 됐던 것 같아요. 왜냐면 일단 한번 해보기도 했고 우승을 PGC도 많이 겪어본 대회이기 때문에 좀 차분하고 침착하게 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
너무 멋있다. 즐기는 자가 진짜 무섭네요. Salute, he said that you know, I didn't really feel any pressure. I was here and I held that trophy, so I think I could actually put down the pressure and actually enjoy the tournament, and it's been going great. And I feel like you owe a thank you message to the fans that have stayed up so late watching you guys. So now is the time. 이제 늦은 시간까지 이렇게 같이 함께 보면서 응원해주신 팬분들께도 감사 인사 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
제가 이번 한 해 동안 좀 국제전에서 아쉬운 모습들이 많았는데 결국 뭐 PGC만 잘하면 장땡 아닙니까? 많이 응원해 주시고 꼭 PGC에서 우승할 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
What Salute said was that I'm not very proud of what my performance was this year, but PGC is the event that matters, right? So send us a lot of love and thank you for all the love that you've been sending so far. Alright, that was Salute. Salute 선수 오늘 너무 고생하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
내일도 best of luck입니다.
감사합니다.
That was Kwangdong Freaks' Salute for our last post-match interview, and that I'm Bella. That's all from me here. So we're gonna go back to the desk to get a final wrap of the day. 안녕.
Yes, thank you very much, Bella. I understood best of luck, Samida, at the very end. So, you know.
There's two things I love about that interview. First, he gets up there and he spins the mic so that Rule the Battleground is showing to the camera.
You think he did that intentionally?
That's what they did. They absolutely dominated today. And I love the first question. The answer was humble, but the face said, we just owned everybody who was out here. You could see that smile of like, yeah, you know what, we dominated, but I can't say that. I got to be nice about it. Oh, we did our best.
It was very impressive. Very impressive for a day number one. As you did say, the caveat is, of course, we now have bigger dogs, I suppose, from 2024 coming into the lobby from the next days, as we will have our next 4 PGS teams joining. Once we get to that overall leaderboard here throughout this, though, we will take a look at how and who is going away. We do have Virtus.pro getting themselves another win on the board, obviously shoring up their defenses. Very well done to them. What is very important is that 3rd and 4th place, because T1 feels like they just did enough, so congratulations to them. But for Tiamba, heartbreak. They were so close.
So close, and the fact that they actually finished in 3rd right there, like both of these two teams knew what they had to do. They put it down, they threw the gauntlets down, and Tiamba was close. 6 kills. I can't wait to see the final numbers, because I do believe Tiamba was like 1, maybe 2 kills away from knocking Expendables out of the top. Like, that's one of those things. In the same way that we saw the new Happy Gut Punch at the game 1, this is the kind of thing that gets you a little shook when you have to go back to the practice rooms tomorrow, knowing you were that close.
We say it a lot of times, though, you can't leave it to the last game, right?
Yep, that's true.
Well, Virtus.pro definitely did not, but in the last game, they came out big once again. Nixie was 1,000 damage this time. So brilliant impact coming out from him. I think he was man of the match in the last Virtus.pro game, right?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, I love that he's doing so much damage, but they're also not taking very much. They're playing really good defensive PUBG. No one's taking more than about 200 damage per game, and they're fighting really well as a team.
Yep, really impressive stuff, and really kind of potentially putting some teams on check here. If they can continue this into the next days, maybe that can proliferate for them through the entire tournament. We will see. We will see. So impressive by Nixie here to be able to take another man of the match. All right, let's get a total summary of the day and see how everything's unfolded. Not too much surprise that Kwangdong Freaks has been able to dominate the leaderboards.
It is actually really impressive to see how them dominate. Now, when you say it's not surprising after we watched them play. I do think when we came into Gate today, a lot of people said, I expect KDF to do well. I don't think, I'm surprised to see them do this extravagantly well. I mean, I knew they'd do a good. You know, we all picked them for the fantasy team because they were a top roster for this lobby, but they absolutely dominated it. And they almost got their 4th, I mean, their control of the map was just wild.
Well, again, Salute in PGS 6 in the group stage was one of 3 players to do 5,000 damage. And then alongside that, then they go into the final. Salute dies early in a lot of games, and then the other 3 were floundering in late game scenarios. It felt like without that gun power behind them, a guy like Salute, even though we have seen today that the rest of them can really stack up to that. But it will be Virtus Pro taking 20 points for this game. Likewise, for teams like From the Future, for example, those were important points to try and garner here for Weibo, as we were keeping an eye on them. But Try Gadui and Gen.G were the ones to fall out early. It's been a very disappointing day for Gen.G especially.
So disappointing. I had Tozy on my roster. I thought they'd step up here. They did not. Let's look at that cutoff right now.
Yeah, so, okay, unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Tiamba. NH Esports are a previous world champion. I mean, Gen.G also a previous world champion, and Try Gadui will be falling out as well. Now, do bear in mind, in the T1 versus Tiamba fight that was going down, they had all but one T1 player knocked.
That's true.
If they were to have flushed one of those knocks extra, they could have then triggered a tiebreaker versus the Expendables or Weibo. So it came down to just that in all of this entirety, and then potentially T1 could have actually moved on.
But and it goes even deeper. If we had been playing not a game 6, right, that probably would have got third party by another team. And if they had finished the last player, they would have confirmed those 2 kills. And it's one of those things where you can't leave it to the last game because the game changes so much in game 6. No one third parties this. They're left to fight it out as 2, fist in fisticuffs. And at the end of the day, it just really comes down to who hit that shot coming around the rock at the right time.
Yeah, I do think that we will see, because obviously this is our very first day of circuits. It's not really an experiment. We're just here and then we're living it right now. So we are going to see every single one of these days potentially come down to tiebreakers. Because it's such a short period of time by which to put up points and get yourself moving on.
It's going to be wild. It's going to be exciting, but you don't want to be the teams that are making it exciting for us. 4 new teams make it exciting for us tomorrow as FaZe, Petrichor, Na'Vi, and TSM enter the ring. These are all heavy hitters. This is going to change. Just 4 teams is going to change the landscape of this map dramatically.
2 that I'm particularly looking forward to out of that. I mean, obviously we can extrapolate tomorrow, but Na'Vi has already said, okay, our PGS6 strategies, we will be falling away from those. We'll be moving away from those that did not serve as well. We will be going back to our old strats, and we know how we can actually execute those. And then TSM, ever consistent, have super impressed me throughout the year.
I don't know what they did, what this rebirth, what this renaissance is coming out of TSM, but if you go back to the previous years, they have been sort of on the sidelines. And then this year, they stormed back in a way that I have never seen before. Maybe one of the best resurgences I've ever seen.
I'm very impressed. Very impressed. Tomorrow, of course, we start things on Miramar, so we just kind of reverse the order. We will go to the wildcard maps with Rondo and Tego, and then finish up on Erangel. Bear in mind, once again, it's top 12. We'll then move on to day 3 to join our PGS 4 through first place seeds, which, again, the lobbies just keep getting harder and harder.
And I think that the big part of this first circuit is a lot of our teams are going to go back tonight and tomorrow and say, okay, now we understand just what these lobbies sort of feel like from a day-to-day sense, because you are going to have to adjust your playstyle, I think, very much. And you're going to have to come into the first day and be willing to play aggressive. We saw that from KDF, right? We saw that from those teams. Day 2, day 3, it might change up a little bit because you're not going to be able to, KDF will not be able to get away with some of those crashes or some of those pushes that they did, because the teams that are holding the angles are not going to miss the shot with the Panzerfaust. They're not going to miss the gap. They are going to make sure that they pay for those rotations.
I think day 3 especially will be a huge change, because the focus shifts from, okay, we only need top 12. We need as many points as possible to try and garner a position eventually at the PGC Grand Final. All right, well, without further ado, that kind of does it here for day number 1. However, we have to say thank you to our partners and sponsors joining us here for PGC 2024. First and foremost, our main esports partner here for PUBG. We have OP.GG. You can overpower your game. Head over there and join the very best of the ranks. We also have the Tropicana Mall here, the Gardens Mall, our official venue partner, so thank you very much to them for providing this lovely space. Below us is the mall. We went and had food. It was lovely.
Yeah, honestly, there's still tickets available. If you want to come here and watch, you can come on over. Malaysia has been absolutely welcoming and wonderful, and all of the things you could possibly need are right here. So take a break from the games, go grab your food, come right back. It's actually been really wonderful.
There you go. There you go. We've also got TT Racing joining us as well, our official gaming furniture partner, who are providing all the chairs for these players to get locked in, good to go, and play at the very tip top of their condition as time goes on throughout all of these brutal, grueling stages that they're going to have to play through. And finally, we have Okupa, who's our official esports hand warmer solution here. You've got one. Can I hold one?
Yeah, you can. They're really big. They heat up so fast. It's wild.
I can turn this up actually as well.
Yep.
But I love these. But these are a savior for me in the colds of Poland. It's snowing every day. I have to shovel so much snow. You've never seen the likes of that much snow.
You strike me as the kind of man who'd own a snowblower, but I respect that you shovel. I respect that.
There is one, but I actually like the shovel.
It's nice, right? It's peaceful.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
I like it.
Oh.
That's some dad stuff right there. I'm like, all right, kids, you go do headphones in, leave me alone for an hour.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in to day number 1. It was phenomenal to watch Kwangdong Freaks be able to do what they do. We had EMEA rise into the challenge and Falcons as well, looking good up towards the top. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, to figure out day number 2 of our circuit as we have PGS qualifiers joining this lobby and making it all the more hard to get yourself those good old points. See you soon.
Tôi đoán không?